all just beautiful. The smoke comes in. Urkat's gonna fall. The knives are gonna come through the smoke.
For a second, Burn turning up. Look for a third. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're seeing it.
But this man unlocks another ace. Burn picks up. Oh no. Strax. Oh, the one tap.
Do it. 1v1.
Lord, I am absolutely loving this.
What is going on, everybody? It is Let's Play Live, season number 2 of 2020. And just as we get into it, I want to thank all of our amazing sponsors, of course, Vodafone, Western Digital Black, Konka Monitors, and of course, the New Zealand Defence Force. My name is Mitch Conky Konkanen. Alongside me, I have Dion Komodo Parada. How you doing today, Dion?
I am very well, thanks, Mitch. I am really excited for this season. I had the pleasure of running us through last season for season 1, now into season 2. I'm joined by you. I'm ready for it. So why don't we get straight into it and see how this season is going to work?
Man, I'm actually so excited for everything that is going to be going on, of course. You know, we do effectively, as it stands, pretty much, Dion, we have the top 8 teams in the region, you know, up-and-comers. And the most exciting part for me is the fact that a lot of these teams, albeit, you know, they've had a few changes here and there, they've actually been putting up some really good numbers in some other competitions around us as well. So that's probably the biggest excitement for myself.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. You know, we got the top 8 teams coming into this season. The top 3, though, will head over to Auckland, the LPL Studios, where we'll be broadcasting the finals there, the LAN Grand Finals.
Yeah, no, LAN, you know, obviously it's super important, isn't it? Like, obviously with everything that's been going on around the world, it's been something that's sort of been, I guess, a little bit stripped away from us as of late, but it is always such an important thing, you know, getting around the people that, you know, you might not have even met in real life, you know, you've been playing with around the country, around both countries, rather, Australia and New Zealand for so long, and then to be able to actually meet on the same level and go through and obviously, of course, play for some of these great rewards. So first place, 3 grand, second, 1,000, and then third and fourth, they do get 500. But also the best thing I actually noticed as well is the MVP and the best IGL get a little spot for themselves as well.
Yeah, it's always good to be able to highlight some of the players that are doing good in the server, you know, really putting up the good performance to help their team, whether it be in the fragging department or in the brain department. Is really good to see that, you know, those players are going to be recognized.
Yeah, no, exactly. And obviously, why don't we introduce it the best way possible by going through the list of the teams that we do have in front of us as well. So Bantz Gaming, you know, Roffelco and Squad, I guess a crowd favorite you could probably consider. Control, a bit of a newer roster as well. You know, they've been doing some work in the background for a little while. Amazing to see them here. Downfall, of course, you know, big fans. Again, similar household names. You know, you've got your Bogeyman all the way over from India and Australia doing Exchange. You've got 2D and other stuff like that as well. And of course, Marco, another team that has, you know, Crimson, super sharp on that AWP. So why don't you walk us through the rest of the 4 as well?
Well, the rest of the 4, a lot of people you would expect to be familiar with as well. Skyfire, of course, Moe CQ, one of the ones to really keep an eye on in that roster. The Truckers with the attitude, I'd say hot off the press of beating Renegades. Not too many people are able to say they beat Renegades in a best of 3 coming from our region. And of course, onto Roosters and Paradox as well. Big performers, really keen to see what they're going to be able to do.
No, exactly. So main thing, you know, as you mentioned, you know, Truckers, they've been running off the back of such a big performance. Paradox also doing well. But the first game we will be looking up to again is Roosters versus Downfall. Super interesting in the fact that we'll talk about later. Roosters not exactly with their full roster tonight, which might actually make this one really, really close up against Downfall. But then moving over, of course, to Bantz versus Truckers. I think this is a game that lots of people will be having their eyes on. Of course, so many personalities on both of those teams. What do you? Yeah, as you mentioned, you know, it was what the second team ever to beat Renegades.
Yeah, everyone really shining up in that match when we watched that the other day. But you know, this is what we're here for right now. We'll see the Truckers later on. It's Rooster, it's Downfall. Pretty ready for this one, Mitch.
No, exactly. You know, Rooster, one of those teams that's you know, made a name for themselves as of late. You know, obviously, you know, names like Chelios, they've been around for quite some time now. And then you've got the new talent, of course, which we will be able to see in just a second. You know, we've got Unetics, we've got JHD, who's actually going to be stepping in as well, ADK. And yeah, look, it's just an all-round good roster. I suppose one of the things as well is when these guys are all firing as a 5, they're actually insane. You know, today, again, as I mentioned, we're missing ASAP, but I still don't think it's going to be an easy game for Downfall either.
No, I'd have to 100% agree with you in that department. Of course, speaking of downfall, these are the players that we'll be seeing in the server. Moop, Bogeyman, we've already touched upon, Kyson, 2D, and Elusive. And I got to say, 2D, we've seen what he's been, I guess, tweeting over towards us. He's ready for us to cast him, and he's, I guess, gonna give us a performance.
Well, I've always made the meme of him, hey, I've played LPLP, but he hasn't. So always the best player that's never actually played it himself. So it's really, really cool. A guy that's been putting in the work for so long alongside big brains like Moop. And Kyson's been there from the start, but the newer members obviously replacing the recents being Bogeyman and Elusive. Elusive, a guy that's been around for quite some time as well. So if anyone hasn't checked, if anyone's in the chat, check his HLTV profile picture. It's excellent, by the way.
Well, we can both say about that as well. I think I've got a snazzy little photo on there.
Oh, well, look, I don't, so get off me.
No, it's all good fun. It's all good fun. But yeah, no, I'm really excited for this best of 3, of course. And then when this one's done, we'll go over into that next match for later. Touching upon your point, though, in this specific match here, we do have JHD filling in for ASAP, of course. You said that this match is looking to be a little bit closer with JHD in this one. Do you want to allude to that a little bit?
Yeah, look, JHD, again, another name that has been around for quite some time. You see him from time to time. He's always, somehow just pops up in these rosters, whether it be qualifier, whether it be MDL or other competitions around. Now he's been in for this team. It's a team that he regularly does fill in for, whenever required. ASAP, as we mentioned, he was like the newest shining light to the roster, the starter, and he's been putting up amazing performances. So the fact that he's not able to be here, it does leave really, really big shoes to fill for JHD. And again, whilst I mentioned that that's not going to make it easy for Downfall by any means, because the rest of the 4, especially the names that you think, obviously Chelios and Netic and Danny G's been putting up great numbers too. If Rooster are firing on all cylinders, I don't think the lack of ASAP will be any sort of problems for them. But I guess the real one is, have you seen much of Downfall? Like, I know they've been playing, but it's a team that we don't regularly get to broadcast.
Yeah, so I saw a little bit of them recently when they, of course, had Crunchy and Airs in the roster before they dearly departed that team. So I guess different formalities coming into that team now, probably the one that lines the same strategies and everything, filling in with the new players. I'm more keen to see how they're going to perform against Rooster as well, because we know what Rooster's capable of, me and you. We know a bunch of people watching this will know how they are able to perform as well. But I think for Downfall, this will be one of those matches which will be a telltale to see how they're going to perform against other top teams in our region as well. If they do best Rooster tonight, they'll be looking to face up against some other powerful teams in our region in the brackets.
Well, that's exactly right. They're a roster that has that experience combined, obviously, with the sharpness. So, you think of your older names like Elusive and obviously Moop, who's there. Kyson, super, super sharp player. And Bogeyman, he's been the guy that's sort of been that, interesting human that's rocked up out of nowhere. And the day he came to Australia from, obviously over from India to exchange over here, the day he came over, immediately had people already vouching for him, who have known him from around that sort of pro circuit in the Middle East. So fantastic to see that he's come over and been able to put up this kind of stuff. I've seen him go up through CL. He's now actually playing up in FPL, and he's been doing quite well. So he's sort of like that, the sly extra in the roster. So it's been really exciting. And again, I'm just excited to hopefully see 2D finally find that slot and that comfort that he needs. So I'm really thinking that this will be a close map. And why not actually go through the maps and discuss what we might see on each of them?
Yeah, well, best of 3. We do have 7 maps in the map pool, of course, but we disregard the bans in this one. We're first going to see Roosters picking into Inferno, and of course Downfall are going to start on CT. So, kind of one of those staple maps in our region now. Inferno T-side is a bit of a hot topic. We tend to see teams get even over that eight round mark to solidify the half on Inferno. But, the thing I take away from this map, shotguns can kind of be really funnily brought in. And I always fancy myself a bit of a swag 7.
Oh, man. Well, look, the thing is, the interesting thing now of Inferno, and I guess it's actually a whole bunch of other maps. Like, you think back, obviously, even past like yours and my time, some of these maps that first came into the meta for CSGO just as it was released, is those maps like Nuke and Inferno and Train, of course, like getting any rounds on the T side was almost impossible. Like, you'd get 2 rounds and you're like, yeah, good enough. That's fine. We'll go on to the CT side. We'll be all right. But now that seems to have shifted a little bit, and especially with the nerf of the Krieg, of course, which came in a little while ago now. It's really nice to see that the meta has sort of settled a little bit, but with that being said, I feel like if you do build up the momentum on that T side, sometimes it's really hard to defend, especially as an inexperienced, rather, CT player.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, I guess, how they're going to perform on this map. You know, you can always take the history of these teams on these maps for a good call, but you got to give it a little bit of grain of salt as well, because there'll be different circumstances. You know, it'll be their first match for tonight. You'd expect it to be warm up and everything, but yeah, going into the first opening match of the season as well, maybe a little bit of a rocky start. We'll have to wait and see in that department. But by the time we get into the second map, you would expect them to all be warm. And the second map is actually my favorite one. It's Overpass.
Yeah, well, look, obviously my favorite map gets banned straight off the bat, but that's okay because Train is a niche, I would say that. But no, you're exactly right. Overpass is one that I suppose would be a little bit more sort of half-half. You know, you'll never see really one-sided stomps. It's usually quite, unless it's a one-sided game in general, but a close game will typically always net sort of those, 6 to 9 or 7 to 8 halves that you do see, whether it be the CT or the T side. So yeah, I guess Overpass is a bit more versatile in that nature. I do know that 2D and the previous players who used to play with Overpass was one of their big ones. So I'm glad to see that has rolled over into this team of Downfall. But look, again, with that being said, I remember the very, very first, obviously LPL was once upon a time CG, very, very first LAN that I did get to be a part of was watching Chelios drop 35 on that very map. So you never know.
Well, I wonder if he's going to be able to drop 35 on this map against these boys. Look, I would say he's capable. We know how powerful of an AWP player he is, but when he gets a rifle in his hand, he's the same caliber player, right? You wouldn't put him past him to really be that superstar of the roster. So I'm really excited to see in the stakes in this matchup, because Rooster aren't in the leagues that Downfall have been in as well. So I don't think these guys would have played each other, especially with these lineups, JHD now coming in for the sub, and Bogeyman and Elusive coming in now as well. So Overpass is going to be an interesting one. Inferno is going to be an interesting one. But into the last map, Dust.
Dust. Have you seen the doors? Have you seen the door change?
I've seen the big doors change. It's I don't know how I feel about it though.
Nah, look, it'll be interesting. But Dust 2, obviously, it's a little while whether or not we even get to that. We'll have to see. But that is one that really sort of heavily benefits those AWPers. But anyway, it looks like we are having a little bit of a slowdown. Obviously, it's the first map of the competition. Always can take a little bit of extra time. So, guys, please don't go anywhere. We will be back as soon as the issue is rectified. And I very much look forward to bringing it back to you guys. Patience, of course. Rooster versus Downfall. We will be getting into the map very, very soon. And now that we're both... and thank you for everyone for calling us handsome, by the way. I do appreciate that. My mum picked out this shirt for me and ironed it for me as well. And would have happened for Dion as well. So, Dion, whilst we talk about it, Inferno, that is going to be the first map that these two teams come up against. What do you think we're going to be seeing on a map like Inferno?
It's always one of those interesting ones. You either get it really close or you don't. Recent events unfolding. So in my eyes, in this one, I think being the map pick of Rooster and seeing the performances of them as of late, I think that they're going to be able to take it, to be completely honest with you. Overall, I'm thinking Rooster will most likely win this, but my favor is going to go 2-1. I think with the performances that Downfall, as you speak about before on Overpass, of course, having the previous roster on it, but in still picking this map against Rooster, they've got to be feeling confident in it. So I think they're going to be, at least able to win that 2-1 in favor of Rooster, though. But yeah, for Inferno, I'm thinking it might actually be close, something along the lines of your 16-12.
Yeah, look, and that's exactly what you can hope for. As you mentioned earlier, Inferno is a staple inside Australian Counter-Strike, right? Aside from Mirage, the MCG, but if Mirage is around and 2D's anywhere near it, it's not going to happen. So when we're talking about a map like Inferno, we've recently seen, again, if we go back to Truckers, yesterday beating Renegades 16, or the day before rather, 16-6, a one-sided affair on a map that choice wasn't even theirs. But then you also see the other stuff where you see Order get all the way to 14 or 15 even rather, and then lose it in overtime against, another really, really amazing team. So it's something we see quite regularly. It's either super hotly contested or massively one-sided. And I guess the big sort of factor I think around this is the AWPs, super important on the CT side, lesser so on the T side. But you think about both of these teams, you're going to, again, 2D obviously on the AWP, but I think the real scary factor is, of course, Chelios playing from that arch position and Nedic heading over towards B. You get that double AWP setup on the side of Rooster, it could be almost impenetrable to get up towards mid and banana.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that double AWP setup as well that you mentioned. We know what impact an AWP has in a game of Counter-Strike. It's always one of those weapons that, is weighed heavily in a team. It's always talking about, the player with the AWP, not so much about the players with the rifles, but it's a good reason why the AWP does get hotly mentioned. It costs a lot in the game, $47.50 to purchase it up, and you see sometimes people go glass cannon for going the armor for it just to make sure that they're getting this weapon in there, because one shot, one kill generally. We misalign the legging in there almost always, yeah. But no, when you get the double AWP setup rolling on that CT side predominantly, it is a very scary factor to go up against.
Yeah, no, 100%. And obviously, the economy that I suppose we can touch on briefly prior to actually getting into the game. But the CT sided economy, it's still a bit of a interesting space, I guess, in the current meta, ever since that we at least have had the Kriegs taken out, which was basically an AWP on the T side. Now the fact that we actually do get to see that removed, now the fact that the AWP is still so important, it becomes even more important on that CT side. So managing your economy, which I guess, is sort of a question about the game, whether or not that should be the way it is. However, it really rewards you of keeping your money, keeping those saves going and not, forcing every single time, so you can afford those weapons to be picked up, especially when, the M4s can be a little bit lackluster from time to time. But as you mentioned, around the short range weapons, like your shotguns, your SMGs, on Inferno, there's a lot of close quarters that they can really bring up together.
Yeah, your old standard rush down mid on your pistol round or your anti-eco round as well. I'll be waiting to see it. Don't get me wrong. I'm hoping we see, the straight rush down mid, maybe with a couple of grenades as well. But one thing we have seen recently, as you said, the Krieg meta, right? When I've been seeing Chelios play, he still opts for the Krieg, which is kind of interesting because we know that it did get a little bit destroyed into the ground. But I mean, if you're hitting your shots with the weapon, it's still viable.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I guess that's the same with the AUG on the CT side. But I guess the whole thing with that is, the lack of not down sight sprays. So I guess that's always going to be a factor that's still taken into account, but the good thing, I suppose, is the game has always been surrounded that unscoped accuracy, of course, the AK, the M4 and everything like that, super important. But I suppose, whilst we still wait, a lot of the eye is always going to be put on these Rooster players. As I've said, Nedic, he's been a guy that's been in my eyes for so long now. Everyone used to, he's a cheater or something like this, but it turns out he's just really, really good at the video game. So he's been a guy that I've had my eye on for quite some time, ASAP in a similar light. But one roster, again, that I really do want to talk about tonight, not so much just because I'm big fan rather of 2D, is just, I guess, the story of how that roster has now come together. It's really, really cool to see them finally being able to have a platform to show off what they've been working so hard on. And ever since, as we mentioned, Crunchy left for Valorant. And of course, Arez, he actually joined the Air Force, as far as I'm aware. Shouts to the New Zealand Defence Force, by the way. So I guess break that down for me. What have you seen with that roster when they had Crunchy and Arez, and now leading into the replacements, obviously being Bogey and Elusive?
So I guess one of the biggest things to talk about when you think of Crunchy specifically in that roster is, he's got that overhead statement of being one of the most accurate aimers in Australia, if not the world. Your Kovacs, yeah, that's exactly right. No, but one of the most top rated aimers in the world as well. So specifically losing him on the roster, the team, they lose a big player. There's no there's no saying that's not right. Yeah. So in bringing in Bogeyman, in bringing in Elusive, we've seen Elusive before, right? He's been in rosters before. Bringing in Bogeyman, I haven't seen him play, so I'm really excited for this. But I've heard the stigma around him as well, so I'm expecting good things.
Well, both of them really, I feel like they actually settle into their replacement quite well. You know, again, you mentioned the aim sort of factor from Crunchy, but one of the problems he had was obviously his W key was quite regularly broken. So when you bring in a player like Elusive, it kind of sort of settles halfway between, because Elusive, he's a guy that will push your A ramp smoke on Mirage, but he'll do it with a little bit more gusto. You know, he'll wait, he'll play it out a little bit more right. So I think the experience that Elusive brings to the roster, Eddie, it's really nice to see that sort of balance out between the two. You know, you lose one element, but then you gain another kind of. And Bogeyman, as you mentioned, you know, he's one of the players that I really had to sort of crack the whip on inside FPL, simply because, you know, when you play that massively aggressive style, when you come up against the really good teams in the region, which likely wasn't experienced prior, that's when it can really sort of shoot you down and you find yourself struggling a little bit.
You'll get punished a lot for just jiggle peeking out or running straight through. It's not so much, you know, your team dynamic game is along your pug style, where it's, I got to bear the weight on my shoulders of this whole match. I got to go do the fragging. But yeah, I'm really excited for this match as well. But while we are still waiting for this one, the next one, right? We're going to have the Truckers tonight. And on the back of their stellar performance against Renegades, you know, what are we expecting from them?
Well, both of those teams, the reason I'm excited for that one is literally because I spoke with Swede after the win, and he literally said he treated it like any other game. And that's what you got to do, isn't it? You know, most of these teams, they go in and they go, oh, we're versus Renegades. Oh, my God, that's crazy. And you're already in that mindset that you've lost. You know, when you load into a game like that, you've already won. And that's the exact same mindset that Ruffleco and the boys do as well. I remember receiving a Snapchat from Falcon earlier on in the day that already had input as a 2-0 winner against the Truckers. So we'll have to see. But the coolest thing about that is we got Panic in the roster for Truckers as well, who was a guy who's been around for ages. So that's an awesome one. But I guess, you know, now we've been given the call. The game should be starting in just a minute. And I'm really, really excited for that one. So again, Rooster versus Downfall. Rooster, a team that we know have all the aim mechanics, but ever since they've been cracking, super exciting to see. Let's jump right in and see what the teams are going to have for us.
And of course, it is going to be Australia's map. It's Inferno. We see it time and time again. It's not going to be the decider, though, is, you know, we more commonly see it be sometimes these days. So
why is it always that third map? Literally, it always ends up being like...
Everyone's comfortable on it, it seems, which is good. Yeah,
for sure. Okay, so I guess checking up, you know, we do move into it now. Of course, as you mentioned, Downfall, they'll be starting on the CT side. And speaking of the utility that we've got in hand, it will be Moop holding onto the kit, the smoke grenade for himself as well. Whereas 80k, he's got the utility on that side. So looks like Danny, they forgot to buy? Yes, I think so. Okay, we go with it.
Well, I have actually seen this come out from the Roosters before, to be completely honest with you. They forego the armor here to get into the AKs straight in the next round as well, which is kind of interesting. But, you know, Shell straight on this P250, that's a reoccurrence. You always see this from him as well. So straight up, Moop is gone. That'll play with the CTs. You can already see the rotation coming through.
Always the faith in that Chelios P250, and why wouldn't you? The front side will actually be smoked there. Elusive trying to tap over with a little bit of damage. Netic will be slow, but now they're going to make their way up nice and happily. Kyson actually finding one through the smoke, so a great start on a Netic 2D. We'll watch a couple of members cross. JHD refacing. Actually afford themselves enough time to get that bomb planted, but it's actually 2D with one more. 3v4 on the B bomb side right now.
And 2D's down to 18 HP. Good damage to come out from him through the glass as well into JHD. Playing in a position where he would be the first battle, the first swing if anyone does peek out through ruins, and it is looking to be the case right now. Elusive clear in the corner. He will find him, but he's the last one alive for Downfall. That is a very quick turn of events.
Chelios, man, that P250, as you say now, Eddie, all alone in the 1v2. Chelios, though, not going to go down. And is that 4? I think it is. 4 with the P250. That is a red-hot start for the Roosters.
Yeah, straight in towards B. Chelios to open it there, even going so far as to get those 4 kills. Will afford him a lot of money in this round. The AKs are up, the utility as well. Just waiting on 80k to purchase, but it's going to be the Mac 10. Straight in with the submachine guns, farm up that bonus money, because Downfall, they're not purchasing up. And I kind of like that. Time and time again, we see a lot of purchases, a lot of forces. But look at this, the grenade stack. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage, as you'll see. But JHD does actually mop up, clean up on aisle second mid. It's 2D, swings, but It will actually be a large farm of dollar for JHD, 6,750 in the bank account. But the double Mac 10, it does pay off for the Roosters in the end. Nice to see Downfall going for the full save. You know, typically in the current meta, we will see the force back in with those Deagles. But no, Downfall, they want to get on the board and they want to get on there early. No kits. They've got the armor, they've got the utility, and they've got the weaponry to get their first round.
Yeah, and they've even got an M4A1S. The weapon's been buffed a little bit. Well, not too recent now, but Chell, he's definitely buffed and ready in this round. Again, opening up onto Moop. He can't even get past Go. Can't even collect his money. His weapon's gone. You like it.
That's the first, like, play on words I've heard you use, buddy. I'm impressed.
Oh. Ouch.
Nah, dude, it's like, I'm still, obviously, you know, we've been working together for a little while now, and it's like, what jokes can I make that doesn't make me feel like a boomer in front of Dion? We'll have to see.
The dad jokes and the father and son jokes.
I'm working with Jim for too long, man, I tell you. But speaking of work, JHD, he's actually found another in this round for the team of Rooster, and it looks like they've just been dismantled very, very quickly, and all of a sudden, Kyson, he's in a 1v5, and he might be able to at least net himself one kill here. He will, but that's giving away his position, and the bomb's already headed towards B. Does find 80k, but 1v3, bit out of scope here.
Yeah, probably put it to him to save this AK-47. No kid. If you had 100 HP, maybe, you know, go contest for an exit frag or two. But at this point, he'll just be trying to save this AK into the next round. The money situation for Downfall, it's not going to be the brightest. They might upgrade a couple of pistols. I like the KZ that he's just brought forward to get up to that position. But nevertheless, a great round to come through from Rooster yet again. Really clean on their shots. 5 versus 1 at one point. Able to find two in the end, sorry, for Kyson. But yeah, Rooster off to a great start on this T side.
Ring the bell. Thank you, Chell. Much appreciated, brother. But there we have it. Another round has been found by the Roosters. Of course, you know, there is no AWP just as of yet on either sides of these rosters, and we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that to come in. So you would assume 2D will likely save up in this one almost fully, so we can at least get that AWP with the Kevlar into the very next round. Whereas Rooster, they know that, and they're going to be happy to hold on to just the Mac 10s for Chelios and 80k, and it's only going to be a very, very gentle buy from the Downfall boys.
Yeah, I'm expecting Chell to get up that AWP in the next round as well. You would expect it. If he survives with the Mac 10, just throw it away and upgrade, because he will need it to go toe-to-toe against 2D. We know how powerful James is, so we'll be waiting for that, but I'm hesitant to say that I like this stack right now from Downfall. Nedic doesn't see anything. Commed that it might be a stack over towards A, which Kyson is going to get a lot of players toward him. But, you know, why would you stack there? That's where I find it interesting.
Hey, man, you're hidden. It's kind of like what the other side of the old bomb train in Train, I suppose, which is always cool, because they're going to row straight into this B bomb site. And they might get a little bit of a surprise, but before they do, I do have to laugh at your comment of being saying 2D's powerful. Have you seen those knees? Weak.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. But then again, I mean, mine are kind of as well, but I'm not carrying.
Oh, look at this! Look at this, dude. That's okay. This is big brain. Kyson, got to catch it. Moop. There's the kill. Oh my word. Okay, Nedic has found the one on the wrap, but that's going to cause the rotate immediately now. A 4v4. Moop's actually going to get the smoke grenade onto the bomb. The spraying is coming down. Danny G finds some damage. Moop has the kit. Oh, there it is, though. Not quite going to happen. That was sneaky beaky like, but Rooster, they're not going to let that happen.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the position of the Downfall members in Ruins, just to see, you know, when would have been the right timing to explode out of that position. Roosters, you know, not seeing anybody really around the whole map at that point with where Chell was over at A. So things getting a little bit concerning in the end there for Downfall. But look at this. I'm loving this. The double AWP setup is here for the first big purchase round of Downfall. And there's still Mac 10 in JHD's hands.
Yeah, well, we spoke about it, didn't we? You know, the double AWP setup, super crucial. I just wasn't sure who was going to pick up the secondary, and there it is, it's Moop. So, will be interesting to see how well he holds it. Here's the man over towards that B site, whilst 2D will be playing the Chelios position on Arch, and there we go. First, tries to come out. Kyson, though, can put a stopper on it. Danny G finds the entry back, but it's Kyson down on 1 point of HP, and
He will somehow still be able to live on here. Might even be able to afford himself a third, but no. It will be Nedic to find that kill. And on the other side of the site will be 2D, but no. A little bit of pressure putting him to the test. And he won't be able to quite find that kill. And now all of a sudden it's a 2-on-2. Bogeyman and Moop versus Nedic and Chelios. I wouldn't say, well, I'd say Nedic and Chelios are probably the more iconic duo, but we'll have to see what Moop and Bogeyman can do on this retake.
Dude, where the fuck did your flash go, man? They're never white!
What do you reckon?
I reckon they're a little bit mad.
Could be.
Nedic and Shell to hold this off. No utility. They're doing it dry as well, and it is just going to be down to Chelios. Squeeze, seen, gets one for Bogeyman to get the trade. The defuse will come without the kit. That's a granted. But he'll probably save that AWP into the next round as well. It's good to see the Downfall do win the round, but you look at the money scenario of Roosters, they got a lot of cash there.
They do. Stacking it up indeed. All above 10k except for Chelios, of course. So will we see the AWP? No, we're actually not going to see it just yet. It will be the AKs coming out immediately. 2D still obviously being able to hold on to his AWP. Moop has sent that one over. But this is exactly what we speak about, though, isn't it, in regards to that CT-sided economy? Of course, you know, although they won the round, they lose 4 members, and they're only going to be able to pick up the UMP and the MP9 as opposed to the 4 rifles.
And speaking of all the rifles in this round, Rooster, 5 AKs, lots of utility, but Kaisen's going to be the first one to find JHD. Nedic finding one as well. CT's in the lead, but the B bomb site is not the intended target right now. It's not where the bomb is. Bogeyman's going to have to fall back on B, maybe calling big rotations over. You can see his team starting to do so as well. Elusive may get caught out over at A if he can't quite spot out the bomb.
There's the kill. Elusive spawning out 80k. So a little bit of extra control of the apartments, which I do like, and Chelios all the way over in no man's land right now, trying to find that B side, maybe just trying to at least scope out a little bit of extra control, given that Nedic doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. So I like the positioning from both of these Downfall members. The nade will go through, not going to quite find anything, but I think we actually did see a shoulder spotted out by Bogeyman at the back of the site. So that means that Rooster, they have to go in, and they have to go in fast. The Molotov from Chelios will force out Bogey, but good utility usage can get that smoke grenade down. And this is a crucial, but quite a well-played round from Downfall. Chelios, though, does find the 1 kill on the Kaisen. Could get a little bit scary. Oh, no. I've cast his curse.
I'm very surprised that Downfall didn't rotate their players off early. They heard the stomping around the bomb site. They saw the flames go down. They saw the smokes as well. 2D, though, going to be good to find. Chelios and Nedic are only on 6 points of HP. These incendiary grenades that they have can flesh him out. He has to pick these angles very carefully. A reposition into new box. Flashbang will reveal himself a little bit, but it doesn't get caught by the Downfall members. You reckon Nedic wins these? Well,
Nedic
positions
wins
eventually.
Oh. Here it is. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, man, if Nedic hit that shot, he wins that round. Like, the pressure is too much. You know, you're coming in, you're checking all the lines. But anyway, it's not quite gonna happen. The retake, curse rectified, indeed, exactly right. So the retake is secured, as well as the bag, as Downfall will be able to afford themselves another buy. But obviously Rooster, they're still running away with their bag, as they're going to buy fully in again with the AKs. But again, yeah, as you mentioned, not a single AWP has been seen in the 7 rounds here so far, as ladies first, Skyson is let through the door.
Interesting enough, the Moop has an MP9 right now. See what damage he's going to be able to do. Speaking of, Chelios down to 25 HP. Still will be able to challenge nicely in this round. You'll be expecting to see a lot of early round utility be deployed by both of these teams to hinder them at bay from getting into the site. Look at that, the double grenade stack to Moop. Lucky enough to still be alive, but 2D in the distance will find Chelios. First frag afforded over to Downfall.
Very nicely done from 2D to open up there. I do like that nade stack into CT, though. 3 almost took away Moop's life, but the man will live on. So into a 4v5 here, still in favor, of course, of Downfall. But again, very, very important that they continue to maintain these rounds, and that's a nice swing done as a duo from Bogeyman and Moop. And we do see Danny G trying to creep up to the same position. Moop will reposition. But this is a very well found round so far from Downfall. Again, I do like that they've seemed to have adapted quickly.
But you still can't put it past Rooster to be able to win this round. They've started to creep over towards Archers, and if you look at the positions of Downfall, they're not expecting this. They may have it in their comms, in their ears, that the potential of a flank through spawn is possible. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Rotation's starting to happen over towards the B side. Eventually, footsteps will be heard. It's going to be on a Moop to try and get that first pick, but also onto Bogeyman to hold off the site.
Yeah, this is big. They're going to hear it and they're going to see it at least. But Bogeyman, you know, whilst he is put into a difficult situation, JHD does find another. Somehow Kyson will be taken down. Now they need to spot the line. 2D luckily will be able to find him. Bogeyman inside that construction position. ADK going for the swing. I think the flash over was good, but it not quite blinding him up. And there we have it. Bogeyman to find the rounds. A big 3K solid hold from the man. As Downfall will be able to secure their third round. The AWP should be recovered for 2D. Yes, it will. But yeah, there we go. Mr. Consistent 2D finding himself a couple of kills. And we do see the scoreline starting to close that gap. I mean, again, Rooster, they will have their max loss bonus in just a second, so it's not going to really matter a whole lot unless we do see Downfall find potentially even 2 more rounds before we see a reset.
Yeah, I'm just happy that Moop has a rifle in his hands now again, man. Like, he's been picked off before he could even do any damage, and when we do see him, you know, with the submachine guns, he just gets grenaded out. So, really good to see that they've got weaponry, but all of this utility going down Banana, we know it is a really hot angle to hold, a hot position to take control of, and there was a lot of fire, there was a lot of grenades, but look at the damage that's been dealt. Barely anything, just a couple of points here and there.
So just settling. Giving the round some time, which sometimes is always a bit of a benefit. I do like the position here, as you mentioned, 3 all the way over towards Diggity. It quite often is a bit of a move that is played, and this time Rooster, you know, they're satisfied with their control over the apartment's position. They will choose to moonwalk their way out now, and it does look like they are going to hit towards that B bomb site, which is quite a regular sort of location for Rooster to end up. So it's quite often, you know, I've seen it plenty where the CTs will never really adapt to it. You know, sometimes you'll need to send 3, potentially even 4 members over towards this B site, but it will be 2. And luckily the last few rounds they've been able to hold it. So we're going to have to see, they're going to be able to hold it down again. The utility does start to head over now. 30 seconds left. They don't have a whole lot to hold it back between Moop and Bogeyman. Are they going to be able to lock it down from this double stack?
Yeah, well, there we go. Moop is going to be flashed out. JC to go in, but Bogeyman can't solidify anything as well. I think the waterworks might be coming out right now, Mitch. Downfall, they got no hope to get back in towards this site right now. The fountain is there to stay.
There we go. As we say, though, you know, look, immediately the round is over before it's even started. You know, I guess there's no chance of a retake here at all. Downfall have identified that. They will be able to at least buy... Well, 2D will be able to drop a weapon. Moop might be able to afford one of his own, but it's still not going to be the most handsome of purchases. And I guess that's the challenge. You know, Rooster, they're able to rocket their way into that site with sort of no questions asked. And it's almost, too quick to just sort of even think about recovering it.
And it was those early beginnings in the round as well that really did hurt Downfall. You know, all that utility thrown down Banana. They didn't have anything to defend themselves. You see the flashbangs come out. 2D is going to be granted one in the end there on a JHD. But yeah, you see those the grenades all go down Banana. And when they do take their assault onto the B site, Roosters just claim it nice and easy. A flashbang to blind both of the CTs there. And yeah, really unfortunate they weren't able to, I guess, reestablish themselves dry on utility department.
That's exactly right. But JHD, you know, the sub, he's stepping up. And 2D, oh, there it is. I've seen that B Nana peak from 2D plenty of times, but the AWPer, the A player, has immediately gone down. Danny G, he's going to find one. Surely another hit. They've heard the reload of Bogeyman. Yeah. It's it's all over Red Rover here. Oh, never mind. Bogeyman's found one. So there's the trade. Medic will get it back. And also, I was just going to say, as that round was finishing off, I heard Kookaburras just start screaming. I don't think, like, as if that actually happens in Metropolis. I don't think I've ever heard that before, sitting in my house. There we go.
Interesting.
Very cool. We can talk about the game now if you want.
Maybe. Downfall, a minute to go. They're actually not out of it. They are out the right bomb site. They got a lot of utility to play with. Well-placed grenade could do something, but that is not the Kyson special right there.
They're still going for this, though, which I do like to see. You know, the fact is the bomb has gone down. Kyson was a little bit slow out of the spawn, but Elusive, let's get their smoke down, and Nedic, you know, he's already aggressive over towards his position, and Elusive's not going to be ready for Chelios to walk through his own smoke, and there's the BM. You love to see it. The grin, too.
And
Beautiful.
the graffiti spray. He's probably just, you know, running away in this round, running away in this game. Chell, he'd probably be feeling it. You know, he's hitting his shots. He's not having that much hindrance in this game so far. A couple of deaths here and there, but it's going to be the pistols yet again for Downfall. That hindrance word making a repeat. See what damage these Deagles could potentially deal out, but the stack over towards A of 4 is only going to lead into Moop at B, and well, we've seen how he has had this game happen to him. He's just had his head ripped off time and time again.
Yeah, a little Yep. Oh my god. Dude, that timing was perfect. You love to see it. And there you go. There's like, this is what I mean. Why are they stacking A? I mean, the bomb hasn't gone towards B yet, but surely they're going to know soon as JHD. They'll spot out Kyson. Not quite going to be able to drop the bomb as Elusive will get his head ripped off. JHD, this man, he's on fire. Damn, bro.
Either the door or the glass. But yeah, you're 100% correct on that. I saw at the beginning of last round, Nedic, JHD, and Chell all on 9 apiece, and JHD finding 3 in that round on 12. I'd love to see the headshot percentages come out in this game so far. You know, it's always those extra stats that I love to see. The flashbangs, the utility damage especially. A map like Inferno, we've seen a lot of utility already out. Would be really cool.
Always, always. But now look, I guess, you know, just really what I want to focus on is JHD 12 and 8, and Moop is sitting at the 1 and 10. So it's always a little bit rough to see these kind of results come out so far. But look, it is what it is, right? You know, it's only the start of the game. And I guess it's just ironic that obviously the Chickens are doing well on Inferno, which is always nice. So they do run around the map, just for anyone who is watching along at home. I just had to make that reference there. But these Roosters certainly doing a lot of running around as they are able to just take those sites time and time again. And once again, with no questions, Anna will be secured. So that's one thing I would like to see of Rooster, just from the analytical side, aside from Bogeyman, unfortunately running to his death. Maybe a little bit more control taken. You know, send 3 over towards B early, wait for the utility to head down, and then re-aggress, reposition. Don't leave Moop all on his own, because he's not got any more hair to lose.
Yeah, Rooster, they're cooking up a storm over in the banana, really securing out the bread. Elusive, though. Now over in apartments, a lot of traces going over towards his position, but Moop, he could get a lot of info, or he could get decapitated again. Danny G falling to 2D, a trade coming out as well.
Oh, there we go.
James is shooting.
Look, the AWP B, it works. There we go. See a couple of kills come through, and that might actually be a little bit of life brought back to this game, or at least the side hold from Downfall. But we do see the wrap. They're not prepared for this one. They should hear the footsteps in just a second, and Eddie, he will find the opening kill there. But now Kyson, he's very low, and he's, oh my word, JHD, 3 points of HP, but now they're sitting on a combined 12. Good maths, quick maths, and 2D. I mean, he's got the P250. He doesn't need any more than that.
He's got an AK now.
He's going to go for the rifle. Yep, there you go. But the only thing is, Dion, he's not going to have a kit.
And he's not going to have a clue.
Was there one on the side?
Where JHD is. Oh, maybe. JHD, though.
I didn't notice.
He's going to sleuth on by past him. Revealed himself as well. 80K's in the perfect position, but he'll get taken out. JHD, he's got flames now. He could have put them on this bomb. It's there, but JHD's got it, surely.
Oh, no! James! Has he got it?
No, the time! Does he have it?
Oh,
no, James!
there you go.
Oh, you hate to see that.
Close,
a 4K.
Man. So close. So the second he got that kit, if the smoke had have gone down a little bit closer, that might have happened, but oh man. Poor 2D. Doing a lot of heavy lifting right now, but unfortunately he is still weak. Not just in the knees this time. I can't make that joke more than twice, all right? Don't let me. It's not fair.
I'll try. I'll definitely try. Speaking of Downfall, they're going to try to do some damage with the grenades right now. 3 to Banana. And Chelios, how is he allowed to stay alive from that? They've not even been able... Downfall haven't even been able to get frags on the get-go on Rooster. They threw 2 grenades, and it gets more damage than those 3.
Very well done to at least secure the damage, because that might put them in a position to find some more. You know how strong these 5.7s and Deagles can be. And this time we've got Kyson sitting inside the pit. There's the opener. 1 kill. Found these swings, maybe a little bit too wide. as there was a fair few low players there, and now it's going to be the cavalry charging their way down Banana. But looks like they're actually all going to go for the save, almost effective immediate, it does seem, unless... Oh, maybe through apartments, maybe trying to lock down some exits. Yeah, maybe some exits.
Well, it would be a bright idea right now. If they can find a loose bullet onto Nedic or Chelios, they'd be secured in, you know, maybe the recoverance of the AK-47. We'll see what's going to happen here as Moop leads the charge into Apps. They're definitely not going for the round. They're just going for extra frags here. Damage to the economy, which Roosters won't be phased by whatsoever. Chelios might get taken out by Bogeyman.
Oh, wait, hang on.
3 frags. ADK now, the last one alive. That is... They're going to be happy with those AK-47s. We'll probably see, you know, 2D toss one over and get an AWP, but...
Oh, man, that was gold. The kills came up so quickly. It was like a bloody... a jail, like a railway robbery or something, you know, just jumping in. We get it quick and we get out, boys. There we go.
A great heist.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, the great heist. That's the one. But no.
Yes, but... New round. The AWP is back for 2D. I'm expecting big things right now. Lots of utility going down Banana. Again, more HE damage over to the side of Downfall. If they had the utility now, they could do something. And that HE grenade is going to land on Chelios. Very low. This is better for Roosters right now. The peek from Moop, though, ambitious. Is good for one. Traded out. Bogeyman down.
No,
that's a free B bomb site.
Bogeyman, stop, dude. I mean, look, you know, it's obviously easier said than done. But... The classic Banana hold, isn't it? You know, it's always such a challenge to see if you're versing teams that are quite, you know, well vested. They're very experienced on this map, as well as having the aim fundamentals. It is easily overwhelmable, that Banana position, time and time again, especially when you don't have the utility. And, you know, I can't tell what they're doing, you know, whether or not they're expending it too fast. They're trying to take control to, you know, split up. I don't really know, but 2D is going to go down. Danny G. Straight through that smoke, and now it's all left onto Elusive. Oh, look, it was... I got to admit, I've seen a lot of people walk through smokes in my time, and that at least was somewhat tact.
Yeah, it was at the right time as well, you know, a 5 versus or 4 versus 2 situation. You know, they're already trying to escape the site. Damage was done. JG wouldn't have known that, but still, he wants to take the AWP out of their hands. He wants to find these players. Good for one is going to be Elusive on this exit. But what we haven't talked about just yet, Mitch, 9 rounds on the T side, now turning into 10. That is, you know, way beyond what you would usually get on the T side, I would say. You usually get, you know, your 8 or 9 is all right. Your 7 or is more common. But 10 with 2 rounds to go, if they get 12, that's really, really scary for Downfall.
Yeah, well, look, there's no question about it. Downfall, they need these next 2. Otherwise, we can pretty much, you know, send them out of the server and just have to wait until the next map. There is no real recovery from any sort of point past here. And, you know, Nedic walks straight up the logs, doing his best Zywoo impression. Unfortunately, though, it's with an AK, not an AWP, like but it's not going to matter. And this is what I mean. Again, the B site is taken. They need to wait for this utility to go down. Rooster, they're not taking it quick. Send a nade down. Send a molly down. Then wait. And then maybe try and find it later on. Chelios, he's waiting on the other side. Bogeyman and Kyson left in a 2-on-4. But the only thing I can say is the bomb's been isolated, but it doesn't even matter, man. 80k.
Yeah, Roosters...
He's done it.
They're just everywhere. Roosters is just everywhere. They don't even know really what's happening in that round, because I didn't. You know, you have Downfall losing some members over on B. I have to say, Moop, you know, he was down to 18 HP. The HE grenade was pretty far from him. Probably didn't expect to fall there, but he does. Anyways, Roosters, they got players already going through apartments. They haven't Chell just hold off mid. He's very smart. He's very versatile on this AWP. He's leading it up right now, and we do move over into the last round. A stack over towards B. But Moop
again,
and Bogeyman.
Too early.
On this quick round's a good round.
Anything to talk about? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, we won't put him past 2D. We'll cast for him.
Oh no!
Oh.
No. Flashbang! Flashbang!
Kill him with something. There you go. Poor 2D. You know he's just sad about it as well. But yeah, I don't know. I guess before we swap the halves, you know, I can use a little bit of this time as they're hungry to try and run in and find him. They know he is there. Yeah, again, just that B site. You know, how many times did Rooster go A? Twice? Twice in 15 rounds.
Yeah, about that. And
13
not
rounds
even on the opener.
to go to B. Nah, exactly.
Not even opening into A. There was always an opening into B, and Chelios to just find that frag. Yeah, expected. But look at that. Medic leading the charge in this game. 17. JHD 14, 13 for Chell. But yeah, A site, Roosters were having nothing of it. It's all about the B.
It is indeed. And look, I'm not going to complain about that one a whole lot. It is nice to see a result of this sort of caliber. And as you mentioned, you know, Rooster, Inferno in general, rather, it's either really one-sided or really, really close. And it looks like we're seeing the latter. Unless Downfall can have a really, really good run here, hopefully find it back. But regardless, I think the demo review of this one on the T side, or their CT side rather, will be really, really important for them in future.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Downfall. They need this pistol round to have any hope of just getting, you know, into it a little bit. They don't win this. Roosters, they're guaranteed better weaponry in the next round. And a 13th round at that. Here we go, Danny G. Creeping down mid. A lot of utility. It's awkward, but it gets the job done, I guess, for Downfall.
He's found it. He's found the opening kill, which obviously is extremely important here. Danny G taking a bit of a gamble, but at least Nedic is still all the way back on the B side. He's going to sit on the Coffin's position. And look, I guess, you know, the main thing for Downfall is, I suppose, they just look a little bit sluggish, I guess you could say, at least, you know, trying to make their way up Nana, but it's super, super slow. Don't really know how to call it, but I just have a feeling Nedic... Yeah, basically. And there it is.
My.
This is what I mean. You can't put anything past this man. 3-4! Nedic! That is unbelievable! Surely going to go for the ace here. The one-man army. No, not quite. But what shots, Dion?
Nah, that's absurd. You're not allowed to do that in Counter-Strike. You're not allowed to gift him those frags. Put it past him, you know. He played that extremely well. But Downfall, as soon as they were seen over at the site, you know, they didn't really do anything with that. They tried to rush in dry. The flashbangs that they had, they didn't even really deploy them to try and blind off the Coffin's angle, which is what you expect, right? A smoke to go down CT, flashbangs over as well to force your CTs to not look at you, to force your opponents to fall back. And it doesn't happen. And now Chelios is going to open up with a scout headshot. I thought he was going to push down mid, but he's found one. He can retreat. Yeah, I guess for Downfall, you might have to just look at this map as a little bit of a write-off. You know you're going into an opener against Roosters. Nedic again, he's just doing the dirty work. But yeah, overpass. Different map.
Yep, no, exactly. And I suppose that's all they can really do right now is just put the heads down, don't worry about it, and just refocus into the next round. But I guess just for anyone watching at home, of course, that was just an eco round. In the previous, you know, to get a kill, always nice, especially taking down Nedic. Try not to let him pad any more stats. But just back to that first round again, you know, why were they so slow? Danny G, he's pushing down Nana. You know that when someone's pushing down Nana, they're going to be focused on that A stack. They're not ready for the site to be taken. And that was pretty much what we saw, wasn't it? After all that, they find the kill onto Danny G, and then it's a 1v5 on the B-bomb site. So anyway, it is what it is, and it's always easier to be to post criticism, from the driver's seat. The passenger seat, rather, not being in the driver's seat.
You can see the difference in the structure for these teams as well when they change over their sides. You can just see that, you know, Downfall looking to take control more over towards A and a little bit late to the party at B. And yeah, they're getting there, but Rooster, they know exactly what's happening here as well. They can let all that utility drop on down. And then when it comes to the duels, you know, everyone's sharp in this game, but Roosters will be feeling it a little bit more than Downfall would be, you'd expect in this one. Everyone's hitting over their shots. So with the little utility that Downfall have now, eyes are going to be on these rifles and move.
Oh,
he does best Chelios, which is good.
And there's the bomb. Oh, come on, man. This isn't... all right, anyway. Running and gunning is apparently a new part of the meta, but Kyson, he's at least going to be able to force it back, and now he knows the remaining position, but it is Nedic. If there was anyone in the server that you wouldn't want to be facing down a 1v1, it certainly wouldn't be Corey, New Zealand's hottest and finest. But Kyson has at least slotted himself into the graveyard position. The head is not going to be shown for the time being. That will allow Nedic a lot of ground to move on the way up, and the spray, at least it will be secured. Kyson finding the kill onto Nedic. And Downfall, I mean, they've been put down for a 2-wave hold down, but at least they can come up for air. Just a little gulp on the way up.
Yeah, but look what it costed them as well. They went purple in the face, man. Down to 1 rifle to go. They're back onto Galil's. Well, they're onto Galil's now. Another AK for Kyson, saving over his, of course. So now 2D's got one. But Moop on a Mac 10. Over on this side, you got a Deagle, MP9, and more M4s. So Rooster aren't without a purchase in this round. It's a comfy purchase for them. They got a kit to back it up, a little bit of utility. They'll be very experienced on how to hold this one. Chell, as soon as he sees any bodies, any sign of utility, you'd expect Danny G to swing and pelt out damage with the MP9.
They have the utility to flash on up. Of course they do, but it's not going to matter. Chelios, he picks up 2 before he even loses any sort of support. And Bogeyman, although he can find the trade, Elusive and JHD have a bit of a standoff, but there's the face back in from the teammate. Looks like it was Danny G, but no, wait, sorry. I'm lying. It was ADK over towards the Diggity side. So a 2v2 on each of these, a 2v3 rather on each of these bomb sites. 3 members inside the apartments, but Kyson, he's going to drop ADK. So that gives a little bit of additional freedom on towards this A-bomb site. But look at the other members of Rooster heading down the banana already.
And you just know they're going to be prepared to look. They've only got 2 angles to look at when they are walking up through mid, and this is just going to funnel Downfall straight into the A side. They've got no chance of rotating back. The utility is going to come out onto the side, and all HD needs to do now is delay. He's not going to be able to get any picks. One will go down here, but are Downfall aware of this flank coming through? Now they definitely are, with Nedic finding 1. Damage is about equal. HP equal in this round. It's going to be on a Bogeyman to find a clean headshot. He does dink him down, and they both find the pick to hold off the round for other one going over for the T's. It needs the 2, though. String into a bit of a collection now.
Yeah, speaking of collection, it is going to be a lack of that on the money side for Roosters. They are going to force in here and just sort of bring together something a little bit, interesting looking, but it means that they are still confident in their own ability. They're not going to hold off for too long. They're not going to go for that full save. They're going to continue to invest until they can take this side down. And why wouldn't you? I suppose, Rooster, very capable. And as we spoke about, the close quarters on a map like Inferno, those SMGs can get the job done. The CZ, a couple of bullets to the face of that one drops you quickly.
Yeah, Rooster, they got a lot of padding in this game right now. Great shot from Tony G. If he's allowed to find another one here, that's just absurd. 2Ds nearly looks like his head might have been ripped off there. I don't know, man. Like, you can't take Roosters for granted with whatever weapon they have in their hands. They're sharp. They're a newly sharpened knife right now.
Well, look at those flashbangs coming in. It's an eco round, but they're still treating it just like they would with any other. And now ADK, unfortunately, can't net himself that additional kill that does do a lot of damage. So that leaves Bogeyman and Kyson almost limping over towards this site. And Nedic, the good bit of timing, could actually find himself something there, but he does give away his position. Not able to tag onto the lower members. He's going to lose all his bullets, though. He might, at least he can pick up a USP from spawn. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, that'll work. But he's got the flashbang as well. I guess the only struggle here is the fact that Chelios has that scout. Swinging through, Elusive. Probably didn't need to do that one, my man. 3v3, and Chelios finds another.
Now, Bogeyman, he is poised to try and spray them down. 21 bullets in the clip, and that'll be the call for Roosters. They've got no kit. They were just looking for some damage. I guess I was on the edge of my seat on whether or not Roosters would have gone for this and whether they could take the weapons out of Downfall's hands, bro. Chelios is on fire, and he's allowed to be alive and escape with this weapon at the bomb site's explosion. He's even going for it. All right. He's just his so confident right now.
Yeah.
He's just confident.
Well, hey, dude, Kiwi broadcast, Kiwi players, you got to do it. You got to ship it. There you go.
Mate, they'd be happy that they make it to land. They don't have too far to travel.
No, man, that's the thing. You want to go further. Exactly. You want to go far. That's the exciting part.
Yeah, Mr. Anyway. Conky from, what is it, like 10 hours away?
Yeah, shout out to my 10-hour flight. Living in another country. Or it is another country, but in another planet, it feels like. Anyway, it's beautiful.
Roop is going to be on another planet now, Mitch.
Oh, mate, he's been on another planet from the start of the game, unfortunately. It's been a rough one for him, and I don't feel like he's doing anything wrong. Again,
Yeah,
it just all
exactly.
felt like the bullying over towards that B bomb site, didn't it? You know, like just
It's well placed utility as well.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
he's a
for
magnet
sure.
for it. It's just a magnet.
I like Magnet Brain. Good guy.
Oh, mate. He goes well.
He goes
He goes
well.
very well.
Anyway.
Pistols, though, for Rooster. Of course, Chelio's scary on that scout. We'll see what's going to happen here. He currently is over a banana, so he's not going to be playing around the bomb site where Downfall are looking to encroach upon, and they have been seen. So the utility all blowing on through. ADK is going to assist in a little bit of fragging action from Nedic right now. The rifles need to be hitting.
Oh, Nedic.
Because it's Nedic's rifle.
Nedic.
How is he not finding that pick? And
Nedic,
just like that,
dude.
it's an eco round. You talk about
Did he
Nedic.
have a
He's got an
USP?
ace. I actually blinked and missed it. It's an ace.
Did he have a USP at the start? I think he did.
No, there was
It's
a
either-
deagle.
well, he got it. It was a deagle. Okay, cool. He got a deagle
I think
kill.
it was a deagle.
Picked up the AK and then got
AK.
the remaining 4. Oh,
Jeez, man.
He's nuts. Yeah, the man's nuts.
Man. Well, we look at the last round. Potentially now, Moop, he's magnetized that utility to him again. ADK also down to around about the same HP. It is the spread offense and the spread defense that we're looking at in this round. Rooster, 9 rounds to play with in case something does go awry in this one. Nedic is just going to push straight down Banana. Kaisen may try to get in front of the smoke. It's not going to be the case. Nedic will find Moop off in the distance as well. But look at this aggression. When Roosters see nothing from Downfall down Banana, they just take it in their own control. They find the frags, they find the headshots as well to assist in through, and it's just down to Kaisen with a hope, a dream, and 5 clucking chickens.
And yeah, look, it's the inexperience versus the experience, isn't it? You know, when Rooster constantly facing up against your Chiefs, your Order, your Avants, your Renegades, and Downfall, you know, only just starting to dip their toes in the water, but it is what it is. You know, at the end of the day, we do see Rooster take it down 16-6 on map number 1. But Dion, I know that excites you a little bit because that means we'll be going over to Overpass quicker than expected.
Yeah, map number 1, 16-6. It was the pick of Roosters as well. So, you know, you kind of, I guess, out of the door, you expect them to kind of take that one of their hunting ground maps as well. But over to Overpass, it's been, I guess, a very long time since I have seen Roosters play Overpass. They do have a really good win rate percentage in recent history, 100% off 4 maps as well. So it is only 4 maps played, yes, but to, you know, come up with 100% in it, it's got to say something about that map.
Yeah, no, and I guess it's like one of those things, you know, when you're versing a well-rounded team like Rooster, what do you play against them on? You know, we've seen them take maps on Vertigo, we've seen them take maps on Nuke. You know, they're a very well-rounded team, and I think it's part and part, you know, with their confidence, obviously, as a roster. You know, at the end of the day, whilst they might not have all the strategy in the world that some of the other teams may have, at least, you know, we're seeing them actually, you know, come together as a team and make that improvement sort of over time. So that's really exciting to me. The fact that we'll be able to watch them go into another map that they're confident in being Overpass, but also exciting in the same light that the Downfall, you know, we'll be able to see a map that they're much more comfortable on, I would assume. So, you know, they've got the strategy, they've got the sort of play, and at least it's a map now that doesn't rely on as much control as a map like Inferno does, of course. So, you know, you peek over towards mid, Connector, you know, take sort of control of B, but it's not like you need to get into short water every round or push con or anything like that. So at least it gives them a little bit more freedom and a little bit of a retreating route as well to get back to the site before they fully need to lock down that defense.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one by any means. Though, if you were to, so I know you fancy yourself playing Counter-Strike a little days. Where do you sit yourself in Overpass when you play?
Oh, dude, there's the best thing. I remember Panic referred to it. It's like a dedicated long player. It shouldn't exist, but sometimes, so in some form, it always does. So it's either that, I don't know. I always sort of play around the A site, but that's just me. I don't know. Every time B is just so hard to hold. I don't know. Maybe it's a pug thing or something like that, or maybe I'm just bad. It's probably that too. That works. I'm never going to be as good as international LAN player Dion. But anyway, I digress.
Oh, okay. What was it? Seven rounds, I think.
What?
That we got?
Yeah. Look,
that we got.
Hey, playing on laptops. All right, fair.
Yeah, well. Laptops, man. I wish I had a Konka monitor back then. I swear. Shout outs to those guys.
Oh, mate, absolutely would have been. There you go. But yeah, look, I guess we can sort of break down that previous map a little bit, go through it a bit further, maybe highlight some of the plays, of course. We do have that tasty $200 that's going to be passed on to the MVP.
Definitely.
And I definitely would have put the MVP down as Nedic in that one. Of course, JHD had an absolute hot one starting from the very beginning. Was out entering like a madman, doing exactly what they need. And that was the one thing I mentioned, the fact that JHD plays with them or has played with them, especially the likes of like Chelios and that for so long. It's very easy to slot in when you're subbing in for a roster like that. So really, really cool to see JHD, just basically be, hey, go, shoot, off you go, and he's done it. So that's always nice. But yeah, Nedic, pretty much, yeah. As Nedic, 28 kills he had and like 9 deaths or something. I can't remember the deaths exactly, but he had an absolute belter, that guy. So really, really cool to see him continue to perform. But I guess, it was very clear to me that Rooster joined into that server tonight and they were like, there is no way we're losing this one.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. I would agree with you as well. We see multi-thread come up from the other boys in the server. We see the 4Ks in the beginning of it for Rooster. Of course, the pistol round from Chelios is just tapping with the P250 there, and then a returning one on the back of that one as well. But yeah, I think you have to give it to Nedic. In the circumstances in that game, he wasn't, not contributing in a round, right? There was always something that he was doing in that round, and we noticed it a lot as well. That's not to say we didn't notice everyone else. It was just he was more forthcoming in what he was doing in that map than anyone else was.
Yeah, well, he's quite a standout player. He's one of those guys that you join into a pug and he's going to do well. You join into an official and you whether you're casting or playing against him or whatever, he's going to do well. He's never a guy that has a quiet game or anything like that. Whereas a lot of players in our region, they're either cracked and gone crazy, or they have a little bit of a slower one. Like a lot of some of the players on Ground Zero for me come to mind. They're either amazing or not bad, just a little bit cold. They have that tendency to go up and down. So I guess now also, to talk a little bit about Downfall, what we saw, what we can break down, a map like Inferno, of course, as we've mentioned, it can be really crucial to sort of lock down that control. And one of the things I see, and again, I say this with full respect to the players in the server because I suck, it's so sort of disheartening to see players have that lack of confidence to take control of basically what needs to be theirs, the CT side. Yes, it is a defending position, but of course it's super important and super critical to try and get into those positions to basically flush the T's out and basically say, this is ours, you're not allowed this. So stuff like, the apartments, obviously, even smoking down mid, taking control of second, catching these players off guard. When you're not surprising Rooster, what are you doing, basically?
Yeah, it's also because when we did see the switch as well, Downfall didn't really do anything down banana, even down mid. And Roosters, they've played a lot of Counter-Strike. I guess you'd say more across the top tier teams in our region as well. So they know if they don't see anything down mid, if they don't see anything down banana, that they'll want to take a little bit of that control. And that was one of the big things that I guess Downfall didn't really, realize or adjust for. But hopefully they're able to in this map, because we are going into my favorite map. It's Overpass. Downfall starting on the T side and Rooster on the CT side. My prediction was still 2-1 though, so I'm hoping for Downfall.
Alrighty. Well, I suppose what better time than now to crack straight on into this with a B rush. This time it's going to be ADK. He's holding on for as long as possible, but it's 2D with a blind kill. ADK good for one as well. And now on the defense, he's not quite able to hold, but Chelios, he's joined the party to find at least one. And there's a second. Now it's a threat, but look at this flank. Okay, the round's done.
Yep. They had no idea that flank was even coming from Danny G. They were just all focused on the middle of their monitors, on their crosshairs, to try and find the picks in the site. Try and get that bomb plant down, extra bit of money, because it looked awkward playing along the pillar, but as soon as they got that there, they were just able to really find those frags. And well, it's going to be the deco to come through in for Downfall. If you're unfamiliar with the term, it's your Desert Eagle. That is the pistols that the Downfalls guys have, and it's an eco, so hence deco.
Well, maybe I'm just thinking, in a round like that, you wonder how the comms are sort of sounding, and I was just wondering maybe if they were on the Vodafone network, maybe they would have been a bit more clear, but we'll have to see how it goes. The Kyson,
well,
maybe now signing up. So he's found two, well, one actually rather. 2D's got the second, and that's actually two great opening picks here. 2D has recovered the AUG, but there's a lot more that they have to sort of pick up here if they're going to win this round, but there it is, JHD. All onto just Danny G and ADK to take this one through.
I think that it would have been Chelios to purchase up that org, right? He would have had to. We see him on that.
Chelios
that
always on
Creed
the org,
when I
yep.
see him play. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would have. It's an interesting weapon, you know. It's never, I guess, since its destruction way back when in 2015, I think it was. It's never really been a weapon that's had any other adjustments, any other things that people opt to try to pick up again. So Counter-Strike is not for your scope weapons by your AWP, I guess, anymore.
I remember they had that little period. Remember, like when Furia was really good, that was the Org and Krieg meta.
For what,
Renegades
like
also will 100
4
Thieves. Yeah, no, that was like a year ago, a year and a bit ago. Yeah, maybe only a little while ago. But oh, what? How long had like the Krieg
like it would have been a quick time, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was like 3 to 6 months. Like it was not a long time
Not
at
bad.
all. Yeah, but that was when like Furia and 100 Thieves really rocketed to the top, and then that's when like I think it was that period where Australia struggled a little bit because they were like, how do we adapt? We're so used to using AKs and M4s, but Chelios always with it. But yeah, look.
Speaking of adapt, Downfall, they adapted the Deagles to come out. They didn't even put armor behind them. They are finally going to lose some members in the round, but they got into that A site nice and swiftly after finding the picks. They found them. The aggression from Roosters wasn't that well received. You got to give props to Downfall, able to bounce back in a key time. We didn't really see a key time in Inferno where they did, a bounce back time. That was well done.
Very, very well done indeed. They try to take mid. Roosters getting a little bit overzealous, and they do lose the 2 members early. JHD also peeking dry and does get punished for it. So Roosters in a position where, funnily enough, they're actually on the lesser buy. And again, one thing I do regularly find myself touching on is just that way of how quickly you can get AKs into your hand. But, CT, it's like you win a round and you've got a worse buy, it feels like.
Yeah. It's always the economy situation that Sponge likes to talk about as well. It's just like we need to see a change. T-side is a little bit too, I guess, relaxed when it comes to money at this current stage. I feel like you can get away with more.
Well, it's just like on the CT. You never want to drop below 2K, but if you're on the T side, you get that Deagle quicker than anything because you only need 1,300. Very nice.
Well, Chelios, man, this scout again.
That's what I mean.
He's just clicking heads.
He's actually insane. But it doesn't matter because it does still leave 3 of these Downfall members with the AKs in hand, and they are looking to head down towards this B bomb site. But 30 seconds remain, and already they know the rotate is starting to come in quickly. 3 members on towards this B bomb site, and the control of short already being established. Super ready for this. And I mean, look, Nedic, he doesn't have a rifle, but it's almost not going to quite matter. Flashbang heading over into the monster position. And now with the bomb aggressing up, they have to go, and they have to go quick. Bomb needs to go down. That's the importance here right now. It needs to get down onto this fight. And the plan is starting to happen. Luckily, just luckily, by the skin of their teeth, Bogeyman will be hot for the defense. But Nedic and Chelios, 2 of the sharpest players in the region, but there is the head ripped off of Nedic, and Chelios might be able to find it still. But no, luckily, they put down a bit of force on the return. Downfall 2-1, and a reset economy for the Roosters.
It's still quite a concerning situation, though. Chell, if he found that pick with the USP there, 1 versus 2, he would have pulled out the scout, looked for the angles to try and go in, try to do the damage. It's kind of looking like Roosters. Chell is hitting a couple of his shots as well, but we haven't even seen a buy round to come out from them, right? So it's still the really early stages of this game, and Downfall, this is the time where they need to get a lot of these rounds as well, because this is the map that they need to be winning to keep the dream alive in this matchup. Roosters, it's a landslide over of Inferno. It's a eventual triple boost that does make its way up to the top, but whether or not this is going to find a pick, you see it, sometimes happen, and if Elusive opens the doors and walks through, he might be able to.
Well, it takes so long that, by the time you actually get up there, half the time they've already heard the footsteps. So maybe, just maybe they've already dismantled the 2 members on the defense of this A site. So whether or not they're actually going to be able to do anything, but it's always exciting to see, Overpass was always the map with the famous boosts upon it,
The
whether it be
five-man
the
boost.
original Olaf boost or the 5-man boost from Spawn, as you know, the one that connects over towards heaven.
Did you know though there is another 5-man boost that you can do up on short where the T's currently are playing from? You can do the boost to look over towards the B site. It's a lesser known and lesser used one because you're way out in the open, right? But
Yeah.
man, you get a DAC up. You get a DAC up on top there. They don't know what hit them.
Just gives me nightmares. I still remember that was like one of the very first series that I watched back playing CS was the Olaf boost. And just
Before my time.
how it was received is so funny.
Well, Roosters, they're going to receive this round loss right now, downfall, making sure they ain't losing too many weapons over towards TCT's Danny G. Unfortunately, the dink isn't there, but Netic will steal the frag in the end. Finally, though, Mitch, we're going to have a purchase come forward for Rooster when they both do fall to the bomb. Didn't really need to save anything over, though. But yeah, here comes that first purchase. Chelio straight onto that AWP. So 2D, I want to see him upgrade. I want to see him throw away this Mac 10.
And I guess the other thing we can say, obviously, is go through a couple of these results that I'm just seeing in front of me as well. Always good to check out what other people are doing around, especially the teams that we're going to be seeing tonight. So Paradox have put a quite strong win up against Skyfire, 16-11. But we'll talk about that in a sec, because they're coming out B. Oh my goodness, crazy stuff. Danny G is going to be able to find at least one. Bogeyman good for the trade, but he does find a second as well. Netic defending. Picking up one, but now it's a 3-on-2. Lots of time to try and find it, but they're putting it in short. Netic, you can't be running into him, my friend. And Chelios with the collateral.
It's the pistol round all over again. minus Danny G's flank, but it pretty much was. Well, now 2D finally does have that AWP in his hands. He's going to go toe-to-toe against Cheliosu on that collateral. We'll be ready to do the old mouse 2-click, mouse 1-shoot thing. Up on back, waiting for the smoke. 2D to echo out the AWP. But yeah, it's, I guess, a round that you wouldn't have thought to go over to Roosters back then. When we do see the explosion, we did see Downfall starting to find all those frags as well. But some good positioning. Downfall maybe thinking it could settle. They could get the bomb down. Just getting caught off guard, I guess you'd say. Unlucky timings and Rooster onto another round. But yeah, now it's a new one. Spread defenses and JHD in a bit of an off angle. Moop ready on the chopping block. Not for a second though.
Good trade. Good trade. That's all I can say there. Very nicely done. Chelios still holding mid. 2D wants to peek him and the creep. Classic. There you go. The one-shot kill that's not quite. Chelios getting up and above there. I think that's the old left-hand peek, whatever you want to call it, finding each other first. But 2D unfortunately gets away with the leg shot. So still the bomb down. A little bit split these Downfall boys, but Rooster leading the charge. So that's what I wanted to mention as I got rudely interrupted by the actual game that we're meant to be talking about. How dare it?
How dare it?
But yeah, no. Paradox, 16-11 against Skyfire. And another team that also is playing is Marco managed to take 12 rounds off of Bantz. That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Huh. Well, in towards the B-bomb site now. Netic around the pillar. He's going to be charged with holding something off. He's only going to be good for one because 80k sprays through Monster. And he is the guy in the closet. You don't see him, but he's dangerous.
Indeed. So another round will be found by Rooster. They will be able to replenish their economy system. They've got everything that they will need, only the one lack of kit on ADK, but that's absolutely fine. They've got 4 to go with it, but Downfall only going to be on the gentle eco here. Just a couple of deagles. We did obviously see them win that second round, and there we go. Moop is actually going to take down Chelios. Crucial, and I mean, look, you know, we know it's a peak Chelios makes quite regularly, but having him punished does start to make him question what he actually sort of wants to do it. And there's that dedicated long player I was talking about, DHD. He's sitting, just waiting patiently, and he's going to find 2D. So that was that the AWP that was recovered from Chelios?
Yeah,
maybe.
it was. But now it is the remaining pistols. JHD very far up along the double peak is going to get the trade in the end. The AWP for Bogeyman as well. Now tell me, Mitch.
Oh!
Never mind.
Okay.
I was going to say, do you favor Bogeyman on the AWP? I guess we do now. It's a great flick onto Nedic. 2 versus 2. Damage being dealt from these pistols is already a good outcome in this round for Downfall. But they're in the prospect to win it right now. Moop, position that may be looked off guard by ADK.
Okay. What are you talking about favoring? Where are we? Look at this. What's happening? Another eco round that might go the way of Downfall. The AWP of Chelios is in the hands of Bogeyman, that famed Dragon Lore. But the massive factor in this one here is that neither of these players have Kevlar. Danny G, he does have the kit. He's got the molly, got the flash, got the smoke. He can get this one done. And obviously have to brush off a whole lot. But now, knowing where this bomb is planted, he can get the smoke grenade down and he can tap on immediately. Bogeyman gonna start to walk up and face. There's the first kill. Danny G tapping onto it. His booty sticking out the other side of the smoke. Will the spray secure? Will the spray secure? Oh, no! You did so much! Danny G, fearless. And that will be the rounds.
You just feel for Downfall at that point. Like, after taking a beating in Inferno, 1 map down, you think, come on, you got to give them a little bit of light. You got to show them a little bit of a crack in the door. But nope, it's just getting slammed shut, darkness all around, and well, they don't win the round, unfortunately, after such superb amounts of damage. But into the fresh one, we do have that AWP here for 2D. It's here for Chelios as well. But the aggression looking to be started off again from Roosters is just a staple in this matchup as a whole right now. The CT side, they're getting so aggressive, and Downfall, yeah, they may hold back, but they lose a lot of control in doing so.
Always. The second you get forced off, they'll sort of let a little bit of free reign. You know, they can sort of choose to reaggress down connector, whatever they may want to do. But obviously, I guess the main factor is here. 2 of these members already low. And it is actually going to be the change of pace, sending another member down long to hold from that flower pot. I do like the angle that we see on this B-bomb site. Holding Monster, doubling up. But it is only the 1 member in Kyson. Trying to feel that one out. Danny G does have the flash to at least venture over. Not going to spot anyone. So still plenty of time, plenty of control though. And now Rooster, they're looking to reaggress inside these toilets. But, I mean, they know that the A site can surely be taken. And Chelios, he's capitalizing on that now. But Elusive, he will find it. Now it's a 4v5.
I was going to say, with the time ticking away as far as it has, there's no chance for Downfall to even throw out a fake, really, unless they scoot on down through connector, but there's absolutely no time for that. Moop is going to clear JHD out through long, which is a really good position to have cleared out. The bomb goes down with a 2-man advantage for Downfall. I think in the money situation for Rooster, you're probably looking at a save right now. Your AWP is not even recoverable. So they're going to be down for the count in this round. Very well executed from a Downfall. Even on the beginning, where we saw the aggression from Rooster, Downfall did not falter at all. They didn't even lose a single member.
Well, this is the kind of result that you want to see, isn't it? You know, we start off on a map, 16-6, very, very one-sided. And then all of a sudden, you're going, maybe this isn't going to be a 2-0. Maybe Downfall are going to take it to that 3rd map, which, of course, is Dust 2. And you know how much carnage can be found on that map. It's just crazy. But it looks like Downfall... Okay, never mind. They've not recovered the second AWP. I was going to say, surely that one wasn't going to go ahead. But just the single AWP sent over, likely to 2D, of course. The rifles will be secured again. And Rooster, they've got enough to somewhat get the job done. What's Chelios got? Oh, okay, never mind. They got a pretty handsome-looking buy here. So that'll get the job done for sure. But if they are to lose this round, that will be the economic reset they don't quite want. No AWP for Chelios, meaning he has to play a bit more of a passive route. He will try and flash JHD up, and look at this now, trying to teach JHD how to play on the A side. Beautiful.
He's had his time out of the roster. He's looking a little bit rusty in the strategy department, but the frag department, nope, he's doing well. I'll tell you what, though, Dust 2... being that 3rd map, I kind of want to see it, you know? I want to see it for the changes, to see how these teams will play on it as well. Being, I guess you'd say, one of the early officials adopting on that new map. Not so much that, you know, I want to keep my predictions in a 2-1 true. I mean, it would always be nice, but Downfall, you know, their map pick a choice. I want to see why they've picked this map. And it's Dust 2.
Yep. Nope, absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. I don't blame you in any way, shape, or form for that one. Got to see always, you know, it's quite a common thing in the Australian region, or, you know, the ANZ region rather, to see a team pick their map and then they both take each other's maps instead of their own. Always a classic, especially in the top 3. And I guess that's what happens when you counter-strat each other, but counter-stratting isn't going to matter a whole lot. Moop finding the opening. 2D will get one back, and there's a spray. Look at these trades going back and forth for Danny G. Danny G, the one-man show on the B side. JHD walking on up. Can Lucy find the kill? No, he cannot. Rooster. There we go. A 5th round secured by the Blue Boys here on that CT side. And whether or not Downfall choose to buy, looks like they will, but that's going to be a reset economy if they are to lose this one. Both teams.
I saw in the Gav purchased up by Bogeyman, and because of it, he's got no armor and it has a Galil now. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That'd be classic Bogeyman if he actually had that bound, hey? Like as a buy binds. Wouldn't surprise me.
Buy binds, I forgot they existed, hey.
Chelios surely not. Okay. Eddie finding a couple of kills there. Chelios and JHD will go down, not quite able to find the wall jump onto the flower pot, but it doesn't matter. It's 2D. He's got his weapon of choice in the hand now, as Kyson will be able to at least find 1 kill onto Danny G, but it is traded onto ADK rather. Now they do have their sights set on towards this A site, but still going to be a challenge regardless. We do have the one member up here in Nedic. And we know how good he can be, even if he's all on his lonesome. Having flashbacks to Inferno right now. Will they clear the line? 2D has to find the shot, but he's got the Glock out already, and Nedic will punish him. The AWP recovered, and there's the BM as well. You love to see it.
Well, Downfall only needs 6 on this T side. If I say if they find 6, they find pistol, they're good. You know, they'll be able to make a little bit of a comeback started on the CT side. It is the general side that you find more rounds on in Overpass for those as well. So I'm hoping that they get up to 6. Anything more would be really good.
No, exactly. 6, always good. You know, but you can hope for a little bit more. Roosters already starting to scrape towards that leading half. You know, finding potentially 8, 9, 10 rounds. Obviously still a possibility, especially if they are able to reset Downfall here. But 2D does get dinked, but finds the opener. That's the thing. The AKs always more deadly than the M4s. Chelios, though, from the heaven position, does find one, but there's Bogeyman again, finding the kill with the Deagle, and he can't quite spray it back. JHD, he's found the kill, so is Nedic. All of a sudden, this round has flipped completely on its head. ADK already spotting over towards Monster, but he reaggresses a little bit too hard. Kyson surfing his way onto the other side of the monster wall. But now, yes, Moop, his position, as you say, now it's all on the JHD. The sub in a 1v2, and Downfall cling to dear life there. What a back and forth round.
I'm kind of surprised that Kyson was able to find that frag, to be honest with you. You know, he's down to, I think it was around the 10 HP mark. He gets put down to 2 in the end. So there was a connection, but I thought he was going to fall and would be brought into the 1 versus 1 scenario there. Monster Tunnel is a bit tricky to play around, especially, you know, if your opponent has their angling right. But nevertheless, it is really good to see that Downfall do find that round. They move over in a 1 where you may align it being a 6-6 at the end of this. But pistols, we've seen what damage they've done tonight. We know that the, I guess, eco half by pistol rounds are persuasive enough to round. So I don't put it past Rooster to be able to do something here. But if you let Downfall creep up through long any further, they're probably going to take the free site, and then it's going to be a bloodbath. The rotation for Roosters early is good.
Well, they better get their running shoes on right now, of course. The wrap back, JHD might actually be able to catch off a member here on the way out, but Bogeyman be hopping onto the site. Not sure where he exactly he wants to try and plant. But look at this positioning already. JHD, he's picked it up. There's the first kill. Now Moop has to try and swing in. He will find the kill, but Chelios, he's already found one back. Luckily, though, for the teammates of Downfall, they found a couple of kills. However, Chelios being a bit of a bee in the bonnet of this roster now. The bomb is on the wrong side. Chelios will turn from that flash. It's going to be a struggle to try and defend this one, but Elusive will be able to find it. Downfall, they tie it up. And not only that, but they knock the socks off of the economic position for Rooster.
Carnage does not disappoint by any means. You know, we see the frags going back and forward in the hold of that A side. Interesting enough that Bogeyman, didn't really know where he wanted to plant it. He was just hopping around at the back of the site thinking he'd plant reverse default. Maybe he would plant default, but then JHD to peek out of bathrooms threw a little bit of a spanner in the works. Good to see, though, Downfall did settle down to win that round. And now they're setting up to potentially take the lead here. Elusive able to open up on to Chelios, but could be traded if he can't escape freely. Lucky enough he can.
Very safe. JHD will go for that peek. Elusive knows, but he's not going to re-peek into it. Probably playing the smart game there. Always good. Now, the movement in towards the top of the site. Connector, JHD, is going to be pushed down, and unfortunately, he's going to meet his fate very, very quickly. So in this 3-on-5 Downfall with the massive advantage, no Kevlar on any of these Rooster members. And I mean, they're going to be facing off against Nedic shortly, as it does seem that they are very, very keen on heading up towards this A-bomb site. The footsteps now heard, and they are going to move on in. The flash is there, but it's not quite going to work for them. It looks like Nedic will go down. No, I'm a liar. He gets one. And of course, you know who it is? It's Moop.
Yeah, Moop
at least he's having a better game this one, though.
He is. He definitely is. But he's still the intended target of anything miscellaneous in this game. You know, stray bullets, unintended player, utility. It all was going his way over at Inferno. It's kind of trickled over into this map here. But yeah, in the frag department, in that the team dynamic department, definitely looking like he is being rewarded a little bit more in this game for the battles. But speaking of rewards, there's more money in the pockets of Downfall right now. They got a way better purchase. It's the FAMAS for Rooster and a couple of M4s. Can't get it started. And the point, in fact, Moop to find Chelios.
Yeah, great opening there. Always good to see players on the aggression taking down Chelios. Very, very early on. He is typically the one that does show himself first, you know, typically taking those AWP lines. And the awkward thing here for Rooster is if they're unable to win this round, Downfall, they're not only going to be able to win or buy, rather, regardless win or lose. Rooster, if they do go down, they're going to be on a very unattractive looking buy, and Moop does rocket his way through the short position. And now that Molotov will be smoked as they do actually choose to fall away. Already the rotate coming down through the door. Nedic, good for one. That is the bomb dropped. They can recover it, but they're in a bit of an uncomfortable situation now, knowing that they're being pincered, but they're going to chase, they're going to hunt. And Nedic, he's got a big task ahead here, but he's not going to be able to quite defend that A-bomb site. Now Bogeyman, after finding the pick, getting the rocket on, heading up towards this site, but ADK, the bomb dropper here, putting on a bit of a defense of his own as he will pick up two. But it's Bogeyman once again to find the additional kill. But Danny G, man, very, very well played by Rooster there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
maybe they were
good effort though.
Maybe these, I was going to say, Dion, maybe these Rooster players, you know, maybe they checked out defensecareers.mal.nz. Maybe
got a little bit of their
they're
defense
so good at protecting, you know. Hey.
Oh, we do love a protect. Here we go. I said for Downfall to get 6. They've gotten 7, which is better. It'll help their chances when they do go over to the defensive side on this map. Elusive, a bit of damage early on. But, you know, Roosters forcing up in the last round is a bit of an interesting one as well, right? Because if they did lose it, they'd have pretty much nothing in this last round to contest with. So, cool to see for the status of this game, the nature of the game, that they do win it, to keep this last round here really high on the hopes for everything for the big battles right now. So we'll see what's going to happen. A minute on the clock to still play with. On the back of the smoke here, Chelios does lay in wait a crossfire with JHD. The only one with the kit, I might add.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of play position. Now they've got to be ready to see if Moop is going to wrap around. Very, very smart to see what he's done here. The IGL for Downfall. Of course, trying to take control of Divider. He's made a lot of sound. He's done a lot of work, but unfortunately, JD will smell him out. And now it does look like Downfall. 35 seconds remain. There's not really a whole lot they're going to be able to do in holding this one off as Danny G. He does pick up 2 kills. 2D good for the trade, but look at Chelios already gunning down that connector position. And now the site, 2 members already there waiting. Bogeyman good for 1, but that will be that.
A good half, all things considered, you know. 8-7 is as close as it can get, and moving over to the side of the CTs with that advantage as well is, I guess you would say, the general outcome of what you would see rounds these days anyways. But the switch up, anything can happen. Downfall putting up a better scoreline in the first half than they did in the last map in its entirety. So they're going to be in for this one. The CT side, if they find the pistol, we even things up 8-8. They would have a better purchase as well, but Roosters, you know, they get a bomb plan here, a couple of picks. You'd expect them to force up, but it's going to be the monster stack to start things off. Bogeyman, a shot onto ADK. Elusive, also good for 1. Utility being utilized very nicely right now, and the T's, they're ready to get their heads whack-a-mole off.
Maybe it's the CTs, though, that are going to be experiencing the whack-a-mole. As Chelios and JHD, they do actually afford themselves a couple of kills, and Nedic is going to punish 2D for trying to push in on the flank, and now Bogey, he hears exactly what's going on, but they've actually slowed it down just a little bit. Chelios, that famed P250 in hand. Bogeyman now knows he hears the footsteps, there's the kill. Ooh. Holding firm, and 3. Up. Come on, brother. You can't let Chelios peek ya. It's going to happen. But there is the bomb plan, at least being attempted. Both of these members are going to start the slow walk in. Can Bogeyman get the 4K? Or will Kyson close it? It will be the latter. As that is going to be a tied game here, Dion. 8-8. As Downfall win a very much needed pistol.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. To get back into this game, they needed it to start their CT side off right. They needed that pistol, and they've got it. They'll have the purchase. But as I did say, you know, Roosters, if they got the bomb plant down and they got a couple of picks, they will be going into this round with a purchase, and they're doing that as well. Donation of weapons changing on over. JHD is going to be without armor backing up this Galil, but look at the scarce utility they have. 2 smoke grenades. I'm expecting them to go down on toward the site, looking like the B site right now. Actually, maybe A with the split. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting them to be thrown, and then maybe they go into the site. If they use them and throw them into the wind, they're going to have to try and go into the site dry to take it in the end.
So the slow walk over through mid, giving Downfall a lot of respect. Despite the fact that, you know, both of these teams are actually in a very interesting sort of position economy-wise back and forth, but it's not going to matter a whole lot. Just all a time game now. The Downfall side, they seem to be pretty settled in not really trying to take control of a whole lot. They've got the 1 member up close in the bathrooms. That will be Kyson, a big task ahead if they do walk towards his crosshair. And it looks like they certainly will be as well. Chelios, man, the shadow is seen, but it's not going to matter. Chelios, sharp as ever. That nade could do some work, 2D, some damage. He's not going to quite be able to hit that shot, only with the scout here, and the smoke grenade will force him back. Moop good for 1 with the nade, but it's going to be a 4v4 retake, and a very challenging one at that, Dion.
Yeah, and Bogeyman's the only one with a piece of utility to blind out the Rooster members, as well. A single flashbang elusive on the smoke. But look at this. There's no kits right now. There's no chance to turn 10 seconds into 5 seconds on the defuse. And when it comes to Counter-Strike, especially in a retake scenario, 5 seconds is that important that it is going to force these Downfall members onto a save right now as well, which is kind of unfortunate. It's actually very unfortunate. You know, if they had a little bit more utility, if they had a kit, they could have potentially gone for it. But this is like what we saw in the beginning of this matchup as well. You know, we see Rooster find the pistol, then it's the reverse. The second round goes to Downfall. It is the backwards way though here. We see Downfall win that first round. Now it's Roosters. No one can contain themselves in round.
It's always something that I expected though. Look, at the end of the day, you know, when you're a team like Downfall, on the CT side, that's where I feel like they fall away. You know, that could be their downfall, bad meme. But it's like, whenever you see a really, really solid team, just like fundamentally, you know, aim, synergy, whatever you want to call it, they always seem to overwhelm a lot of these teams. And now, you know, it's a full save, and they're just going to be... Okay, never mind. All right, casters... I quit casting because apparently I just say the wrong thing.
Caster's curse is a real thing. For those of you that think it's not, no. I swear,
There's your
is that
example,
the second or
guys.
third time today.
That's like the second... Oh, one covered, to be fair.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's true.
that's
Two and a
just-
half.
That's
Two and a
just
half.
crazy. 2.5, yeah. Man,
Oh, man.
that's crazy. Anyway.
Is this where we see the back and forth, though, in this game? You know, 9-9, we've seen 8-8 as well beforehand. But yeah, I'm expecting the big plays to happen. There's a force here for Rooster. The AKs, a Mac-10, a Deagle as well. JHD, you know, the super sub to come in for Roosters. He's kind of donating everything over these days as well. So we'll see what he can do with the lackluster weaponry in the round. But the creep up towards B from Roosters is what I'm liking. There's a little bit of defensive here from Downfall, but now they have to hold off the site.
Bogeyman, great positioning up short here, holding firm, and obviously Elusive has that position as well. Now the bomb looking to be planted. Not gonna be able to find it though. Yeah, look at this. The Molotovs actually managed to sort of keep them away for a little bit of time. 80k will be taken rather low, but Moop in the exact same light does find the kill back. Chelios will go down alongside 80k. Elusive another. JHD rather good for one, but now it's Nedic inside this one. Oh, he's Heaven. Don't tell me they've... No, they haven't planted for Heaven. Never mind. I was going to say, if they planted for Heaven, that could have actually been huge, but...
Yeah.
Anyway, not quite. Master Chief with the music kit says no. As Downfall do find a 10th.
It is very rare in CS these days that you see a bomb plant go, you know, down in a 5v5 circumstance, especially on a map like this. You know, everyone had rifles. There was 3 CTs on the site for Downfall, and the bomb still gets planted 5 versus 5 scenario. Usually you would accumulate that with being very confusing in the round to hold off for both teams, you know, holding off the bomb and holding off the site to then try and get the retake in as well. So really well played for Downfall to, I guess, only lose a single member in that retake there as well. Really give it to that one, especially, you know, with how formidable we've seen Roosters tonight.
You know, Roosters very, very firm, and I guess the buy after buy after buy may pay off eventually. Obviously, still not in the greatest economic position, Downfall. You know, I mean, they haven't chosen... They could have invested, as James hits a very nice shot onto Chelios. Very nice. I mean, yeah, they could have reinvested a little bit more if they so chose, but when you're hitting shots like that, what's the point? Danny G, though, let's find the trade. 2 members holding control of Monster quite firmly, but let's just say, yeah, as you mentioned, it's nice to watch this map much more than what we saw on Inferno. Like, Downfall, clearly comfortable here. They've got much more team synergy on this map. Maybe we just saw them, yeah, as you said, warming up. First map, first of the LPLP season. Season number 2. And now ADK finding one back, and that will be the site secured, as Nedic will get that bomb plant.
I think one of the best things about this map right now is Moop doesn't have his face on a wanted poster. Everyone's not gunning for him, which is one of the best things to see. He's able to at least, you know, get out of, I guess, the first point in contention in this map, the first hot zone where fights happen to play with. And now, you know, 25 HP isn't the greatest, but Nedic's on 8. Time starting to tick away. No more utility for the boys to play with to try and get this bomb plant down. Moop is going to find info on an ADK, and Nedic and ADK both find the picks. And well, we balance out again in this game, Mitch, 10-10, and as you did previously touch upon, the 4 stops eventually work, and it's worked out a little bit early for Rooster as well.
As you know, I've played a lot of, well, just games in general, but a lot of Counter-Strike with Ecal from Paradox, who will be watching in the very next game, which is exciting. But we have the old adage, which is force until we win, and it looks like they've done that, so that's always nice. But at least 2D, he wasn't happy with losing that previous round, as he's going to open up nicely on a Nedic. It's not often in these officials you'll see a very aggressive monster peak, but when it is rare and sudden, it does sometimes catch these members off. So great opening pick found by the young man.
Well, we're going to settle down. Oh, they're doing the pixel boost to put a player on top and creep over. I have mixed feelings about this boost right now. I usually like to see the ones jumping on the railing. So this, I don't even need to break it down. Oh, he screwed up the timing.
Oh, no!
He would have found the frag there as well, man. Like, they would have been none the wiser. Usually you see that done on the back of the railings where I guess, you know, you wouldn't make noise or jump up or you'd be vulnerable. But when you do it there, your head's creeped and safeguarded. But for right now, you know, the frags being found by the CTs on the side. They're lucky enough to be escaping with these frags after what I was expecting to be the beginning of this round. Danny G is going to get penalized for pulling out the utility. Oh, things just crumbled for Roosters in that round.
What a round. I don't even know how to feel there, but at least now we see Rooster. Well, Rooster are going to have to force again. You know that. They've only got 1,700 sort of an average. So, I mean, still technically a winnable round. They've got the Deagles. They've got the AK in the hands of Chelios, which is wise. Again, I actually, to be honest, I probably personally think, you know, give it over to Nedic half of these times. But there you go, the big nade from Kyson. But yeah, look, Downfall, they finally find themselves in a position where if they win this round, they've got plenty in the back behind them.
Well, I think it's okay that Chell does have the AK-47 in his hands right now. We know how powerful he is, don't get me wrong. He is currently leading this scoreboard right now for Rooster on 15. Look at this. They've been managing to creep up very far in this site. ADK is just still sitting on that pixel right now, boosted up, asking Chelios, hey, come boost up on my face again. Maybe second time lucky, and he's going to creep out. Here we go, Mitch. Don't fall. Don't fall. There it is. One tap. That's what I was expecting to come. That's what
Made it happen.
Yeah.
Made it happen. Made it happen. Guess good memory from them. Probably you know, a couple of those Western Digital black hard drives. But 80k? As I make a very poor sponsor reference, he does find himself a couple of kills. And what did we say? If they found this, if they Downfall found this round, it might be pretty good for them. But now we see 2D in a 1v3.
Nah, come on, James. Just bring out your pistol. You don't need to use the boomstick in this apartment. That's, a bit ambitious there. He's going to have to seal the deal. He doesn't... The thing that you have to feel about for him in this round as well, he doesn't know how low these guys are. He doesn't know how close he would be from winning this. JHG's just running around with his knife out. No scope? Big scope. Alrighty. They're going to try and knife him. He could go back.
He might go for this. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
Hang on just a second.
Medic.
Is he? Yeah, he's got it. He might have it.
He's got it. He's
Hang
got
on.
it.
He's got it.
He's got it. Almost. James! No way! You're never going to live this one down as well. He's going to mention that when the game's done.
Oh my god! James, why? You're meant to lose those rounds, dude. Oh, his ego's already big enough. His ego's already big enough.
Man,
and do you know what? Do you know what?
It comes back like
that pause. That pause is just to rub it in. 100%, dude.
Yeah. Chat's coming out. Oh, I'm actually like, I'm right in the face of that one, man. Like, I don't know how you're letting him do that. You're disconnecting from the bomb site when you know how quick of a rotation it technically is from B up to A. We've seen that happen, you know, before in the big games. You know, one thing that comes to mind is Genuine versus Order over on Inferno when Skull Hunter pulled off a Ninja Diffuse. 2v5, but technically 1 versus 5 because they left the site, right? You have to stay on the site. You can't leave it.
Indeed. Nah, man, I don't know. Honestly, like, you can't overthink those ones too hard because I realized the second like Nedic got to connector, that was when they knew that it was a possibility because I saw him just like stare at a wall. I was like, all right, round's done. Round's pretty much done there. Yeah, exactly. So I guess in those sort of situations, you just got to sort of rub it off and let it move along because as we were talking about, you know, Downfall, the fact that they were able to secure that round, I was going to say it was going to be an eco from Rooster, but no, as the adage continues, they will force until they lose the game or win.
What's happening here? It's another force up from Rooster, but through the smoke, ADK doesn't even need vision. If he was allowed to escape with a second there, I would have said, well, I mean, James is allowed to sneak with a ninja defuse. Why can't you shoot some bullets through a smoke and find frags? It's going to be a different circumstance, though, as the main advantage for Roosters, once again, on the force up.
How does he find that? That's bomb.
He wins the hard ones, but loses the easy ones.
Yeah, well, look, you know, just the fact that he's got a dink as well. Luckily, Chelios will find the kill. But yeah, that was massive play to even be able to find that kill. I thought the second, you know, Danny G did start running through that position, he might have been able to find it. But look at this flank as well from Kyson. Could be big. There's the damage already dealt. There's the bomb too, but now the kill is found on the trade. That's Chelios again. 3 huge kills. And now they can actually choose to hightail it up to this A site potentially. Yes, they will be heading that way. They're not going to close the connector door. They do want to get a move on quite quickly. We've seen 2D win this exact circumstance, except with an additional player. He's got the kit. What's he going to do here?
Well, you know that Rooster aren't going to leave the site when the plant happens now and it starts to tick away down to its 5-second mark, I guess you'd say. But 2D can't quite get the timing on Shell.
What a
One
round.
step sharper. 4K in the round. And yeah, that's 100% to a T. What a round to come through from Rooster and what a round to come through just from Shell. He breaks into 20 frags in this game. Granted, Bogeyman has 21 frags. When did that sneak past us?
Well, look, every single person across the board looks to be doing quite well as we do move into another pause here. So I guess, you know, what a better time to sort of break down, I guess, what we've seen across the board from these rosters. You know, no real player I've found. You know, obviously on Inferno was a bit of a different story, but now on Overpass, we actually see all the players firing on all cylinders, which is always kind of cool to at least experience. You know, every single player has had a moment where they've either, you know, made a nice like impact frag or a good hold or a multi-frag or whatever. So really nice to see, you know, Downfall back in this one because they obviously have given it a bit more gusto, I suppose, this map in general. 12 to 11, they are on an eco now, whether or not they choose to force. But I guess this whole T-side has just been a story of the T-sided economy, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's also like, you know, Overpass being the map of Downfall's choice. They're way more comfortable going into this than Inferno. They know that they're a map down. They'll be hungrier for this one as well, of course. So everyone firing up is really good to see. But also, you mentioned the T-side economy. Rooster haven't really been respectful of their economy in this half as well. They've just been forcing up time and time again. And granted, sometimes it's worked, other times it hasn't. And now that we've got this pause happening, I'm very well expecting another purchase to come forward from them. You know, it's generally the time that we see in our region when a pause happens, the T-sided team just runs straight in towards one of the bomb sites.
No, exactly. I think there is a possibility that we're going to see, obviously, a force come out of the CTs as well. You know, being on that sort of double eco position. You know, I saw a few players before we swapped over on that sort of like 1500 sort of side. So, you know, obviously that is a thing that can happen here. But I guess with that being said, that's exactly what I was sort of batting down on. Now, you know, the fact that the Rooster side have just been able to force, and you know, basically have a respectable buy to a degree, just put JHD on the Deagle every round. Now, the unfortunate position on the side of Downfall means that if they force, then they're on a hard reset. And by that time, you know, it's 12-12 and then it's potentially 13-12. So it does get a little bit rough. So it is exactly the force we were talking about. Kyson's holding on to a little bit of extra money, get the ult for 2D. But if, Downfall win this round, lose this round rather. We're probably going to be looking down the barrel of a 13-12 in favor of Rooster, but potentially Downfall could lead the charge back.
Yeah, well, I've had my fair share of Overpass, and I would tend to back up the statement I'm about to make, that it's easier to find a round on Overpass when you're on the pistols on the T side than the CT side. Yes, you can do your stacks and everything, but there's a lot of, you know, it is a weird one, right? It is a weird one, but I've seen more T-sided half buys and force buys come out on top in this circumstance. So I'm going to really keep an eye on what Downfall are doing here.
Very important, very crucial. 2D, of course, no Kevlar, so it's going to be a little bit rough on the hold. And whether or not they're going for the boost here again, no, probably...
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
like
they are.
yeah.
Cool. It's worked. It's paid off. They don't seem to have sort of smelled it out just yet, but this time
The only-
Go on.
Oh, did Tyson spot it? I don't think he did. I was gonna say the only thing with that boost is you can't see like pretty much over all the side. If you do it on the railings, you can see quite a bit more. So it's a bit unfortunate there, but nevertheless, Netic finds the pick, and it's kind of sent Downfall running for the hills.
Indeed. I was going to say, they're keeping on trucking. We'll be watching some truckers in a little bit. But yeah, look, Downfall, you know, they're in a position now where they have to choose for the save, and it's, you know, a very, very grim looking save. I mean, it's going to put them into a better position to hopefully do some damage, and wow, what a shot. Do some further damage onto the Rooster economy, but man, off the back of that plant, you know, if they save all these rifles, it's just not going to happen for them, is it? You know, Downfall,
Yeah.
12-12 will be the scoreline, but that's just, yeah, the way of the CT side, unfortunately. If you can't find the steamroll and the continuous position that the T-sided economy, the momentum it gives you, yeah, the CT side can be a little bit rough.
Yeah, missing one key ingredient, I guess you would say, because if you do miss out that ingredient, what you're gonna eat in the end just tastes awful. And you know, after seeing your photo that you put on Twitter earlier, I'm really expecting that what you ate today didn't taste awful. It looked good.
Mate, there's
It looked good.
I mean, look, HelloFresh makes it easy, but working in a restaurant for 5 years doesn't exactly make you a bad cook.
Well,
I miss it sometimes. Yeah, then there'd be a concern. But nah, I do miss it sometimes. But look, the insurance game, it's pretty good.
Always welcome to come over and cook for me. Don't worry.
We'll make it happen. Don't you worry about that. But speaking of feasting, Rooster certainly getting onto that one right now. Oven roasted for 12 hours as they achieve the site. Only 2 members of Downfall remaining, just the 5-7 and the AK. But look, I suppose the position for Downfall here is something that they would have been expecting, you know, at the end of the day. Not a position where they were going to definitely win this round by any means. So they'd just be happy to try and get away. They've got the kit, they've got the Kevlar and an AK, along with a Galil to support it through, which will definitely give their economic position into the next round a bit of a boost. 2D will have the AWP from Kyson, and it will be basically, I suppose, the final real chance Downfall will have. Because they lose that one, it's 14 rounds, then they'll be on an eco, and then they'll be playing for overtime.
Nah, 100% agree with you on that one. And it's, I guess that's the circumstance that you do surround yourself with as well when, you know, you're at a 12-12 or a 13-13 position. You lose one round when your economy is balancing on the edge. If you are the team balancing on the edge and you don't win that round, especially when you're on the CT side, you're very hard pressed to try and come back in the game unless you win a shocking round that I guess your opponents shouldn't be letting you get. So it's going to be a very weird stance now in the playing department of how Downfall are going to play this round, right? Moop saves over with that AK-47. The AWP is not going to be coming forward as well. They're going to focus on the utility. Moop, he has money for a kit. If he's going to run down there without it, oh, man. Okay. Relying upon one kit in this time, man. Oh,
yep, they had the money for 2 kits as well.
And so 3. 2 of these on 400.
Oh, I meant 2 more, sorry. But anyway, yeah,
right.
we're on the same page. It's good, it's good.
Cool.
And also, just a reminder to everyone in the chat. Obviously, I can't see the chat right now, but I gotta give credit for Dion with it. It's like the delay on the voice. It's like a full second. So if we do overlap at any point in time, keep that in mind, guys.
It's almost like we have to get a little bit of mind reading happening.
On the same wavelength.
Yes. Well, it seems, you know, in this game, Downfall, their wavelengths have been overlapping a little bit better than the last map as we've talked about as well. But they are really taking their time. Speaking of Rooster, of course, in this one, down to 50 seconds, a lot of utility still to play with as well. They're just waiting for their smoke to fade on out, and then they're going to deploy their own utility. Blossom the smokes on the site, the flames to meet oxygen and really get some nice air. And look at that. 2 frags opening into the site. It's really going to be on a Kyson to do something now.
Pressure's on. And unfortunately, not quite going to be able to find it. But look at Moop on the flank and Elusive. How have they brought this round back? Now the bomb has been dropped. Chelios, though, will spot him out. And that should afford themselves with a bomb plant. But now the bomb on the opposite side. It's going to be a little bit of control that they have to try and take here. And Chelios and Nedic, you know they're never going to fall fate to a position like that. Chelios smelling it on the other side of the toilets as well. Wafting through. Bad meme, but it doesn't matter because they have found 14 here, Roosters. And the money on the side of Downfall, well, look, it ain't great.
Sometimes it's like, you know,
look,
how
the reference was clean.
You need it was definitely clean. The circumstance not so much, but
yeah,
it's always that point where you're saying, you know, you need to try and find which memes work with me and everything. All right, yeah, that works, but it's not the one, man. Tough times though, strenuous times for Downfall. 2D on an AWP, the rest of the boys on pistols. They found an opener into JHD, which is it is good ultimately, but Chell, you know, he's not going to be allowed to find this this shot again. Once bitten, twice shy. Downfall having nothing of it. Bomb still down towards spawn as well. I'm seeing the radar. Kyson might get some good rewardings here. They're not looking at him. There's the first one. Danny G. Can he get the trade? Kyson, he is stuck, but if he retreats here, he'd be all right.
Oh, wow. Damn. Okay, well, look, it definitely doesn't look like this game is going to be closed out just yet. The bomb is down quite a way away, and Kyson has certainly been menace over towards this site. But Chelios moving up. You know, he's never going to be stopped in these positions. Finding two. Chelios completely opening up this site, even jumping onto the other side of the sight box as well. He knows that there's a potential member around Monster, but 2D, he's going to be able to put a stopper to that. And now it's onto ADK in a 1-on-3. What pizza delivery does he have for us here?
Smokes down. Flames met in return. Challenging in the Flames is not the right idea. Downfall winning a round that they maybe shouldn't have if you weigh up on a scale all the weaponry. And I don't want to say cast a curse, but I think I have to at that point. You know, I did just mention that the money circumstance that we saw Downfall on, you know, if unless something weird happens in the game, unless Roosters aren't winning a round that they should, Downfall have a chance to bring it back. And that was that chance. That was that opening.
Yep, the exact opening that they needed. 2D, he goes for the Hero Orb, which was purchased by old mate Moop, and that is exactly what they needed. But this time, it's going to be ADK spotting the little noggin of 2D and whack-a-mole of his own mention, and that'll be the kill found. Now they're going to be going for this boost again. But look, look, this time, it actually does appear that there is someone in the barrels. So maybe they'll be able to find it, but not just yet, as 3 members up long, but the bomb is still down B.
Yeah.
So they've got to get a little bit of a wriggle on, depending on what they so choose.
And I like that from Roosters as well. You know, it's keeping Downfall hot on their toes. But yeah, you mentioned that Kyson to get all of the information in the world. If he found a pick there, yeah, it would have been all right. To try and keep Roosters from getting round number 15, sorry. Bogeyman and Elusive, though, on the B side to try and hold it off. Enough time to still scoot back up towards A, technically, but here comes the hit. Elusive picking his targets in the end. It got a little bit scarce for him. Too many bodies. Bogeyman good for one as well. Second one in the round 2 versus 2. Moop is here with the AWP. Oh! The bomb as well. Danny G, the last one alive, but a missed shot from Moop. He's just given an opportunity for Danny G to potentially win this round. Bogeyman's low. Bogeyman will get finished off as well. Back and forth action in the round. You don't know who's going to win it. And in the end, man, this is like what happened last night with Rooster and Skyfire that I casted, man. It was like this on Train.
It's tight. The game's hot and heavy. It's just crazy. Like, this is the CS that you wanted to see, you know? And as I mentioned, some of the seasons that we've had in the past, it's a little bit one-sided. You know, you get those really sort of top-heavy teams just walking all over the others. But this time round, we've got some fresh rosters, some fresh light. And this is exactly it. Because look, by technical default, Downfall should nowhere be near Rooster. You know, Rooster should be just walking all over them. But now, it's happening. It's getting done. And I'm really, really stoked that this is a scoreline that we're witnessing right now. 15-13, Downfall with another chance. But Rooster, they're going to have a purchase. No, actually, maybe, no, I don't know. It's just going to be wild regardless of whatever this next round goes.
Well, clearing out all of the corners right now, making their way, not downtown, it's over towards A. Very
Walking
close on the
fast.
corner, though, is Moop. Hey, I made a reference that you get.
Boomer meme.
Managing, though, to find Moop. Chelios to get traded out. The Pistols are starting to do it once again. Elusive, though, is stuck on the side. He will get cleared out by Danny G. A second one, a third one. Oh, now to try and find if he can at all possible. Netic on 1 HP is just, that's extremely unfortunate for whoever done the decisive blows on him. 2Ds are going to get heard out as well. Getting tapped. He's vulnerable when he misses it. I think we may be seeing a 2-2-0 here, and that'll be the solidification as well for Roosters. Got to give it to Downfall, however. They gave us one really good map to witness. Well,
Yeah, look, I'm very happy with that. I got to admit, like, you know, whilst we do see a 2-0 scoreline, it definitely towards the end didn't feel like a 2-0. You know, if we got to Dust 2, there might have been a little bit more excitement as well. Maybe, just maybe, like, I still feel like Rooster could have done some serious damage again. You know, you look across Rooster's map pool and there's not much they can't really play, I don't think. Like, they're pretty good across the board. So regardless, you know, they do end up as the victors, which is, I guess, an expected scoreline that we would have seen. But once more, you know, after the map that we saw in Inferno, a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky. Very, very cool to see Downfall show up to the party, because that, especially that last half, the whole game. Like, I felt like it was only tit for tat, 2 rounds or 1 round here and there, and it was just so back and forth.
You got to remember at one point as well is Rooster were forcing up time and time again on the T side. If they actually exercised a bit of caution there and they saved a round, they would have had better weaponry. They could have run over it a little bit more, because I guess to sum it up as a whole, as an overall, Rooster, they win 2-0. They were the better team of that battle as well, right? I guess you would say the expected victors for that best of 3 also. But yeah, that map of Overpass, I really give good props over towards Downfall on that one.
Yeah, no, for sure. Downfall, obviously, they will be knocked into that lower bracket, which is absolutely fine. They have another chance. And given the way that they have been, you know, putting up the scores and just showing the fact that they've got it in them to be a good team, I don't think that'll be the last we hear of them, which is really, really cool to see. Roosters rocket into the next stage of the bracket. So before we go to the break, guys, I just did want to give a big shout out again to our sponsors, of course, Konka Monitors, Vodafone, Western Digital Black, and of course, the New Zealand Defence Force. Check it out. And guys, I've been Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me is Dion Komodo Perrotta, and we'll be back with what will be Bantz versus Truckers with Attitude. And I hope they bring that attitude. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. What is going on, guys? As quick as we left, we are straight back into all the action. It is obviously Let's Play Live season number 2 for the CSGO game, at least anyway, that we are going to be witnessing once more. We did just see Downfall unfortunately fall out of the initial start to Rooster, which I guess we can kind of say somewhat expected to a degree. But now I guess probably one of the most hotly weighted matches that I guess we could say from personalities in the server. We now have Bantz versus the Truckers with Attitude.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one as well. We've seen a couple of changes with these rosters lately, as well as bringing Panic into the Truckers. He replaced Brace, which, if we know the roster of Bantz, Brace has gone over into that Bantz roster. So a bit of a grudge match, Mitch. I think you will have a little bit more to say on this one.
Yeah, look, obviously I'm going to have so much fun with this one straight up. Again, you know, Swede and everyone like that is, you know, people have been around, knew Swede from when he first started to play with like Ecal and that kind of back in the day. Panic, a very, very good friend of mine, you know, played LAN with him and everything like that. So really, really fantastic roster. The Truckers, super happy with how they settled in to what they've got with Panic now. They've had a really, really stellar run in the ESL ANZ competition, but they did actually manage to take down Renegades, which is the first ever team to take down that roster 2-0. And the second team to ever beat them from our region, which is awesome. But aside from that, we also have Bantz Gaming. So they are a really, really exciting roster to witness as well. Of course, as you mentioned, Dion, Race dogged the boys and actually headed back to the original boys. So Toby will be settling back into the Bantz roster, but I think you can probably break down these boys a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's the old story of the Mark and Larry crew. For those of you that were here for last season as well, they have been picked up by Bantz, and they're rocking the Bantz roster, as we like to all yell in the server as well. But we do love these boys, of course. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, though. If we were to sum up Bantz as a whole here, Falcon, Ruffleco, Race, Addict, and Motion, of course, picking up that roster. James, Ruffleco is the one that you'd tend to look towards for that big old rifle, but Motion on the AWP, I am really excited to see how he is going to stack up against Pineapple Zip in this game, to be 100% honest with you.
Yeah, well, PZ, he was one of the guys that had just an absolutely stellar performance in that very game where they beat Renegades the other day. So he is a guy that I've been watching for quite some time as well, not only on the Soju bottle, but also in the server. Fantastic dude, fantastic player. And the thing now is as well, on this side of the truckers, adding in Panic, you've got that versatile sort of double AWP setup that you're going to be able to see on the CT side, which is awesome. And I'm super excited to see how that actually does play out over the course of, the next little while. But yeah, as we want to talk about, Bantz, Ruffleco, he is the golden boy. The guy, he's got the biggest smile in the region, next to Iron, of course, but that is lesser known nowadays, given that he's moved over. But with that roster, they've just always. I actually played with them this last season, if you guys weren't aware. Unfortunately, I was too good, so I had to move off, and I had to pick up someone else, make it a bit more fair. And that's why they put me on the casting desk instead.
You played Overpass too.
I did.
You played Overpass. I remember that because I casted that one. Yeah.
Did we win? No, I can't remember.
No.
We took it to a third map though, didn't we? Against Paradox. That was
maybe,
good.
Yeah.
That was good. We did that.
The biggest thing that pops out in my mind is when you were looking the wrong way in short water. And you just got shot in the back. That's like the one thing
There was context for that. There was context for that, okay? Leave me alone. Anyway.
Conky is the door? Look. Was that the context?
The best part, what I wanted to say, the best part about this roster is that they've always been just that happy as Larry sort of thing. If you've ever been in the server with them, if you've ever been in the team speak with them or whatever it might be, they're just super happy to be there. They're really, really exciting to be around. And that's why I said this matchup was going to be so cool. Both of these teams are going to be going in as we are going to win this game. It's not going to be, these guys are really good, I'm a bit scared. They're just going straight down the barrel, and it's like, we're the best, both sides. Well, and I'm really excited to see how it pays off.
We've already gotten that from Falcon for you, shooting you over that message earlier today. But I think one of the biggest things that I'm most interested in for this matchup here, the Truckers have thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works, right? They've picked Valve's favorite child right now, as it seems, in Vertigo as the first map, which to me, I don't know how to feel about Vertigo, man. It's a bit of a weird one.
Vertigo is just exciting. It's got so many elements to it that just makes it crazy. There's still, I guess you can still consider it a new map in the region or in the pool in general. It's always exciting to see, people go toe to toe on this because there's only so much prac that they've been able to do. It's such a staple ban in the region as well, which is making it a little bit extra spice.
Yeah, spiciness. Truckers did beat Renegades on Vertigo 16-14, if memory serves me correct. So, maybe, Bantz were expecting to go into it tonight as well against them, but I still feel a little bit weird in seeing a pick come out from the Truckers in Vertigo, right? Because it is the only win that they've gotten on this map against Renegades. They didn't win it out against GZ or against the former Ice Sleep roster as well, which is now Skyfire. But yeah, going into Vertigo, I don't know where to put my finger on it in this one. One map win against, Renegades. You can't conclude anything though.
No, not at all. Not at all, because if it's any roster that's going to beat Truckers on a map that they beat Renegades on, it's going to be Bantz. So the Molotov, it goes up straight away, and that's actually going to flush out both Brace and Roffelko, but it's not going to matter. Roffelko swinging wide around this, the ramp, and this is why you love the map already. So much has happened in such a short space of time. And Panic does equalize. He's brought himself onto the first kill of the map so far. And in a 3v2, they are going to head over towards this B-bomb site nice and quickly. Smooth Crim will find a plant, and Falcon, with the famed first round CZ, will start to creep up the stairs, but he's going to wait for his boys to join him. Toby and James, what have they got for us on this B site retake?
Yeah, well, up through the stairs, utility being put onto the site now as well. No flashbangs to throw in, but 2 smokes is very helpful. Smooth Crim to spot out the head. Roffelko is already low. There's another one. Criminal to absolutely obliterate Bantz, bringing it back when we thought that maybe Bantz find the pistol round. I can hear a lot of stuttering in that chat there. We know that people are typing. We know what's happened there, man. Smooth Crim at 4K. Oh,
Smooth. All right, Liam has just gone, wow, so easy, dude. I love it. I love it. That's exactly what I mean, you know. Everyone needs to know as well, just in a preemptive sort of thing, there's always going to be, you know, funnily enough, the title of the team, Bantz, there's always going to be massive amounts of banter between these two teams, but it's all in good faith. So keep that in mind as first round picked up by the Truckers, and JD will also find the first kill on the round, moving up the scaffolding. And Brace will be forced back by that smoke grenade.
Yeah, the Truckers just steamrolling straight in towards the A site. They can get the plant down, but a flashbang through Addict, and somehow Falcon got through to danger. Couldn't quite find a single pick as the frags are coming left, right, and center. The Truckers, they do win it with their weird music hit of Panic in the end.
Oh, do you know the best part? I need to go in the best part. He doesn't even have the sound on. Like, he doesn't even use the 10-second timer. He has it on brilliant. Just to be an idiot.
I love that, man. I absolutely love that. But no, so we do move over into a pause coming out from the Truckers as well. You know, they get the first 2 rounds on the board, and they're going to be up into their weaponry as well. But this is where I guess that you may feel coming into this, the Truckers be a little bit relaxed, potentially after, you know, I am going to touch upon the Renegades thing a little bit, right? Because it's not every day, it's not often that you can say, hey, we beat Renegades, right? So going into this map, the Truckers, it's pistols on Bantz. They'll have an idea of the pistol or the purchase of Bantz right now, and they just got free reign over in the B bomb site. Swede is going to get taken out by Motion and a 16 HP for that play, which is, you know, a good opener. But once again, it's just going to be a stampede over towards this A site.
Exactly right. U2 will go down, and Panic starts to swing, does have the Mac-10 in hand, and he's actually going to go down. Certainly being punished for making the push happen, and now Falcon does try to swing through, but PZ will find the kill. JD also good for another, but Addict, he's found a kill in the process as well, and now it's all onto just Addict. And he quite just won't be able to find it, but a 3-0 start from the Truckers. And before we truly get into it, when it will be Bantz picking up their full buy. Yeah, exactly. For anyone watching at home who doesn't exactly know too much about Australian Counter-Strike, so Renegades, or formerly known as Greyhound, the one that we keep mentioning about Truckers, the victory over them, they are firmly and have been firmly the best, unarguable best team in the region for God knows how long. And it's just so far gone. You know, they've 2-0'd Liquid on LAN. They've beat Evil Geniuses. So it's like, you know, they're just too good. And unfortunately, not a lot of the teams in the region have been able to keep up. So a victory, let alone a 2-0 victory, is big tings. But big tings, as the B site will be taken by Truckers.
Oh, that is perfect from Addict to find those 2 frags. He will get a little bit of damage to his body through the flames, but it is the man advantage for Bantz right now. There's a kit for Addict, and we'll see them utilize that potentially as the bomb does look to go down for Smooth Crim. Very vulnerable, however. JD burning alive nearly completely. 96 tick. The HE grenade to finish it off in the end. Smooth Criminal taking a bit of damage from that as well. A 4K potential for Addict right now with Smooth Crim. We saw him clutch it out earlier. There's another 2, but the third one can't quite connect. Addict lucky enough to escape from that one. A 4K from him. More chat going through. You know that there is the big messages exchange between these guys, but that importantly will be the first round on the board for Bantz. Does everyone have a different music kit in this game, by the way? That's 3 different ones I've heard.
Yeah. I think I've had the noisier one literally since MVP music kits came out. I remember like every time I've loaded into a computer like that's not mine or whatever, and you hear the original music, it's just like, oh my goodness, what is that?
Yeah. I'm a fan of the neck deep one myself.
Yeah, no, not bad.
Here we go. New round. 2 opening picks from the Truckers. Down in the HP department, though, PZ and JD on those exchanges. And this is where you would see them settle down. You know, they've done the early damage. They're going to let Bantz reassess themselves and see how this round will turn out. Corners to be cleared. Everywhere to be looked after. And you would expect probably no sneaky shenanigans to come out from the Truckers right now. That department will have to be controlled by Bantz.
For sure, and in a 3v5, Bantz do need to certainly re-establish some of that control. It does look like the A site will actually be left for the time being. Nade coming out from Addict, not quite going to be able to find anyone. And whilst we got a little second on the round, speaking of Addict, he was like that prodigy pick. You know, no one really knew a whole lot about him before he came up. So out of all the players in this roster that you've heard of in the past, Addict is certainly that newer one, so it's been nice to see him play well. But now Falcon, can he find these 2 kills? Oh, he's pushing for it. Paddy, can you find a couple? No, not quite. Only the 1 kill there. Smooth Crim holding firm, but now Motion and Addict on the way back in. It's a 2v2 on this bomb site now. Smooth Crim will be tagged up. Motion, though, tagged up very, very low in the Molotov. Panic holding the line, so will Smooth Crim, and they won't need it. Panic and Smooth Crim appearing to be the dynamic duo. As Truckers, they will find a 4th, and that is going to be an economic reset for Bantz. An eco round will be dealt with.
Man, all I'm hearing is the ticks in that chat. Hey, everyone's having a ball, it seems, right now. If I had to guess, though, it's probably Swede typing, right?
Nah. I'd say Ruffleco. Nah. PZ, probably.
Yeah, maybe Jordy, yeah.
Yeah. Depends on who, like, it depends, yeah. I don't know. Depends on who's talking who, but anyway. Swede does find the nade kill. Oh. And a couple of more as well. Oh, man, go for it. Just give him the ace. Just nah.
Can we get a ban on Smooth Crim for ace stealing?
Yeah, dude, what the hell?
Double digits already for Smooth Crim, though. Nice and early is quite nice. Well, I say nice and early. We're moving over into the 7th round now, where we do have another purchase coming for Bantz, which is always good to see. AWP for Motion and Pineapple Zip as well. So I did mention this in the pre-game. This is what I was kind of waiting for, but I guess I wasn't waiting for it on Inferno, right? It's verticality. It is what Inferno is known for as well. The different changes, the different style of a Counter-Strike map. We'll wait and see what the AWP can do, because the CTs, they are laying down the law over on this B-bomb site right now.
Yep, a firm hold indeed from the Blue Boys on Bantz. Molotov will put JD very, very low, but he will at least be able to live on for a little while longer. Falcon going to be holding firm, taking down PZ, running into the smoke, not quite going to hit JD as he does have to recreep up onto the other side. And Paddy, he will find it, not quite the 4th. Ruffle go to solidify the final kill. The Bantz, they hit 2. Truckers, not quite going to be reset yet. They can afford plenty to buy whatever they do need. Motion will be able to get the AWP back in hand. Falcon will be able to buy himself as well. So Bantz certainly in a position where they could find themselves being reset into the next. But then again, Truckers, their money isn't too far ahead either. So both of these teams at a relatively equal position. But look, at the end of the day, as many rounds as you can on the T side for Vertigo, big plays.
Oh, 100%. What would you say is the crucial number?
I feel if you've got sort of 5 or 6, you know, that can really sort of start to bring it through. But the thing is, the map's so versatile, you can never tell if it's going to be T-sided or CT-sided. You know, sometimes even team play styles can change that. You know, it's not always 100% of the time a sided map, you know?
Oh, switch to Falcon
JD,
and he gets
we'll find
instantly destroyed. Over towards the B site. Swede extended through. He will spot out one in CT spawn, but Ruffleco good for the trade. The bomb, though, still hasn't really made its reveal just yet. We'll be waiting to see what that's going to turn out. We know it, that it's over at the A side. I'm liking that Brace has decided to re-go behind the sandbags. This late in the round, you generally wouldn't expect a counter-terrorist player to be sitting there. So hopefully it is cleared out, but PZ's going to get caught off guard with utility in his hand. Brace, he gets the man advantage over for the Truckers, but as quick as he found it, it's equalized out. Balanced back over, though, and if the chat plans happening, Smooth Crim on for the clutch yet again.
Oh, I was going to say, this is such a Smooth Crim round to win as well. Like, he can pull these ones for sure. There's the kill. The Molotov. Is it going to stop him, though?
Oh, there's no time to replant.
What's he doing? Oh, he's got it.
Nah, motion.
Now he knows. Now he knows. Motion. Oh, he's done it. Jeremy, you madman.
Doesn't matter if
That's
you lose
crazy.
your life
Well done.
after the round, you'll still win the round in that position. And Bantz, you know, that's what they wanted. They wanted to make sure they won that round, even if it cost them their weaponry, which, you know, moving over into the 9th, it isn't all that dire, right? They've still got a lot of utility. The weaponry's here. If they find the opener, hey, they're great for it. The Truckers as well, they aren't on their greatest purchase ever that they'll see in this game too. So it's pretty balanced out, all things considered. The real key in this round, I would say, though, Truckers to try and bring it back, because money situation is going to be broken no matter which way you look at it right now.
So I'm just looking over the corner to my cat, who decided to just put his head under the water bowl and tip it over. So here we are. That's what I'm dealing with. But, you know, that shows me of being an animal owner. But that's okay, because it's fine. They make me happy at times. And so does casting Counter-Strike, because the Truckers, they, despite being on the 4 spot, at least found 1 kill onto Motion. That is the AWP down. Smooth Crim has it in his hands. Falcon, will he be spotted out? Not quite, but he doesn't get a kill in the end. It will be Brace. Toby Barnes from the back of the site, trying to hold down for as long as possible. Smooth Crim, though, finds the trade, and there's Addict picking up the 4th for Bantz, and this is exactly the game you wanted to witness right now. It would be wise for the Truckers to save, and there is going to be a cheeky pause just to rub salt in the wounds on either of these sides. What even is going to go on right now? Like, I can't even tell. Did Truckers force, like, what?
There's still rounds to play with after this as well. It's really going to be about the long game on this half right now. We're starting to come to the ending positions as well. The ending timings in the half, I would say, rather. So it is going to be, all right, we purchase here, we lose it. How many rounds do we have to eco? How deep in the grave does that put us? If we win it, all right, we're hot and pretty, but can we win it? You know, there's really been no stellar plays that have happened in this game so far. Yeah, we've had those little individual showdowns, but there's no real, you know, player that's time and time again doing it. So it is going to be the eco route now for the Truckers. They're taking the more passive route in the
already out mid.
But it's the aggression in mid, and Panic to open up onto Addict. The swing from Ruffleco, though. How many more are you going to be able to find here?
Brace is already there to join him, and all I can think of in my mind right now, Dion, is how you said hot and pretty, and I tell you what, all 10 of these boys are exactly that. But they will indeed need to play Counter-Strike today instead of being handsome. And in the 4v4, JD's actually picked up the AK here. None of them have Kevlar, so can't be swapped upon. But for the time being, at least they can settle. Just waiting to see what control can be made. Rufflecoat always being a bit of a menace as he's smelled out the push towards the A side already, holding firm. It's just going to be the question, are the Truckers going to be able to find this site with what they've got? As Motion is there waiting in the wings. If he finds the right timing, could be a little bit deadly for the Truckers. Ruffleco is also there, and there's the opener.
Yeah, it's interesting enough that JD does have that AK-47 because Smooth Crim's been topping the server right now. JD's also the one planting that bomb. In this circumstance, you don't want your bomb planter to have your rifle, but if you're doing that with the Desert Eagles, it is okay in my eyes. Still the man advantage for Bantz. those truckers getting that bomb down does certainly help their circumstance in the money department for next round, where we will have those massive purchases. Kit's here in Brace's hands. Motion to find Pineapple Zip. Is this down to Smooth Crim? He's getting pressured. Another one dig right now, but Motion up on top. Elevated will find the closing of the round, and we balance out now 5-5. This is cool.
Smooth Crim is 17-4, just so you know.
Hold W.
He is
Goes
like,
well.
do you remember back when he quit? How sad it was that day? Like, that was back on the Atletico roster, where I think, I can't remember the exact lineup, but it was like the Atletico roster that was doing really well, like really well.
Smooth Crim, was it
then Smooth Crim quit
in that roster, or was it still JD?
I'm trying to remember. Was because they came to the first LAN that I casted for LPL.
Yeah.
So I remember that much, and it was
because it was when I was in
JD.
Atletico as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Anyway, Ruffleco giving a bit of a love tap over to Swede. He's not going to be able to quite find the kill, but nor will Swede find it back. So still health trade, 5v5, equal scores, and again, exactly what you want to see in a series like this. Because you know what? If Bantz 2-0 Truckers 2-0 Renegades, Bantz best in Australia? Maybe.
I was waiting for you to say that, to be honest with you. Good times.
Oh,
good times.
man. Well, the worst part is, dude, like, normally I'd be, obviously, like, no caster bias, of course, but in regards to just bias in general, like, I would absolutely be biased towards Bantz, but, like, Trucker's also, like, too good. I love all of these players so much.
Yeah. See, what came to my mind with that before as well, we got 30 seconds. Let's actually do the counter extraction right now. PZ and JD to find some frags. Another one for JD. This has just been dismantled over on this bomb side right now. But I think, you know, what you were alluding to earlier was Chell, JD, Spooker, ADK, and if I think I remember right, like Senpai Madara was on there as well, but I don't think he was the player signed to Atletico.
No, it was definitely like a more generic, like I think it was like Dezabel, like that kind of status.
Yeah, no, Desi was on that roster. Chell, JD, ADK, Desi.
I think it was Wizards. I think it was like the Wizards that then became Atletico, that then went back to Wizards and now became Rooster. That roster.
Desi, JD, ADK, Chell. That would be that one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Even stretching my brain and. That wasn't too long ago, hey?
For some reason, I don't remember if Chelios was there, though. Maybe. Yeah. Can't remember.
He was.
Anyway. Good times. Good times.
Good times indeed. But we got Bantz and we got the Truckers, man. Atletico didn't beat Renegades. It was the Truckers.
True, dude. True. Wow. Blow my mind. Look at this utility. Very nice, Liam. Well done. They're rushing A. And I like to see it getting up very, very quickly. Clearly, the team doing their research. Sweet has already established so much control up in the corner, just outside the scaffolding. Brace will be Molotov'd off. This is a team that knows what they're doing now. 3 members have rotated over, but the crazy thing is they're not going towards this A side just yet, making Bantz question their decision-making. Still holding firmly. Again, it is a little bit of a force here for Bantz. So the Truckers, if they are successful, there will be that reset on the side of Bantz. So they likely will lead the charge out for the rest of the half, but that's exactly what you'd be hoping on your very own map pick. And it seems like the chat has at least slowed down slightly in the server, but that could amp up again. We never know.
That's only because they're all alive for right now, Mr. Mitchell. The only thing that they would be typing in the chat right now is, what are you doing? Come fight me. But I like this boost to come out from Brace. He spotted out Pineapple Zip, but he drops on down. Usually you may see that boost on top of the little orange construction cone that's right in front of Addicts right now. You can spot on over, but here comes the hit to come out from the Truckers. Perfect flashbang from Motion. Brace to find the frag. Not good for a second one, as Panic definitely is in this play right now to try and get the bomb down is the task from the Truckers. Motion, unsure if he's been hurt, but he's allowed to escape with the frag on a Pineapple Zip. Balanced out, 2 versus 2. Bomb to go down. Flames a little bit too late. And now we move into the after plant scenario.
After plant is down, and there's Falcon finding one, but now Panic. He's on for the ace here. Somehow has brought his way back into this round. A massive performance so far from the Truckers. A quick start and then a bit of a slowdown, but they are well and truly back into this one right now. Falcon, not exactly a man you'd put down on your mind for a big boy clutch, but he's sticking it. Oh, he's sticking it. Panic's got to know, and that will be Tyson. The ace will be secured. The 1v2, and the just to close it out. Very nicely done from Big Boy Tice.
Mate, you've done a fine job in nudging Panic over to this roster, if I do say so myself. Able to come away
Business
with
has been established, Dion. You know me. I like a good business deal.
And that is a Modown and Panic's kit again. All right.
It's so funny, man. I love it.
And
It's so
now for the
obnoxious.
Truckers. Oh no, it's intruding. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it doesn't have a place in Counter-Strike, but at the same time it does. That's where it lies.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, it's the 8th round for the Truckers right now, which means they win out this half no matter what. And in their map pick, that is certainly a good statement to be able to say. But we got 2 more to go. Bantz with the purchase here, though. If they do lose this round, they're very cut and dry for the last one. So we'll see what picks are going to be able to find. Brace may have heard the footsteps of his previous teammate as his now teammate does fall. He gets the trade in the end. Falcon good for 1 as well. The extension over towards this B-bomb site for the Truckers. But whack-a-mole for Falcon is punished.
Very nicely done with that utility usage, but Addict at least can find 1 back. Now, a 2v2. Brace and Roppelko got a very tough challenge of trying to find it back, but just as I say that, there we go. Speaking of things that don't have a place in Counter-Strike, the Halo theme, but it's iconic, so you'll respect it. But there we go. Very nicely done from Roppelko. It's been interesting. Like, I feel like, well, just look at the scoreboard right now. The people who you wouldn't, like, I mean, obviously, like, Smooth Crim and Panic are always firing up, but Peasy's having, like, a really quiet one. And somehow I feel like, I don't know, just the score doesn't feel like it defines the game right now, you know?
No.
I feel like no one's really going positive except the game is really close. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, that's almost for words, actually. I'm very surprised that Pineapple Zip isn't, you know, I guess having a topping frag department. I guess he's looking after his angles and he's doing what needs to be done. Speaking of, he will find Brace. Motion for the tray. The boomsticks blowing up in this round. But yeah, it's a weird one. That's for sure. 6-8 now. You know, Bantz find this round. It'll be as close as it can be when we do switch on over, but will their T side be anything like the Truckers has been right now? Will it be lackluster? Will it be absolutely awesome? We'll have to wait for that one.
And for anyone watching at home that, again, might not be super vested in Australian Counter-Strike, people like Emily, thanks for watching, by the way. Always just need to point out, you know, the fact that this one is the last round of the half. So super crucial to pick this one up as nothing will be moving over into the next half. It'll all be reset. Everyone will be back on those pistols. So in a 4v3 situation, crucial for Bantz to try and pick this one up, find themselves in a 7-round position, and it's looking like potentially that Falcon has picked up 2. And now it's a 1v4. Pineapple Zip all on his lonesome. And he's only got 15 seconds to work with. Paddy's going to be happy with that. 3K and Bantz, they bring it close. 7-8. What a game so far. I'm stoked.
I think Moshe went for the knife at the end there. He jumped through the smoke. He had it out, so maybe. But yeah, 7-8, man. To be honest with you, the way that the Truckers started off this match here, I thought that they'd be able to maybe walk away with that first half here. But Bantz, they surprised me. And look, I know I say that I'm surprised, but we know what these players are capable of, right? Like us personally, we talk to them, you play with them, and yeah, we see them do lots of the counter strikes. So really well done to get 7 rounds on their CT side. They find the pistol here, they even it up, and then we have more of a game on our hands. Maybe they start to get a little bit of that ball rolling on this T side. They have made a lot of momentum and a lot of movement up toward this A side. The 2 HE grenades not going to find any damage, but the flank, it will be dealt with. And that is a really good start to this round for Bantz.
Very nicely found indeed, Bantz. The man advantage, PZ, will be smelled out. And there's Roffelko finding his second kill in the round. Not going to quite be a third, though, at this point in time. Smooth Prim has been taken very low, but Panic, you know, he's good with the USP, but not only able to find more than one, as Roffelko solidifies the round. And there's the knives onto the body of Smooth Prim. Tied up here, 8-8. And man, oh man, Bantz, they really set themselves in a good rolling position here. Because as we know, the T side of economy, it is much, much kinder to you if you're able to especially roll on early. Look at these 3 MAC-10s as well. What a game we have in our hands right now, Dion.
Yeah, the force up for the Truckers as well. Getting a little bit of damage dealt in the previous round. A lot of utility for them to play with on the back of these Deagles. And the one, the CZ75 for a Pineapple Zip. I want to see these HE grenades do something though. Sweetie spotted out the head. It may get his own tabs off right now, but the HE grenade does a superb amount of damage onto the Bantz boys, and they are biding time. They are waiting, making sure there's no full extension out from the Truckers. No sneaky wide swings to take advantage of the Deagle right now. Brace taking the brutal end of that HE grenade, but still alive to play with right now. It does, however, put range into these pistols to do damage quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the second the body goes below 50, it is a deagleable shot. So always a little bit scary when it does get to that position. Swede looking to go wide with the Deag, but nothing will be found so far. It's obviously PZ with the only CZ. Kind of iconic there, as you mentioned, obviously the initial nade damage that's caught our eyes. Now seeing what the rest of the round's got in store. 40 seconds remain, and it does appear that the old boys at Bantz are going to be heading over towards this A-bomb site, and the smokes, they will leave the Truckers stuck behind, and it's going to be a full 5-on-5, not quite retake, as the bomb goes down on A.
There is a kit here for JD as well, so the Truckers can exercise 35 seconds to get this defuse, if, you know, it'd be possible. The smokes, though, will be a bit of a hindrance for them to get into the site right now. They do have a redeployment of their own to throw out, but it's only going to be the flashbangs for Bantz, and you know, that would only serve to be team flashes if they throw them in, but through the smoke, Motion will go, and he finds 2, so does Roffelko for 1, and that'll be a sensational hold from Bantz. All 5 alive at the end of the round. They're going to be happy with that, but they do take the lead back. Back? No. This is the first time Bantz have found the lead in this game, actually.
And listen, a wise old man once told me, Dion, it's not about the size of the boat, it's about the motion in the ocean. And we've just seen it there. There's Motion leaping through the smoke grenade, finding 3. As Bantz have now taken the lead. Here we go. Only the pistols coming, and you can just hear those little footsteps pitter-pattering. Paddy, what are you doing, mate? Now Roffelko does pick up 2, but what a dilemma, what a blunder. I mean, at least Bantz are going to be able to find the site. It wasn't the bomb, but oh boy, you can't just be sitting there throwing util against the Truckers eco.
Truckers are angry,
They're used to these long rides.
They've got their new wheels on and they're ready to hit the highway because everything's going my way. PZ and JD.
No, surely not.
What?
This round, they might win.
Well, he's not got
look at the damage.
He's got no kit.
PZ Johnny, where's the... Okay, never mind. All right, they lose. I was going to say, like, we're kind of, like, drifting off on the conversation that I'm like, wait a minute, it's 1v1. They only had pistols. And now PZ has an AK. This is what I mean. Like, again, need to be very firm about this. For people who are not aware, this game will potentially at times seem trolly, but I can guarantee you there is nothing these boys want more than to, A, take the game seriously, which they do, and B,
and win.
Kick the absolute carcass out of each other. They want to win.
Oh yeah,
I'd
that's
say.
a big thing in this game.
Bragging rights means more to them than anything.
This is probably the biggest grudge match that'll happen in the whole LPL season, I would say, and it's one of the opening ones as well, which is just like it's a staple to behold. One of the other interesting ones I'll be waiting to see though is if Truckers face off against Control, we'll have PZ and we'll have BZ, which is going to be an absolute tongue twister. Throwing a CZ.
Control,
man.
Control got 16-1 tonight, and I saw Ricky get a 5K with a Dak, so that's how that went.
Well then.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. Motion, starting off with the AWP. PZ, of course, with that AK-47 that was salvaged from the previous round. Going to be holding that back over towards A as well. But Bantz on this opening pick, 50 seconds still to play with. They'll reassess this round. They'll see where else they want to go. JD would technically see the feet of these boys walking up through the tunnels right now, and he makes the optimum choice to rotate back. Call for some added assistance from Smooth Crim, who is very close to the site right now, but he doesn't want to give his head right and open to be ripped off.
A good hold so far from Smooth Criminal, the man himself. Can't drink a beer, but can certainly hold a sight. Rufflecoat. Let's find one kill back, but all of a sudden, it's Liam. He's found 3, and now it's all on emotion. 1v3. But look at this timing. He doesn't quite hit the shot. Geordie, no! How has he missed these? I definitely felt like a couple of those could have connected, but he must have stepped. And you've been struck by a Smooth Criminal.
Hey, I get that one.
There we have it. Very good. I think I've made that reference probably too many times over the years, but yeah, here we are.
Yeah, hey. When they work,
you got
they
it.
work.
Hey, that's it.
Well, it's the Tech 9s. This
broke,
weapon
don't
has been
fix it.
resurrected. It's been resurrected in Counter-Strike. I guess Motion needs a little bit of resurrection to his HP. He's not down for the count just yet, but on 1 HP, he is the one without the armor in this round, waiting to get that AWP eventually as well. But, you know, we may see the Truckers find double digits and back up to the even scoreline as well. The stack, though, over towards A. Little do they know, if they only peeked in towards this site, they might find a couple of CTs laying in wait, which would be really cool. Tech 9's, a couple of shots to the face. Definitely do that big damage. I'm waiting for the overall explosion. They've got a couple of smokes. A single flashbang isn't the greatest. If they had another one, it could have been better. But here we go. Out through the side alleyway. Panic on the corner.
A little bit of a hold as he does secure a couple up, but Addict will take him down, as you have seen here. But it's a 4v2, so still certainly not an easy round for Truckers to lose, as they should be able to definitely hold on further. Swede, I do think he actually did spot out Brace. There is BZ. We'll get the wall bang going. Swede not going to be able to find the kill onto Rufflecoat, but he will at least live for a little while longer. Checking the flank, but all 3 of the Truckers making the wise choice to congregate onto the other side of the site. So nobody is going to be moving through that flank. Rather, Rufflecoat only has 15 seconds. He needs to just go down. Obviously, if you do not go down before the time it finishes, you unfortunately do not have any money or loss bonus come into the next round. So Truckers, they will secure the win. And also Bantz now sit at a 10-10 scoreline. They will be able to buy in again here, but they're not going to have a whole lot of utility to go with it.
Yeah, Motion can't get out that AWP, of course, and he's even going to be down on the Galil, which isn't the primary weapon that he would be wanting to play with right now. But Brace straight through the smoke. He's not going to be able to find JD. He wasn't even looking the correct way, but the restep from Brace, maybe looking to go back down the stairs. Well, we'll get taken down now. So 6 feet under, beyond the grave. He'll be waiting and seeing if his teammates can salvage back this round right now. You know, it's one of those times in this matchup where you may actually see one of these teams extend out. If, you know, Bantz loses this round, the money's kind of gone. We may see Truckers start to get some things rolling, as we know they are definitely capable of. But you can't call it too early in this one just yet. Utility still to play with over at this A side. A lot of time on the clock and a lot of positioning starting to be unfolded on this side here over at A.
Addict finding a couple of good kills back, and look at this control taken by Motion as well. Smooth Crim falls down quickly inside that connector just outside the A bomb site. PZ, oh, there's a little bit of a gap in that smoke there. JD has crept around though, might be able to spot out Motion. PZ will find him first. Very nicely done as he creeps out on the other side of that one, but still a 2-on-2. Addict, as I mentioned, he's already found the first couple of kills. He will get the flashbangs over. Ball Rufflecoat does burn up a little bit, but Rufflecoat, he's going to be able to find at least one. But look at this. JD can tap onto the bomb. He does have the time. He's going to be able to get that flashbang out as well. Maybe the spray. No, not quite. Addict will find it in the 1v1. And Bantz take
That would've been
back
close,
the lead,
man.
baby.
That would have been close on the defuse. You could see that he jumped on it. We switched off him at about, what, the 2.5 second mark when he deployed that flashbang as well. The spray was there a little bit from Addict, so I reckon it would have been very close for that defuse. But you look at the economic state right now of the Truckers, they have to take an eco to get their full purchase in the next round. They got a couple of Pokeballs that they could throw, try to catch them all in this round. But Bantz, yeah, they're gonna be hiding in the grass. They're just gonna be waiting to pop out eventually.
Waiting to pop out indeed. But again, Bantz holding firm. You know, they've got the weaponry to deal with, but not really going to put Truckers away from this round in any way, shape, or form. We've seen crazier things happen not only tonight, but in this very game. And I assume over the course of the next couple of maps, we'll be seeing plenty more of that. And I'm sure you can probably agree with me there on that one, Dion.
100%. We didn't actually touch upon the maps previously. Maybe we'll leave it as a little bit of a surprise for later on, I would say. But for now, that is a good opener for the Truckers, but not for Bantz. They have lost motion to the CZ75 of Panic. Still out around the A bomb site, 40 seconds. They can rotate over towards B, but they won't be able to sell an extra fake there, so they're going to have to stay here at A. More damage starting to be dealt. The CT's rotating through as well. Swede catching Falcon, looking the wrong way. What is happening right now?
Oh, Swede! Are you joking me, dude? 3 kills found with just the CZ, and there it is. See, I said it, didn't I? Never call out the Truckers.
You did.
They're going to be honking their horns all the way down the highway, even on an eco round.
And I called the Pokeball, and he definitely did catch him at the end. I'm proud of that.
Look, I understand the Pokemon references, all right? I'm not that old.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of the references that I can make that you might understand, but no, everybody knows that one. Everybody knows that one. Now it is the eco technical to come out from Bantz. It's a bit of a force, and PZ and JD are just destroying them. More pineapple zip right now. He doesn't have his fabled AWP Dragon Lore, but the Neo Noir will do the damage in the end. Ruffleco will find one, but instantly traded out by Smooth Cream. Just a quick round to be done and dusted. A minute 26 still on the clock at the end of that one. That could be one of the quickest rounds that we'll see all series.
Think so. Very nicely done from PZ. But now that you've mentioned Pokemon, all I can think of is when I was 5 years old, and I remember getting a Game Boy Color, and I walked downstairs to my Christmas tree at 4 in the morning because I knew I had Pokemon Yellow waiting for me, and my nana caught me and screamed at me, and I was sad. But hey, I got to play Pokemon on Christmas. PZ, he's poking them on as he's found a couple already down the highway. Is Panic also good for one more? PZ, is this going to be back-to-back 4Ks? You know he's already running for it. Doesn't even matter that he's going to lose it. Ruffleco's there. But Panic's actually going to take the kill. So that is going to be 7 kills rather in 2 rounds for PZ. And Truckers taking the firm lead 13-11.
Yeah, it was what I touched upon before as well. You know, when Bantz had to take out that other round and the Truckers started to get a little bit of that economy. Granted, they did have that weird round in the mix as well with them pistols, but 11-13, it is still salvageable right now. You can take a look at that scoreboard quickly. There's some big numbers starting to be propped up in this match as well. You know, we mentioned Pineapple Zip early on. He was having a quiet one. He's up to, you know, an all right amount of frags now, I guess you would say, with that slow start. But he's finding the crucial ones where he needs, you know. He's finding the ones to assist his team to try and take a victory on their map pick of choice. So, bit of time to still play with. More frags to try and make that scoreline look prettier for himself.
So just a slow walk this time, nothing over the top as Swede. He's a man who's found himself a little bit control as he does drop down the ladder now, holding the reverse of the A site. Just going to put a little bit of a stick inside the spoke of this A site aggression. Ruffleco though, and find one back. Panic was caught midair by Addict in the process. Now a 4v3. The bomb is down already. Trying to retake that control of the ramp, the smoke grenades. Now we'll start to head over in just a second. PZ start to smoke off the laneway. And are they going for this one? Yes, they are. They're just going to be heading back to send those pop flashes straight through the smokes and already able to take some control. Tapping onto the bomb. This actually might be a good position for them. The smoke is down, but that will be motion taking the kill. PZ on the other side of the smoke. They will get onto it again. But in this 3-on-2, someone just get on the defuse, man. It's too much for me, little heart, to take. But now it's all on a smooth Prim. 1v2. And he will go down to the Bantz boys, who will find their 12th.
Ooh, Ruffleco fell to the bomb in the end there as well. So a good hold from Bantz, given that there was a lot of smokes and they couldn't see what was happening. They were really hoping no one was actually sticking the bomb there as well. What surprised me though is Pineapple Zip didn't go through the smoke when everyone was laying down cover fire. You know, they're concerned with stopping that bomb from being defused, and they don't really capitalize on the situation. So here's what it is in that circumstance. Wishful thinking for Truckers to try and get that defuse in the end there, to try and go for the retake. They do have a really good purchase in this round, but in the opening stages, they've lost Pineapple Zip already, which will definitely hurt them in this round, you know, to try and keep it back from being equal and to showcase why they picked this map. There's not really been, you know, a big why factor that they picked this, you know?
They won against Renegades.
Well, apart from that.
No. I'm just taking it out of you. But look, the reason I think is like Vertigo, again, as we've mentioned, it's such a crazy map with so much to it, so much depth, and also a little bit of carnage, which is exactly what these kind of teams like to see. But anyway, Swede does find that kill back. Panic jumps up on the top to find one. Getting away with murder there is Brace. He will fall, but Panic, 8 points of HP, somehow still lives to tell another tale. And now this will rotate. Will start to come through, making their way around. It's a 4v3 on the side. Motion trying to creep on up, but Addict will find the kill onto Panic. And now as the motion starts to come up, they need to get through these smokes. They need to get onto the side again. Swede, good for one, but now it's all tapped onto the smoke again. Someone get onto the bomb, please. Ruffleco in a 1v2. Does he have the time? Smoothcream's got the defuse, and there it will be. Ruffleco finds the kill, and I am losing my mind.
Man, it's a bit of a Panic at the Disco round there, and Panic isn't even alive to even play on the side there. He's just watching what his teammates are doing from beyond the grave. But no, good to see that the Truckers do find that round to still keep in this lead in this game. One round away from sending us into overtime. Something that we really actually haven't spoken about. If you do meet 15 of 15, you go into overtime, which if it comes into the play, we'll talk about later, because Pineapple Zips opened up on to a Brace, hurting the plays of Bantz right now, leading them one member gone. To try and I'll crawl back into this this later half here.
Well, Dion, I write sins, not tragedies, and it's certainly not a tragedy losing Brace off the start, because Falcon has picked up that rifle back, and now it's a 3-on-3 all of a sudden. But PC, apparently, he can see through those smoke grenades. Doesn't need anyone to hold the goddamn door for him, as now it's Falcon on a 1-on-2. The bomb is a little while away, and that is going to be an amazing 4K from Geordie. Very nicely done from PZ. That'll put Truckers on the 15th round. Only one more is required to take the very first map of this series. And Bantz, the money is not exactly looking the best on their side, and that will be a pause to come in, likely on the side of Bantz, to have a little bit of a chat about what needs to go on. And all I can say is, Dion, sorry for the meme. You made me do it, okay?
I just saw Pineapple Zip's scoreline there. He's on 20 frags. It was only like 4 or 5 ago that he wasn't even on double digits. He was still on 9. So he's really starting to get a couple of these picks on this CT side. And I guess that is the side where, as an AWPer, you can just post on your lines. You can just hold your angles as well. And you see him doing that. Yeah, he's looking really cool with the fluidity that he can jump around with this weapon as well and just click and shoot and he finds a frag. But now that he's actually finding these frags as well, I think he'll be more happy and more comfortable with himself, that he will take a little bit more risks with this AWP.
That's right. Well, he was, as I said, I think he was 4 and 12 at some point or something along those lines, and now he's absolutely brought it back, which is awesome to see. And just so you guys know, for any further context for anyone at home, I think the roster, they brag about they kicked Pineapple Zip first from this original rendition of the roster. So there's a little bit of stuff going on right now as Brace is back and, you know, PZ was once with them and all these other things happening. That was the original, I think that was the Justice roster back in the day, I believe. So
way back. Well, they were
Crazy
Mark and
times.
Larry, then they were Justice, then they were back to Mark and Larry, and now they're Bantz, right? So yeah, this is
correct.
stretching it a little bit.
Ruffleco was going to quit, and then he didn't, and now he's doing really well. Crazy times.
Well,
but anyway,
speaking of needing to do well, I guess, race to start off with that Tech 9, because this is potentially the last round we'll see here on Vertigo if the Truckers can hold it off and get that famous round number 16, which in my eyes should be
look at this.
MR12 for the win.
Look at this.
Panic. He's rotating around very crucially. Motion had an idea to be full about it. But he will be found. Brace good for one. The AWP of Pineapple Zip missing a couple of shots, Conky, but 3 versus 3. Bantz need to hold this off.
It's going to be a tough retake as well as a tough hold for both of these teams. 3v3, fully healthy will be PZ, JD, and Smooth Criminal. PZ already walking on the sidewalk to try and find this kill. A tap onto the defuse, but they're not going to be sticking it just yet. Once again, we see the exact same thing, but Addict's found a couple of kills. And now Smooth Crim, JD trying to hold it back. JD onto the bomb. Will Ruffleco be able to find him? He will! Ruffleco gets the job done. A tip of my fedora to you, my friend, as you will find a 13th round, making sure that this game is not dead. And Dion, look at the money for the Truckers.
I was going to say, if that ended like that, a 1 versus 1 Ninja Defuse, that is exactly how the match ended for the Renegades match as well. Pineapple Zip stuck that Ninja Defuse for a 16-14 win. If that's how this ended as well, then Truckers, man, they've got someone watching their backs.
Oh, well. Need to relax. This is goddamn game. Just crazy.
There's like the first night of tonight was the slow one, and then we've just like gotten progressively more anxious in these games.
Pretty much. Don't know how else to put it, but I guess, look, that's what we wanted, didn't we? You know, the best treat for a caster is a good game, you know? We're obviously here to add the entertainment, add the extra goodies to what we witness, and it's always made better when a good show is being put on. So the Truckers, they are going to lose out the 29th round, but now we move on into the 30th. What irony it would be if we go to overtime on Vertigo between these two teams.
I shouldn't have opened my mouth.
Overtime doesn't exist. Well. That doesn't happen. What do you mean?
Man. Games go too long sometimes, but we love it. We enjoy it. All of these rounds, this is what we're here for, you know? It's like, it's clean-cut Counter-Strike. The way the game was meant to be played. Well, Valve don't have overtime, but overtime!
Man, it's like, well, there's overtimes that sometimes it's just like, it drags on because the teams are clearly so over the game that they just don't want to do anything anymore and they can't bring themselves to win 4 rounds. But yeah, sometimes it is hot and heavy, and that's what hopefully we're going to witness right now is, oh my word, JD does so much damage, but just can't quite find it. And now PZ in an awkward spot. He's missed a couple of shots. Geordie, this is not you, my friend. There we go. Finally seeing it. But now it's PZ. He's in a 1-on-2. He's going to jump onto the site. Brace is certainly going to hear him. Knows the footsteps are there, and they're going to even tempt fate and walk away. Stop.
I was going to say,
overtime already, right?
I think it was Panic and Pineapple Zip, of course, that didn't have the armor going into this round. Glass Cannon AWP, I understand, but on a rifle, it's even hurting me to say that PZ is going to walk through. That's going to be it. I can't
There it is. Overtime.
Go on overtime, man. It says Wait.
It is overtime?
Right,
okay, very good.
Into overtime, so we wait for that. I guess we can break it down a little bit before we do get into the overtime, and we'll explain how overtime works as well for those of you that are forgetting of how overtime works, or if you just want a little bit of, well, if you need to know. But yeah, man, like, OT between these two teams after that match that we've witnessed, the second half getting really spicy as well. It's just like, would you really have it any other way though?
No, not at all. Sorry, I just had to wipe my camera. That was bugging me. It's not focusing. But anyway, that's okay because we are gaming and we are witnessing it right now. So yeah, overtime, as you mentioned, look, it does go a little bit too far sometimes, I think. Like, as we were talking about, like teams sort of losing the plot, I suppose, and not really putting their all into it anymore. But again, it's Bantz versus Truckers. They're not going to be taking this one for granted in any way, shape or form. Obviously, I suppose if you were to look at it from a statistical standpoint, Truckers were the hard favorite, I guess you could consider it, but there was always the prospect that stuff like this was going to happen. And, being on the very first map, Bantz, they do play Vertigo, but they don't play Vertigo. It's not one of their regular ones that they want to, they want to be looking down the barrels of your Dust 2 and obviously other maps of that sort of caliber. So, it's really cool to see that it's actually gone to that 15-15 point, and we'll be witnessing overtime on the very, very first map of this series. And I guess it balances it out, doesn't it, Dion? We've had a relatively one-sided first series, and now we've got one that's super hot and contested. And the irony of this one would be, we map, which obviously is going to be Inferno, and then the game just is over. That'd be the iconic.
Yeah, but the thing is, when it comes to Inferno as well, it'd be like, who would it just be over for? Like, who would win that quickly? Would it be the Truckers or would it be Bantz? You'd probably align with the Truckers on that circumstance. But if it is Bantz, I mean, hey, they've gone to the drawing board. They've put forward their plan, and if they've executed it flawlessly, you've got to give it to them. And I think in my eyes, putting overtime right now against Truckers is in and of itself a really good found outcome.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I guess, I just still can't believe the way that game actually ended up, how it managed to get through to that overtime. I felt like Truckers had pretty much closed it out. And then even that last round, PZ, one of the better AWPers in our region, I feel like he's certainly, put himself up there when he's on. Obviously there are times where he's a little bit quiet, a little bit, off the radar, but most of the time he is fierce, and it's really, really cool to see. But then he misses 3 easy shots heading on into the site. What is that? That doesn't happen. So anyway, it's makes for an exciting game, and I guess look, it really sets the pace for what we're going to be witnessing on the next couple of maps as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that one. Do you think though that we're gonna see all 3 maps?
I don't know. I guess the way that this map has ended up, I'm going to say probably. And all I know is, and I guess spoilers, the last map is Mirage. It's gonna be wild if it ends up on Mirage. I think Panic has played 1,000 pugs on that map already. And, just the way that Mirage is played, especially, look, Truckers have probably got a little bit more structure on Mirage than Bantz would. Maybe, I don't know. That's probably a big statement. They've both been cracking. They obviously put in the hours every night. So, look, regardless, it's going to be a wild result. But I think at this stage, yes, we're going to see 3 maps.
You reckon? Yeah, I agree with you. I reckon we will see it, but I don't know. I think the Truckers will take out Inferno. I reckon Bantz are going to be able to take out Vertigo, man. They've just been, they've been looking pretty good on this bit as well. So as long as, when we move into overtime, they're fully charged, they're ready to deplete those batteries into the rounds and not hopefully, the mindset to just escape and leak out, I reckon that they might be able to take it.
No, for sure. Yeah, and that'll be the way to go. If they win this map out, they are the ones that certainly deserve it. And I look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do. So I guess we talk about, we've pretty much already covered, I guess, as much as we can of that sort of position, I guess, given the position that they are ending up in right now. So I do believe there is just a quick change up that we need to make, guys. So we are going to chuck you over to a quick ad break, but don't go anywhere, because I know that you all want to know just as much as we do of what this result is going to be on Vertigo. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a second.
Hello and welcome back, guys, to the LPL Season 2. We've had a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we are back. We're ready to get started into the overtime. The boys are ready. The server is good to go. We've got the big buys here from both teams. Bantz on the CT side to start us off, meaning Truckers on the T side.
And what a way to get back into it. I'm ready. I'm excited. Obviously, delays are always a part of the world, but that is absolutely fine because we do get the game back on stock. And it's going to be a good start here, found by Motion. Not actually with the AWP in hand. It was Brace to pick that one up, surprisingly. And now it's a 5v4 very, very early on as Falcon creeps up the stairs. Good start.
And it is good to see that that frag is found. You know, PZ was one of those players that we talked about just before we went away for a little bit. He was one of the players that I'd be, you know, kind of hoping to get some good damage dealt into this, the beginnings of the overtime. But unfortunately, he's not going to be here to play with. It's going to be the boys over at B. Everything happening. JD good for one. Addict on a trade as well. The bomb looking to get planted relatively early, I would say, in the round. Though they can force back off this. They can pull back and look to re-aggress in towards B, or even move over to A if they wanted to. But Roffleco, very powerful pick onto Panic.
He's so good, man. I swear. Brace, great flash from Motion. And yeah, it's all on the Swede all of a sudden. And that's going to be the Glock spray, just for good measure. The Swede unfortunately has to sit back, as that will be Bantz picking up the 16th round. Fantastically done by the boys, as the Truckers will sit back on 15. Man, it could go the way you were thinking, man, honestly, because as what did we say? Like, if Bantz take it to this map victory, could we see a 2-0, or do you reckon Truckers will take out Inferno?
I still reckon the Truckers are going to be able to take out Inferno, man. You know, the prospect of Bantz winning 2-0 is absolutely awesome. And I mean, if we do see that, man, I'd be blown away. But I still do think that, you know, we'll be seeing Mirage, and I think the way will be Bantz winning this one here, Truckers winning over Inferno, and then Mirage. I don't really know if it's going to be a little bit of a pug fiesta or, you know, the fully established game on that map, because we know, like, you know, teams of this status that they'll be looking to play it properly. But sometimes you just need to throw a little bit of pug shots into the mix when it comes to Mirage.
That's it. Mirage, sometimes catching your opponent off guard and walking through that palace smoke is just as effective as any other thing could be. So I'm excited, you know, obviously if we make it there, regardless of the circumstances. But we are moving, we are getting amongst this right now. Bantz now looking to push up that A ramp position. Roffleco only flashing over, but will be Panic taking the early damage to start us off. But he's got a big task ahead at trying to defend here. What are we going to see in this 5-on-5, as it will be Bantz starting to aggress. They haven't spotted out Panic, and he actually found the first kill on the Falcon, but Brace will find the trade back, and now it's a 4-on-3.
Yeah, it's going to be scary for PZ trying to come through as well. The traces of the bullets he would have seen, but he will actually get the HE grenade onto Addict, tipping the scale in favor of the Truckers right now. Brace looking to try and find an early pick. Bogdan's Law in full swing. Brace, not every time, not every day that you see him with an AWP, but if he is zoomed in and he's ready to pull that trigger, you can certainly count on him to find a pick. The bomb being tapped. Motion has no idea if it's being stuck. The elevation right now will get the better of him by Smooth.
There it is.
To also finish it off, and we will be tied back yet again. 16-16. One more round left in this half here.
Very, very nicely done by the Truckers, showing their attitude as they will pick up a 16th round here on Vertigo. And I was only just thinking, like, we probably touched on it, but I'm losing my mind right now. But that's absolutely okay, because it's Thursday evening and we got Friday tomorrow, which is good stuff. But realizing now that it's the exact map pool that Truckers did beat Renegades on. It didn't even click to me that Inferno, yeah, because it was 16-6 on Inferno.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, I mean,
didn't even register in my mind.
Truckers for a landslide on Inferno, so
yeah, true.
Yeah, but no, that didn't actually click with me either. I forgot about that one, to be 100% honest with you.
There you go.
Well, nevertheless,
There
we do
we
move
go.
over into this last round, as we did see PZ still alive, which is good. He can fight with this AWP, and is currently positioned on the B site, which is the contention play for Bantz right now. They got more of the members over to here. They've got that spread offense, the waiting game, seeing if any of the CTs do peek out their heads, which JD Very well may if Falcon creeps up the stairs just a little bit, but the Flames will keep him at bay for now. Waiting to see what Bantz are going to do.
Still plenty of time left on the clock. 50 seconds remain. Panic obviously taking that initial damage. But look, I suppose Bantz have had, most of their success over towards this A site, and I feel like it was almost a broken record listening to that bomb tap defuse sound through the smokes as the enemies do try to defend from the ramp position. Speaking of defense, shout out to the New Zealand Defence Force, by the way. Make sure you check them out, defencecareers.mil.nz. Make sure. But speaking of offense, now Bantz trying to get their way onto the side. Brace will be the first to find the kill, and burning down in the molly will be Smooth Prim. Now 15 seconds left, but it doesn't matter. With that bomb ticking away, they need to try and find this retake here. Bantz looking excellent to lead out this first half of overtime. Unless Truckers have got something really special for us. There we go. The smoke grenade's over. That will isolate these members. Swede getting onto it, and now they bait them through the smoke grenades. The spam starts to come through. Swede just jumping on it. Will they take him down? He gets off it. Swede, just sit on the defuse, my friend. JD now left in a 1-on-2. Can I just leave? That was too much.
There was so many times that he could have stayed on that as well, and in the end, when JD even tries to get on it, man, it's like he still stays out in the open. He doesn't tuck himself away. I don't want to say at that point in time it's like you're throwing or anything, because we know that they're not, but at that time, like, your teammates are covering you. You're somehow dodging all of the bullets that are out of your control. You don't just hold your E key. That's just upsetting,
look,
you know?
I'm sure you've been there yourself, dude. You know that constant like second guessing. Have they got my back? Am I gonna get sprayed? Can I find a kill? You just never know, and that's the joys of Counter-Strike, isn't it? Crazy things do happen inside these servers, and one of the craziest things right now is Bantz 17-16, and all they need is 2 more rounds. Can they find it?
Well,
will Truckers bring it back?
If you haven't noticed, we have switched sides as well. So Bantz are now on the CT side, the defensive side. Truckers, of course, over on that attackers side. They have utilized a lot of this utility. The smoke flashes, they're all gone. A beautiful flashbang from Robin. Caught off guard with utility is Panic. Perfectly played from Brace to help the cause of Bantz right now, but the bomb is looking to be planted by Smooth Crim. 10 HP, any damage to his body will finish him off. You can hear the chat echoing through yet again. People are upset, but that bomb does go down for the Truckers. They need to hold this off.
Exactly right. All about the defense right now. Attic checking the flank, but nobody home. Falcon also waiting. They will need to start to revitalize this retake now. Smoke grenade over towards the sidewalk, but it does look like all the members waiting on the other side. Swede is close though, but he can't quite do the damage. That one's got to hurt as Smooth Crim. He goes down too, and Bantz. Oh, baby Bantz, they are so close to this victory. And man, I just feel like that round again could have gone the way of the Truckers, but Bantz, they take control, they show off their goodies, and here they are at 18-16. 1 more round, Dion, whereas the Truckers need both to take it to overtime number 2.
I really like the insight from Addict though in that round, hey, to check and make sure that no one's there on the flank, just to, ensure that they've got a clean retake. I really put high status on that play, but yeah, now as you say, as we see the ghost bomb on the floor, we do wait and see if the Truckers can get this round and the second one to send us into another overtime, at least going the way of Bantz though to try and close this out. They've gotten the opening pick onto Panic, one of the most substantial players on this roster, one of the most, the big power play player in this game almost.
Big power plays indeed. Panic gone out of the server. And you know what this could mean, Dion? This could mean Bantz winning 19-16. Oh, man. Well, wait, look, let's just say, at the very start of this map, did you expect Bantz to win Vertigo?
No. But I'm happy.
Yeah, so look, I'm not sad about it.
But here we go.
I ain't sad about it.
Heading towards the site. Brace will have the flames on his feet. Smoked off. PZ holding up the sandbags. He gets his, well, Rufflecoat
Good
rather.
kill,
Gets his head ripped
good
off by
kill.
JD. Okay. This is starting to shape up to be a little bit more interesting than I was expecting. Motion will find JD. The rest of the truckers, they need not overextend. The flames, though, will force
they know
PZ
the molly.
out in the open. If he finds a frag, it's huge. And he's able to escape with it as well. He doesn't see the jump up, and Falcon finds it. They can stick the bomb, but they've got no idea where Smoothrim's coming from. Out through the side alley,
Did
he
I see
will
him?
peek his head. He's waiting for it. The smoke is down. He needs to spray onto Falcon to keep the truckers alive. He got
Oh, damn!
the GG Bantz are the winners of Vertigo. Would you absolutely believe it, Conky? The face says it all.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if the truckers are here because apparently they're not. They've gone. Bantz have taken him out of the server, mate. I can't believe it, honestly. I mean, I kind of can believe it. I mean, because it's like truckers are those kind of guys that kind of get into your head a little bit under your skin, but Bantz, that just doesn't happen. They can just dig straight back in and take it all through. So, look, that's exciting. I'm stoked for that. I said the other night, because obviously surrounding that sort of game where truckers actually did manage to beat Renegades, and, you know, obviously that affects the caution, the normal flow of how CSGO should go. And it's like, can't you just be excited for teams that aren't in that sort of spot, aren't in the hot seat all the time, to actually have a chance? And there we're seeing it right now. You know, a team like Bantz have obviously been showing good form, and then they take the very first map off. But I won't talk too much about it because it is only the first map, and we've got potentially two more.
It's like you don't want to see the same stale Counter-Strike, the same stale teams winning time and time again. You want to spice it up. You want to see new teams come up and start to, you know, be capable of beating these upper teams, because then, you know, we start to see some more interesting Counter-Strike. We start to see some more flowing rounds, some more flowing plays, which is really, really cool. But yeah, got to give the big high props to Bantz on that one to close it out. I'm still staying solid in my predictions. Hey, I'm still going to say that the Truckles will win the remaining two for the reverse sweep here.
Well, on the back of Inferno, I think it's really, really heavily weighted on Ruffleco. So I think, you know, his big performance might be able to bring it through. But you're exactly right. Let's see if we do go to 3 maps. But why don't we check out the brackets whilst we're at it as well? You know, obviously we've already seen that first game go through where Roosters did pip Downfall, taking it through where they'll play once again in week number 4. Obviously, if you guys can see on the left-hand side of the screen, we do make our way down the bracket. It is week 1 this week. And we are obviously right now in amongst Bantz versus Truckers. Week number 2, Marco versus Skyfire and Paradox versus Control. So those 2 games, Dion, are probably 2 that might be a little bit more one-sided, or at least you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, you would kind of expect maybe Skyfire to take it over Mako, and then Paradox over Control as well. But hey, if there's anything to say when it comes to AUCS, anything can happen, and anything has happened tonight. Bantz for 1 map, but hey, I don't want to count my my chickens before they hatch. Hey, I don't want to say it too early.
Exactly right.
Truckers can definitely look to come back.
For sure. But regardless, it makes it exciting. You know, a win from Bantz here means that, you know, typically you'd expect it to go to 3 maps, but then again, it might not. And even if it doesn't, that's absolutely okay, because regardless of the situation that we've been seeing right now, we've already seen great CS amongst Overpass between Rooster and Downfall, and now Vertigo between Bantz and the Truckers. And I hope that continues into Inferno, because as I say, to sort of support your prediction, if Ruffleco's not fired up on Inferno, then that's where I don't think they'll go through, because he's the man that he will drop 35 on that map.
I think along the same lines as well. Pineapple Zip will maybe be one to look. I know we've put a lot of weight on Pineapple Zip tonight, but when it comes to the AWP plays on Inferno, you need that AWP, you know, holding down your mid or holding down your banana. And PZ is one of those players that tends to peek down mid, right? So if he's not hitting those shots, Bantz will realize that nice and early, and that's where they'll capitalize on it. That is one in that I see for Bantz to win this 2-0 tonight. The other one being, of course, what you just mentioned as well. Ruffleco, if he's pumped up, then yeah, nothing's going to stop Bantz.
Yeah, well, I guess we can sort of touch on Inferno a little bit further. As a map fares in our region. We did a little bit in the previous series, of course, but, you know, being such a one-sided map, it was a little bit hard to sort of identify. But hopefully what you'll see on a map like this right now for everyone watching at home, Inferno is kind of that map that it's had so much history. You know, there's been so many amazing things that have happened that I can think of in the recent times. You know, obviously, back in the old days, you think back to like Happy's Deagle clip through
Happy's
the
Deagle,
top of Banana, Renegades, the Nifty 50 or 9 AM Melbourne, and then obviously the overtime where FaZe Clan lost to C9. Was that the... No, yeah, C9 beat FaZe Clan, Boston Major, that's the one. And all of those other things. So, you know, Inferno has had so much weight in the CSGO community worldwide, globally, you know, so it's a really, really exciting one. And the problem I find it with, both in sort of the pugging scene and also the competitive scene, is it's one or two. You know, you've either got people on the CT side that completely switch off their brain and just push down mid every round, catching off guard the enemies, which it does work from time to time. Or you've got the CTs who are just constantly overwhelmed by the Ts, which is exactly an example we saw from Roosters versus Downfall. They just didn't know how to push back, you know? There's not many maps in the pool right now that really sort of demand CT side control. You know, obviously, you've got to push to take that little bit of extra map control and not just wait for them to come to you, otherwise you can get overwhelmed. Inferno is one of those maps, and we really hope that we'll see it in this matchup between Bantz and Truckers.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that it's a more juicy match like we just saw then. Probably not overtime in this one, but hey, if it goes to overtime, props to the boys. But I am really expecting this to kind of go. I to be honest, I don't know where to put my finger on this one, because as we see what the Truckers have just done to Renegades on it, right? 16-6 after a close one on Vertigo. We've just seen a close one on Vertigo. So do we fall in line with a very scarce scoreline on the next map? It's yeah, I really don't know where to put my finger on this one.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, as you say, Inferno, it's either going to be really, really closely contested and go super down to the wire, maybe 14, 16, 13, or it's going to be a 16-5, and it's going to be not that exciting. And yeah, I don't know. But look, all I can say is I feel like both of these teams are going to be amped up enough to really want to push it. Will we see a Bantz 2-0, or will we see a map number 3 where it does roll on into Mirage? Because I guess we can briefly, since it might not be a possibility, let's touch on Mirage briefly. What do you sort of expect to see on a map like that from both of these two teams?
Well, you know, not too recently now, the changes that we've seen in mid, right, where you can elevate yourself into window, it's led into some different strategies now, where in circumstances, you can get people up into window pretty nicely instead of needing to boost. The boost opportunity is still there to be silent in it, of course, but you can still get yourself up there and, you know, do all those things. It's one of those weird ones, right? Because you have your pug tactic of your rush B and everything that you tend to see on your pistols, or rather you see your A split. Me, personally, when it comes to Mirage, I veto it. I don't like it. So in seeing it here, I really don't know. There's actually been changes to Mirage in today's Counter-Strike update as well. And if I'm remembering correctly, the pile of trash at top mid they've removed. So that will no longer be jumpable on. I don't know if they've done the same with the bin that you used to be able to jump on and you could see over your top mid smoke. I will have to wait and see if we do get into that. Maybe I'll go have a look a little bit later as well for my own interests. But yeah, when it comes to Mirage, the CT side is definitely the side that you will see more of the rounds won than the T side in the general consensus. But enough of Mirage, enough of me rambling, Mitch. We're going into map number 2 here. Bantz with the 1-0 up in this best of 3 series, starting on the T side.
Wait a minute, you're trying to tell me that we're meant to watch CS tonight? Are you sure? Anyway, we are watching some CS, and look, Smooth Crim, he's already in their spawn, so that's exactly how Inferno goes, which you do love to see it from time to time, just off the fact that Liam has shot 2 bullets and he's already found 2 kills, so 3. Very nice start there, as JD will drop into the into Mexico, and there we have it. Smooth Crim will be found by Rufflecoat. I mean, this is the man that you'd want to see in a 1v5, but it's unlikely. JD on his noggin, and the Truckers, they will pick up their first round on the pistol on CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, we talked about the whole rush mid dynamic when it came to Inferno. Your rush banana as well as something you think about. And in your pistol status, I did say we'd probably see the CTs rush mid. And I'm not disappointed. It is good to see, though, that Smooth Crim did pick up those crispy headshots. No plant for Bantz. They do purchase into this one. The HE grenades are here. The airstrike is going to come over towards B. The deployment isn't going to find too large amount of damage. Swede getting a little bit tagged. Smooth Crim even less. So now they're just going to be down dry on these pistols. A little bit more surface utility to play with, but not really going to be relied upon.
Yeah, no, for sure. Looks like brace lagging, unfortunately, but that's okay. It does have the Tech 9 in hand. Should be able to, maybe if he was on Vodafone, wouldn't have the problem, but we'll talk about that later. So now moving up towards top mid. Established control will be found, but PZ sitting inside that cubby. He's smoked off for a little while. They have spotted out a member in pit in motion. He will be able to find that kill. JD dropped, and there's the chat type. You can tell he's just dropped the question mark. Falcon good for one, but Panic, you know he's going to be able to lock it down, but for how long? Not very, apparently, as now it is into a 2v3. PZ, though, this control, surely they've got to be aware of the possible prospect. There's someone up Diggity. But in the 3v2, can they lock this down? Can they find the counter eco?
Well, if they weren't sure of that position, they certainly will be now. PZ to open up onto two. How is he allowed to steal them away from Swede? They know exactly where Falcon is.
Falcon!
Good for one, but the second one can't be found. PZ will get him in the end. The kit will be found. Didn't technically need it. Had enough time on the 10 seconds, but he will pick it up to carry over into the next round. Going to be interesting, though, if you used a kit, if you'd have to repurchase one. I think that'd be quite cool. But anyways, the second round, it goes over to the Truckers. Very closely, though. Could have gone the other way.
Interesting, that. That's a very, very interesting thought, repurchasing a kit. But look, to be fair, I think that's cool. I think that's cool. But I think same thing if, the CT side economy is already so... far behind. That would be the only sort of discerning problem there. But maybe just say, Valve, if I got you on the phone, can you fix the CT economy, please? That'd be nice. But we'll talk about that later. All right, I'll bring you up. I'll speak to my dad. My dad works at Valve. Okay, don't fight me. This is what happens when you've been on broadcast for too long. Hey?
I can't even look at you seriously right now. It's just like, I know where this is going. And it's just like, I have to let it go because you're right. There's some things that need to be changed. But hey, we still love the game. It's let us be here where we are right now. Can't deny that fact. And I really enjoy it. But we do have a little bit of a pause coming in for us right now, guys. Let the boys fix that all up as well. But, the first two rounds that we've seen here now, Conky, to the CTs is, they find the pistol, they find the seconds. It starts to get a little bit of a roll happening on that, I guess, more formidable side when it comes to Inferno. Do you reckon they're still going to be able to run away with it as I predicted early on?
Well, look, first thing I want to do is just before we do move on to the conversation a bit further is just when you touched on how it's amazing that we actually can be here. Big shouts to obviously Let's Play Live for putting on this season once more, giving these players a real big opportunity. Obviously with everything going on around the world right now, it is a little bit, it's a bit stale. We've all been a little bit bored. We need some entertainment. So it's awesome that obviously not only the players get the opportunity, we get the opportunity back, and all the handsome boys in the broadcasting studio get the same as well. So that's always lovely. But yeah, talking about the rounds that have been found, big thing at the moment is the fact, yes, the CTs have found the first two rounds, but of course the amount of damage that was expended by the Ts in the round just gone, it means that the CT side buy is probably going to look pretty unattractive as we move on into the third.
Yeah, speak about unattractiveness. Can't say that about you, man. You're looking nice and snazzy. You got the hair sleeked back, and I mean, you guys could have heard the what the guys in the studio were saying about Conky earlier. You guys would have liked that one.
I'm not standing up on broadcast. All right, I'm just going to put that one out there right now. This is a top half only stream. Okay. No, don't prompt me to. Oh, hang on. All right, I got to do it. Come on.
Oh, here we go. Look at them shorts, man.
This is professional broadcasting right there. Beautiful. And look, that's another credit though, isn't it? It's to be able to not only jump on the broadcast and do what we love, you also got to have a bit of fun with it as well. But Yeah, so moving a bit of flow sort of out of the next round that we're about to experience, there's a possibility that Bantz might even force into this, and that's really where it's going to start to get a bit deadly, because we mentioned, continually, one of the biggest problems we have with the CT side is the lack of defense from these CTs. And, when the economy really gets rolling, like we saw Rooster do, they're sitting up above like 10K, 12K, and the poor, guys on the CT side, what do they even do to try and save it?
Yeah. I was going to say here, before we moved back into it, I remembered correctly, or if I remembered correctly, we saw Addict Brace and Ruffleco on 3250 at the end of losing that last round. We saw Motion on 5150, so that's why he's gone with this glass cannon AWP right now. And I rate this, he's even able to open up onto JD. Very good indeed. Panic to get the trade, and I mean,
well, how's that?
I really love it,
Think about that right now. The Truckers won the first 2 rounds, right? They have lost all but one player on the second, sure, but they had a very, very nice opening pistol. And in the third round, Jeremy has an AWP. There's an AK and 2 Galils. So it's basically a better buy than the CTs have after winning 2 rounds. Like, Volvo, please help.
Not even fixed. We've gone past that. We need assistance. Motion.
Need help.
It's a bit ambitious to pick that after revealing yourself with your AWP. I guess with due time, he may have realized that he was seen. We know how sharpy PZ is on that AWP. Interesting enough, though, that Brace once again is picking up the AWP. I do understand, it's a weapon. It's a powerful one. He would have been on a Galil, or maybe there was a floating AK. I can't quite remember around the mix. But we do move over to the B site. 40 seconds to go. It's not generally where you want an AWP to entry into, so he's going to be holding the long lines down. But they've overlooked the flower bed right now. Swede, I remember right, he was elevated, but he's missed a lot of shots, and Ruffleco to find the pick.
Good open up. The B site can be very, very challenging to retake. And why does Brace have the AWP? Who knows, but it's getting the job done. And now he's going to show his back to PZ, moving up Nana. Smooth Crim actually finds one back. And now it's Falcon and PZ in a 1v1 here. The nade damage will be dealt onto Paddy. Does he hear the sound? Will he be able to swing around in time? Will he be able to find it? No. And that's where you love Geordie. He even faces Pat with the USP. And he will have just enough time for the defuse. Very nicely done. With the Truckers lead the charge 3-0. A very good
look
start
at that as
here
well,
for the CTs.
right? Bantz, they get the plant down. The weaponry that we saw in the last round wasn't the greatest. They could have had the choice to force up completely in this one. They would have had armor AKs and dry. No utility behind it. Maybe a scarce smoke or flashbang here and there. But they're taking, the long game route right now. They know that they won't have a great purchase and they want that. So they go for the half buy here. They solidify then the next round. Regardless of the outcome here, they'll have a very comfy buy. And if they do win this one, you can see the back money of the Truckers right now. It isn't really hot. There's no real, backup there. So it'd be an awkward buy for them, especially that it would be, that first loss.
Exactly right. So the slow walk up Nana right now, just trying to spot around, see what is home. They've actually played a little bit more passive here. The reflash, it's about to come in. Very nicely done. As it's going to be actually 3 for none there. Very well found. I saw they were about to send that flash down with, again, awesome timing. Ruffleco, the Deagle Master, will be able to at least find one, but unfortunately, old Addict, the bomb is a little bit of a while away. He's just trying to shoulder out. PZ, likely about to hit that shot, not even wanting to fire on the wall bang. No point in it. As I think Addict's actually just going to wait to see as long as possible how much space Ruffleco can make up, but no, he's coming back down. Nana, he is coming to join the party. So it looks 30 seconds. Ruffleco about to get that pop flash in. Are we going to be able to see any kills come out? Very nicely flashed. Addict's actually found one, but unfortunately for him, it's going to be not much else to go with it. Ruffleco about to walk into PZ's claws, but no! Oh my goodness, I swear! That was so close.
He's tempting fate there with us. He's tempting the fate. You need to hit your mouse 1, not your mouse 2, because that removes the suppressor on the USP. Which is, if you think about it, the uniqueness of the silenced weapons in this one. The other one, this M4A1S, which we're actually seeing 3 It's just up now for the truckers instead of, your standard M4A4s. The AWP is here, Pineapple's it. But what I touched upon is Bantz. They got the utility behind this weaponry right now, and they're going to be looking to try to get their first round on the board.
Early nade damage dealt to Rufflecoat. But yeah, it looks like not really either of these teams early contesting Nana, and it always is quite the wise choice. This time Falcon finding the first, and now the flashbang back in. Brace looking to take that one back, and yeah, this game is just so much more closer in regards to that utility usage. Always nice to see. But the Molotov will keep them back for a little while longer. And now the utility does start to head over that A site. Motion still watching the B line. There is one member on the rotator, one member B. And that was Rufflecoat taking that arch control. PZ, will he be able to find the kill? Shouldering it out. Oh, James, he still faces the shot. Very confident. At least does crouch below the first. And now what does Bantz want to do? They look a little bit lost without a cause right now. As Motion's pushing B, and they have to try and find something before they go for the site.
Oh, they're very dry in this utility department though now, Mitch. No flashes, just these smokes. The Molotov already down to the balcony as well, which I rate that. Trying to clear an angle nice and early, but the flashbang, it does blind out Addict, and they got to fall off it. They may even just choose to save the weaponry right now. They're getting flanked by PZ. It's heard by Motion. He's scoped in. PZ just trying to bait him out. They're just trying to save the weaponry at this point. Motion will get Pineapple Zip in the end, but the Truckers, they know that they've got this 5th round on the board. Bantz, I guess at this point in time, they might want to try and deploy a bit of a tactical timeout to see how to get their rhythm back in this game.
Yeah, definitely don't really know what's going on right now. This is, again, a team that should be doing well on this map. I don't think, again, I would likely put the favorites being Truckers, but regardless, Bantz just seem to be a little bit, lost right now, which is very unlikely, but Motion, okay. Got Foon in the server, no problems. And now with the line onto top mid.
A while to peak.
Yeah, yeah, usually he should have B-hopped into brackets by the way he was going there. So not really a whole lot of action here now that Bantz have taken control of brackets. They will at least try to reline up another smoke grenade. It does look like they are heading over towards that B site. This time a little bit more concise. Off the back of that save, at least they do have enough to get the job done. But the re-flash in. They were prepared for that one, and now this is their time to strike. If they played this right, they played this well. Swede, he's up in the corner, and surely, please, they're going to check that line. I don't think they are. They're not going to check it. Motion gets the quick scope, but I mean, look, of course you're not going to check that one after such a long period of time. Rufflecoat, good for one more kill, but now they have to try and find Smooth Criminal. Already on the rotate, but Liam, once again, just being an unstoppable force. All onto Motion, but Smooth Crim with 3. Truckers secure their 6th, and Bantz. Where are they? They've gone.
Yeah, they're not here. I kind of did expect this, but not like this, I thought Bantz would be able to get a few rounds here and there as well, but 6 in a row off the get-go for the Truckers. They're just furious right now. They want to send it straight into Mirage. No questions asked. And it's going to be the pistols yet again for Bantz, maybe trying to see, what damage they can find, what they're going to be able to do. You do look at money, though, for the Truckers. At 6-0, you can see what impact Bantz are still having in this game to their money, It's not like Truckers are winning all of these rounds quite cleanly. Case in point.
It ain't always clean, but PZ does narrowly miss a shot there. The bomb looks like it may very well be planted by Brace, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge. 3 members stacked up towards that library, getting their studies in, as Brace pretty much just has to try and hold for as long as possible. Addict's got onto the site, but with 4 points of HP, not really a whole lot they're going to be able to do here. Brace has also tried to join him like a bodyguard to try and defend, but Panic and Swede they will be able to ease on into the site again, taking it home. And now they bring it through. 7-0 is the current scoreline that we are entering down. This looks like it very, very well may go to 3 maps.
Yeah, I reckon it will. I do reckon it will. But I think the biggest thing that we're seeing in this matchup right now is not that Bantz, you know, aren't being aware of what's happening and everything. It's just that the truckers are where they need to be at the right times. You know, they're using their utility correctly to almost funnel Bantz into where they want them to be at the certain times in the rounds. That's what's looking really good for the truckers right now.
We just need something, you know? Just need something. That's all. Just a slice of life. Because, you know, usually such an awake and alert team like Bantz, right now, they're just being literally forced into the ground by these truckers' defense. And, you know, even the succinct retakes that they're able to put through. Now some utility. Looks like they've done their work to try and get their way onto this A site, but nobody has been taken down. Somehow 2 members still alive in the pit. Panic. There we go. This is his time to shine. 1 make it 2. Buckle my shoe, though, Falcon will be able to find 1 back. 3-on-3 now. Just waiting patiently for that smoke at the motorway to fade. And now Motion shouldering out from Boiler, wanting to see what else will start to come out. The flashbang onto the side, the least afford Bantz, a little bit of extra time, but maybe, no, they're actually going to go on in. I thought they were going to go for the save, but it was just a reposition for the flash, but no Swede. He does make a big effort, but ultimately it will be Falcon reigning supreme, leading out the charge for Bantz, and that will be a first round found finally.
Yeah, but it went down to the wire in the end, didn't it? The truckers, Panic specifically, was able to hold it off, not in the beginning, but toward the middle of it, toward the beginning. And you just see the late attempt through the smoke for them to hold off into the site. Very good attempt, though, to try and catch Bantz off guard. Maybe thinking that the truckers wouldn't have gone for it again, though. Motion's just hitting hops. You're seeing him dancing around the server right now. It's pretty cool. Swede, though, will be the opening pick in this round onto Falcon.
So 1 man down. Snail now holding his famed position, Panic. Just sort of dancing around the arch position. Waiting to see if anything will come up, but the nade will force Roffelco back. It does look like again. Bantz are slowly heading their way towards B, and Swede maybe getting a little bit over aggressive there as he will go down quickly, but Smooth Crim, you know, he is the man that you want defending your B bomb site. As a 4v4 stands, will the bomb go down? Should be in just a second. Motion's going to get that one planted, and now the rotate will begin. So regardless of the scenario, no matter who you are, where you come from, a 4v4 retake on the B bomb side of Inferno is always a challenge.
Yeah, especially when you don't have too much utility, but if you are hitting your shots, you can definitely go for it. Smooth Cream are good for 1. Adding to Brace, though, helping the cause of Bantz yet again in the back. Panic punish, and it's going to be down to JD, who also gets shot in the back, this time the back of the head Bantz. They double up for their second round, surviving with 2, which is, you know, 1 more than last round, so keep on going like that. They'll start to get a bit of a good wriggle on and make this half more interesting, because the money of the truckers after 2 lost rounds is broken.
It's all gone in the bin. But that does give Bantz an opportunity to bring it back. PC Panic going down very, very... Oh, okay. Can't even cast that one. I'll just let it happen. Sweet about to be dunked. Not quite. 9 points of HP, but
gosh.
Okay.
Not another one. All right, Motion.
Very nicely done. Sweet, but
where it's like, it's the distance plays with the AK where you know you need to tap, but at that point you're tapping against, you know, a USP, and at that it's just tap. And if you hit a headshot, then you're doing damage. If it's body, well, it's a lot harder. So that's where, like, the USP, I guess, is it's an okay weapon to duel against an AK-47.
It is. Just got to hit those heads, as you said. Make it happen.
Well, the buy is here for the Truckers yet again. JD is boosted up as well, where he could technically strafe back up on top of the quad area, the patio. But here we go. Addict to start off onto Panic. Footsteps heard by Sweet. If he peeks out, he'll find Falcon, and he will do so as well. Addict over his second one, still alive to play with in this round, as the Tees are looking to get the bomb planted on the site. But Truckers are here for the cleanup. And it is just going to be down to Roffleco on the site. Good for his first frag in the round. Sweet is very low,
wins these.
but he can't quite collect on it. Does he scoot over to B?
Oh! He usually
Konky
wins
not
those.
happy.
Nah, I'm happy. Just, I see him win those. That's all I was saying. Same thing. As much as I love an underdog story, I also love a clutch. Because how else are we going to get on Reddit, Dion? I mean... I had a 1v4 that got on Reddit. That was probably the only good thing I've ever done.
Love it. Bomb stuck under the map?
True. That has been a thing.
Yeah, man. Fix that though, hey.
It has made a couple of things happen.
Most definitely. But here we go. Smooth Crimp peeking out his body. He will get punished for it. Sweet at least there for the trade to keep things balanced, as all things mighty well should be. In Counter-Strike.
The equivalent of exchange. Alchemy.
Oh, here we go. Go on.
Thank you for getting that one. No, I'm not going to continue.
I watched it before you did, all right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Look, I need to lay off the anime, all right? It's like a drug lately. I need to relax. But, look, Attack on Titan's pretty good, okay? I'll give you that.
Hey. Well, Bantz are trying to attack to the Titans to the Truckers right now, and the blowout straight through a balcony does overlook JD as he chimes in for one. Panic to steal away through the flames. PZ also good for one. Everybody on the Truckers starting to get some damage. We'd say a team ace if Smoothcomb was still alive to try to do something here, but it's going to be motion in a 1 versus 2 situation. 12 HP on an AWP, and the Truckers are going to be holding each other's hands. That would technically mean they could get collided here. But they do split apart. Motion. He will see both of them. The first.
Oh!
Now he can reassess on his way.
Oh, there it is!
Oh, Motion!
Jeremy! Can you hear the chat?
I can.
Oh, you love
Bantz
to
will
see
be
it.
saying what a flick and everything, but Truckers would have expected him to already be on the line. They don't know it's a flick unless they see the actual barrel flick from their perspective.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's right. It's like, well, what an important time for a round like that to come through. You know, the fact that we were able to see something like that when it's an 8-4 scoreline, 8-3 rather, now 8-4. The economic reset comes through on the side of Truckers, and all of a sudden now we actually might have a game on our hands because like a 9-6 sort of scoreline is actually quite respectable. So maybe, just maybe, Bantz are actually going to be able to bring this one through, but. It's still a long way away, as obviously, the Truckers looking really, really good. And if they're able to take this half, 10 rounds or something like that, it's going to be very, very tough and likely will meet a third map. But, all we want was close games. And potentially we might be getting it, as it just is the pistols for the Truckers.
Seagulls are what my eyes will be on towards right now. If Chelios was here, maybe I'd see a P250. And look, they could definitely do the P250s in this one. Don't get me wrong. Panic. He's a Sharpie, so it's Pineapple Zip. But we'll be waiting and seeing how Bantz are going to explore out this round. I'm not too favorable of the actual deployment of the Truckers right now, but I guess for Bantz, the Ace site hasn't really, been one of those early explored sites in this map. You got the B site, which is usually that early one we've seen. So it is actually working into the Truckers' favor right now.
So just waiting patiently. Potentially walking into a stack here, which will be a little bit scary. The nades do force one back, but luckily, despite it being a stack, Sweet, he's only going to be able to pick up one kill here, but no, PZ. Ooh. PZ, sneaky boy, he's found another. Panic creeping through that smoke, might take down Roffleco, but now the flank. Are they going to be ready for Addict here? But Roffleco still, they have to break down his walls first. Are they ready for that flank too, Dion?
They definitely are. Addict to smoke off ruins as well, but Pineapple Zip on that recovered. P, man. Wide swing, Ruffleco. When you think Bantz would be able to win an easy gimme round against the Pistols, Mitch Conky Konka goes and says something in the previous freeze time, and, well, Truckers come back.
Welcome to Australian Counter-Strike, baby!
That's literally the statement, though, isn't it? Hey, when it comes to Inferno, especially the Pistols, we know how damaging they are. When you go into such a cooped bomb site that is B on this map as well, too many angles to just clear against too many bodies, and it just catches you off guard. And now there's going to be Bantz on the Pistols looking to storm in towards A. They got Brackets control, but they got to release a little bit of pressure now because there is 3 players of the Truckers.
So heading back towards the ever so faithful B bomb site. Only 2, as you mentioned, the 3 over towards that A site. And now the utility will go over nice and fast. Are they going to be able to lock it down here? Obviously, we do have Smooth Crim there again, but Swede as well. Swede with 3 huge plays. Brace, he's able to find 1, but Smooth Crim's pretty much just left him to do his own business towards that site. The M4 will be recovered. Brace will be able to get that plant. So Ruffleco. Oh no, Toby missing it, and he tries to get back too. Ruffleco's gonna have to go big here. Brace does find 1 though. JD goes down. The flash is turned away from, and now it's all on to Brace. 1v3, lining him up, but not quite. We saw it coming, but unfortunately for Brace, it wasn't going to be the 1v4 ace clutch. But that's Truckers finding 10, and now Bantz, this is where it could potentially start to close the door on not only this map, but potentially the series, because you know what it is like to go into another map with momentum behind you.
Definitely. I can hear the nice tries coming out on the back of that last round as well. You know, the crosshairs were ready on point, but the bullets couldn't quite go straight and they couldn't quite connect, which has been unfortunate for Bantz, but if they do find this round, you know, 5 on the T side, it is good. 4, it's not the end of the world. We move over to that CT side. They can definitely look to come back. PZ, he gets down to 4 HP against Motion. Isn't a good start for Bantz.
Very nice opening pick. PZ finds them on the regular. Has he? Where's his? Oh, okay. He's got it back. That's fine. But yeah, so with Motion going down and, you know, only a little bit of utility and weaponry to go into this round, it does look like it's going to be an A-site hit. Ruffleco about to get that Moto smoke down. JD, though, holding the aggro line into the apartments, will likely find Brace shortly. Panic, he's holding firmly onto that A bomb site from the big box, and now they start to make their way up. Are they going to be able to hold this one down? JD takes a lot of damage from that nade, but Panic, he's the man to find the first. Repositioning onto the site. JD good for 1. Now it's just the 1v2. PZ and Panic cuddled up on the site. And the music kit stays on during casting.
The biggest thing that you said is that he can't even hear it, man. That's what gets me. He knows how annoying it is. And
oh, he did it. You know what he's like, dude. He did it to be an idiot.
I know. Nah, but it's good though. Hey, like when you're in a sort of point that you need a laugh, and the first time you hear that, you're like, hey, that's kind of cool.
Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, nice.
But here we go. We do switch sides now. We do have lots of players over at A for Bantz, but they're not going to be doing the rush mid. They're instead going to be spotting over Truckers, mind you, as well, coming down second mid. They're going to be spotted from apartments. I would love to see Brace run down Banana right now to try and get some more info, to try and get a quick flank, catch him off guard, because Truckers have established some nice control into brackets early on. Falcon, he's going to shoot through. Maybe he gets returned into his head on the retreat.
Leaping through, Panic with that opener, as you mentioned. Smooth Crim, but there's Ruffleco. He's picked up 2, and now Addict on the site as well, defending firm. Ruffleco does get taken down, and now Addict's all on his lonesome, but he will be joined shortly as Brace heading on up. But Swede, if anyone wants to take down Swede, it's Brace rather, it's going to be Swede. He's going to be happy with that one, as now Truckers, they've definitely got their Konka monitors turned on because they are rolling over Bantz here. Definitely one to look out for, as now all they need is 4 more rounds to bring this one to map number 3. And although Bantz are forced into it, that does open them up for a potential position where they will be on a very, very challenging eco into the next round as well.
Yeah, the upgrades right now for Bantz. They really need to win this round. They will start off with Motion, finding a scout connection on to Smooth Criminal. But as they do slowly creep up towards Banana, the receding end is going to be one Spicy Ruffleco. The utility to be heard. He's expecting a flash to come through, but it's a little bit late to the party. Because of that, he will fall. Not happy, Jan. Bantz. They need to make a move on to the...
They do indeed. 3 members in Nana, just waiting in the wings. Utility does start to press, heading down, but they're not actually going to head over towards that B site, and they've sold the fake quite well, all onto Just Addict on this bomb site. But this is something you like to see. The flashback in to take control. Brace goes down, Brace rather, takes down Swede. A bit of a change of pace, a trade of fate, but Falcon, his W key glued down to find that kill. And JD, luckily, is good to recover. Addict will go down, and it's all onto Brace. In the 1v3, not really a whole lot he's going to be able to do here. As he was just hunting for the AK. That's what he's trying to find. Yeah, exactly.
Truckers will know where it was dropped as well, and eventually they'll probably look for it here. It's not the end of the world if they don't find it. They got to purchase in the next round. It's very ambitious of Brace to try and challenge up with it right now. Should have probably just stayed in T-spawn, but he will find Smooth Crim on the escape as well, which is good in the end. But they're hunting for him. They want to take this weapon off him. They, have the chance of only losing a UMP. So does he contemplate throwing it away? He might be thinking it.
Oh my word. JD is just swerved hard around that corner just then.
So there were 3 picks in the round found by, I think it was JD. Panic gets the bomb plant down and he still gets the MVP. How is a bomb player weighted against 3 kills more worth?
Thank you, Papa okay. Counter-Strike. We appreciate you.
He wants to sing us out. Well, what would you say? I lost for word. Yep. 4.5 hours will do that to you. Yep. Wants to grace our ears with the tunes. That's the one.
That was more than 1 word, Dion.
I know, but I wasn't going.
That was a lot of words. Oh, man. Anyway. I mean, at least if we're going to 3 maps, at least it's going to be a quick Inferno from what we can see so far. Yeah, this very well should be 14. Okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. I lied.
The bomb too. Oy. This is what we... Alright, Mitch, I don't want to say that you've said it again.
Yeah, I gotta... Should I just stop?
Not stop, but put on the brakes.
Yeah, I'll pump the brakes. I'll pump the brakes a little bit. Because, yeah, look, 41 seconds to try and recover that bomb. And, I mean, what's it called? They are at least going to be able to pick up the AK, but they've got 4 hungry members. And do they even have time to go beat? Nah, they don't. They have to go A.
Yeah, they do.
They have to try and find these kills. At least, wow, Smooth Crim, good movement to get out. Addict's being tagged up pretty heavy. But nah, Ruffleco's there. Is that 3? Okay, 3. Wow. All right. Well, never mind. We're not going home early.
What do you mean going home early? We're already at home.
What do you mean? We're in the LPL studio in New Zealand. Come on, man. Hey.
Look at the scoreboard though here. Well, provided that the the borders are all open, but fingers crossed on that one. Here we go. PZ 18. Swede those leading the charge on 19 pinks. That's good to see. JD having a quiet one. I'm looking, one of the things we're waiting for, right? PZ, we talked about it. And then he had a little bit of a quiet one over on Vertigo. It was a little bit of a bouncy one, but he's doing good on this one, which is good to see in that frag department. Really helping the case for the Truckers. And that's what happened against Renegades the other night as well. PZ was really on fire, and now it took a little bit longer, but he is here, and frags are happening left, right, and center. They're the Truckers. They can get the bomb down.
This is a potential round. Yeah, look, this is a potential round. I mean, look, no Kev. That's probably the biggest fall down here. The fact that they don't have any Kevlar to work with. Motion is running in hard, and he's gonna go.
No.
Oh, okay.
There's always one.
Okay. Well, there it is. Look, it happens. Sometimes it be. But now, look, the fact that they were able to find the site, for anyone watching at home, that plant means good. Whenever you get the plant, obviously, even if you do lose the round, you do get that additional money in the bank account, the extra 300 across the board. So it's always beneficial to try and get that plant down, because now you do see the Truckers, they pick up the 5 AKs to run the gauntlet with, as they do try to close this one out. I mean, they have to make 7 more mistakes before the Truckers can even, before the Truckers let Bantz, in the door, but they don't want that. You know, they want to try and close this one out as quickly as possible, because the thing about Bantz is when they've got momentum, they keep it rolling.
If there's anything to consider, the Truckers are the ones with the wheels here. Hopefully they're not flat, and if they are, find a station soon to pump them up. Lots of utility to play with. Lots of AKs. So PZ will start things off by finding Falcon, which is off to a good start for the Truckers. It's going to be motion, though, with that AWP still over at A. He'll want to get a rotation on early, because the Truckers, you know, they're starting to steamroll in towards this B side, but they can hold off it. They can wait to rotate over back towards A. We've seen it done before. It worked out. So maybe they opt to do it again.
They're running down the clock quite well as well. 40 seconds remain. Race was at least able to sort of break that down by getting the smoke grenade after shoulder peeking out, spotting out most of the team. And now with 30 seconds remaining, they have to go, and they have to go soon. Swede, the big brain IGL, will be the man looking to wrap in just a minute, but there's the opening. Okay, JD, very nice pre-fire. But now, Brace, at least good for one. Swede, though, finding it. And it was all onto Addict in a 1v3, and Swede, he has opened up here. What a play. 14-6, and yes, Swede is at the top of the scoreboard in the server. I don't think I've ever seen... No, I'll take that back. Sorry, Swede. I love you, Dalton.
It's not often that you see it.
Hey, the IGL has an excuse, okay? Zeus,
yeah, that's true.
He won a major, and he was bad.
Alrighty. Well,
don't ever let Brian see that, all right? Brian's going to bully me if I've ever bullied Zeus, okay?
I was gonna say, does that mean Swede should retire now too? But
no, come on, man. I only did him dirty a little bit. You can't do him that kind of dirty.
Mate, my career in playing was over really before it even began, though. So he's one up me in that department.
Was your? No, we already had this discussion. Your HLTV rating was higher than mine, I think.
It was, but you got more rounds.
Yeah, true.
Oh, no.
Motion, Ruffle Coat.
Oh, okay.
Almost. Good couple of kills. Panic, though, is able to force on through. And okay, no. Pat. Oh, Falcon. Panic won't be happy with that one. But that's all right. Because all of a sudden now,
isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The Bantz actually give themselves a bit of an opening here. You know that they're going to be keen to try and take this one back. Though JD will find the kill. And now Falcon, he's made a bit of a move, a bit of a play here. Can they find the positioning? Will they check the line? Though I don't think they will. Easy, not cleared. Checking the wrong way will be motion, and that is match points. Looking to make it 1-1, looking to take us to Mirage, Dion. Oh, baby, the MCG of Counter-Strike, and what ironic timing, given that footy is about to come back.
What's footy?
I don't remember. What's traditional sport? Doesn't exist.
Exactly, right?
Yep.
But here we
Esports
go.
is the real sport.
Bit of a different angle with the AWP, and if he stayed around a little bit longer, he could have potentially seen a couple of T's and maybe found a frag. With Swede straight through Archers, he will get bested by Roffelko. Addict may have to fall back here as to not be overwhelmed, but the Truckers, they may be down a member, they may be down, you know, off to a rocky start in this round, but they can surely recover. They've got these AKs, they've got the util, they've got 9 rounds of padding just in case something doesn't go their way. The big thing in this round, though, Brace is pushed up all through Banana. So if they don't clear that angle, that'll be good for Bantz.
Yeah, they've got that control, and surely they're going to know that the potential position is there. It's always one, no matter who you are, what you're doing, you've got to clear it, but no! As I just did it again, the caster's curse. You think that the team is going to make the wise choice, but then again, you know, you never know what is going on in the heads of these players, as Falcon will find one onto Panic. Now it's all on the PZ in a 1v4. Look, I'm not going to put it past him. We'll be heading his way into Nana to try and find... Never mind. Motion. We'll get the kill, and that will be a 15-7 scoreline. Let's just get... Can we just have overtime? Just give it to me right now. I'm asking for it. And then also then make Truckers win too, so then we have a third map. And then we go to overtime on Mirage. Just make it happen. No questions.
Unsure if you're trying to cast a curse here or if it is actually truthful statements.
Oh, well, dude, all I can say, and yeah, look, it's, you gotta remember it might be getting late for the broadcast team, late for you, but also late for the players. Because that's what I mean. When it starts to get late for me, that's saying something. But that's okay. Look, would we have it any other way, Dion? No, we wouldn't.
Nah, you're right about that one there. Pistols back again for the Truckers. The Deagles, PZ on the Glock. Just waiting to get that AWP back in his hands. Bantz, they're still going to give full respect over to the Truckers in this round, even though if they are very nice in the economy tracking, if they're very smart, they did their good math, they'd know that they could get a little bit aggressive. But that's where the Pistols are, you know, put into good use. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen here. There's a lot of chatting happen between the boys. A lot of banterous words being said. But Motion, he'll miss a shot. And he'll call for the cavalry to come help him because he's the only one here.
Motion. Holding firm. Finding that opening pick here. Bomb looking to be planted. Swede finding one on the exit, but there's the bomb that has been taken down. Panic though, Deagle, and he's picked up an AWP here. This is where it gets deadly. This is where it can end in unexpected circumstances. Falcon will at least be able to get the Molotov down towards that new box position, meaning that the plant will need to be stopped actually. And they'll reposition. Giving it time, giving it an additional second. Panic holding from Emo, which is appropriate. As now in the 3v2, Smooth Crim rips the head off of Addict. Very, very nice shot there. And if this is the round where they win, I'm going to be very surprised, but also happy and also not surprised. And there's the music just to add to salt in the wounds as well. Dude, even with the extra time, it's so much better. You love to see it. But there we go. Dion, map number 2 is down, and it will be Inferno secured by the Truckers with attitude. A 16-7 scoreline. Definitely a little bit more formidable than we were expecting, given the start that obviously the Truckers had. But yeah, we will be moving to the ever so famous Mirage. Some hate it, some love it, but it means that we're going to have some carnage. What do you think? How can you sort of, you know, run through the rest of that map that we saw?
I think it was just the Truckers, you know, Vertigo didn't really go the way that they would have thought. They were warming up, as it would seem, in that map, at least coming into that next one, where they were just very sharp, very quick to get things going for them. And they kind of carried that through the whole game with a little bit of, you know, Bantz action here and there as well, which is always welcomed. As we do move over into Mirage, of course, 1-1. I'm still going to stay firm in my predictions. The reverse sweep to come for the Truckers now. I think that they were just looking way more powerful than Bantz were in that map. So as you did allude to as well, going into that third and final map, on the back of a map win, you'll have more carried momentum than the Bantz would have going into it as well. So I'm excited for this one. I don't know if I hold the same standings though to see Mirage, like to see overtime on Mirage, like you said.
Nah, look, at the end of the day, Mirage Overtime is a curse and it should not exist. I feel like that should be the only map where they just have like a 1-round sudden death or something like that. Or just not even, they just tie and they just go, okay, guys, we're not going to go any more rounds in Mirage. The series is tied. You guys both win. But nah, look, that's obviously the way it goes here and there. I think the only one that'll attest to the Mirage Overtimes is Mac. Poor bugger. He has experienced more rounds.
Yep.
What was it in Road to Rio? I think he had to. There was like a series where he had to cast
36.
like no, yeah, it went. Yeah, that was the winning score. But I think one of the maps went over 70 rounds, like on Mirage. Yep. Like, how does that even occur? That was GJ Howe versus. Yeah, well, something similar. Yeah. Like he had, he had like hundreds of rounds in each series, which is, I don't. Oh God, that's crazy to think about. But regardless, look, we see it again. Truckers and Bantz. Very nice to see the Truckers bring it back. We did expect it. You've predicted the 2-1 to obviously favor the Truckers. And I guess with that being said, now that we move into Mirage, it actually will be pretty much straight into it. The guys are keen. The boys looking forward to it. How do you want the actual game to start off?
Look, I think I'd like to see the Bantz boys win a pistol. They didn't win any of the ones on Inferno. I think if they're to give us something quite nice, that I'd like to see them win the pistol round to start off. But yeah, we're very familiar with how the guys play. They'll surely give us a good match. It will surely give us a good match. But yeah, pistol round, I kind of want Bantz to win.
Yep, for sure. And obviously there's the lovely faces for the boys, the names in the server, and then we'll obviously check out. It still feels weird to see that, Panic is there as well, but, you love to see it. You love to see it indeed. But yeah, look, I guess lots of familiar names, lots of familiar faces in the server, the Truckers. Very, very happy with how they've been performing, because they did actually have a few sort of renditions of that roster. Like, remember when they first came in as Airborne and they were just like, really nuts for the first little bit, and then they just ever since who did they lose originally? Like, I can't remember exactly who it was that bailed out first, but then every single player that they brought on just didn't fit. And now that they've got Panic, this is where it really starts to get exciting.
Yeah, I can't quite remember, to be honest with you as well. Sweet Spring Screen PZJD, because it was Panic, of course, coming into it. Brace departing from it.
Yeah, we saw Brace. We saw Chubb.
We saw Chubb.
But yeah, no, like I honestly can't even put my finger on it right now who it's going to be. We'll have to look it up after. But so it's cool to see them settled now, after obviously all that sort of time up and down, because, they were sort of in a position where we felt like they even might have fallen outside of that top 10, which would have been such a shame because, again, such a great roster, such a great bunch of players. And yeah, really, really exciting, because Swede was another one of those guys that never could quite crack into the, the LPLP area. They were, he always sort of found some success, but then, as soon as something good started to occur, the roster would fall apart or something like that, So it's nice to see him, settled in a good position as well. And also, the newest addition being Panic. He was very vocal to me about how he was really, really frustrated not finding himself a spot in the team for quite a while. There's only so much Face It that you can play over the years. So that's where he sort of ended up. So I'm really happy he's found his way into the team too. But yeah, then thinking of Bantz, I guess Roffelco is always the main person that I think about, when you think of that roster. But the main one that's really sort of taken my eye has been Addict. He's their prodigal son, they brought him up into the roster as a really exciting, young Sharpie, as you would call it. So it's really cool to see him settling in quite well and doing the same thing, because you think about how much young, sharp talent that we have in our region that just goes unnurtured, or they're toxic, or they just, end up hanging out with the wrong crowd, or they lose motivation and quit because of varying factors. So it's really cool to see some of those players. You think your Versus, your Danger,
Vexite.
now Vexite, Lays, like all those kind of players that have been around and been up and down. It's cool to see them finally getting into a good position over the time as it comes along.
I think you could throw Pairs in that boat as well, to be honest.
Yep, Pairs, Licky, lots of the ones that we think of that are, having interesting starts and then finally sort of settling because, people forget how much the emotional aspect goes into some of these rosters. Like, do you remember? Oh, no, this was probably just a little bit before your time, but one of the ones that really stands out for me is the original. I can't even remember what they ran under, but this is quite some time ago. This is like Zen League and stuff. But the original roster that involved like Dick Stacy, Texter, Flicks, those guys, that roster was like, because they just had the best emotional strength, they went in one season, no BS, one season from LPL, it was at the time CGA, obviously the opening for LPL now, but to winning the MDL season and going to London in one season. How does that even happen?
A success story.
Yeah, but it talks
Demolition.
about
That's
wonders of but wonders of a roster synergizing. They're all just laughing, having a good time, just farming, and clearly it works. So we are now moving into what will be the final map, Mirage. And this is where we will deem our victors, and obviously hoping not for overtime as well. Bantz starting out here on the T side. They have failed the knife round, and the Truckers, they will start off strong. We see the utility coming in, the smoke flash nade in the hands of, I believe it was Swede, and then just Smooth Crim sitting with the decoy at the back, PZ with the kit, and just a little bit of utility for Falcon and Brace. But already taking the tag up early. They're going to split towards A very, very fast.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that I said you might maybe see in the pistol rounds. It's either your rush B or you split towards A. So it's good to at least say that I got one of them right. A good amount of HE damage done to Brace nice and early on. But a 5 versus 5 scenario for the retake right now. PZ does have that kit available, but the Truckers, they need to find that opening pick early on to really get a chance back at this round. The CTs are starting to funnel in through their own spawn, with Swede being the other player to come in through short. Smoke down on the bomb, however, and the frags are starting to be found, but I think it's too late because PZ's ninja'd it in the smoke, and the Truckers are going to escape with the round win. Yeah, PZ will lose his life at the end of it, but Bantz, they aren't allowed to win that pistol after a pretty successful take in the beginning.
You love to see those rounds, though, don't you? Like a full 5-on-5 retake on the A site before anything's even begun, Like, nothing else has happened. It's just gone down on the site. And then they've got to go for the full retake. So that's exactly what we've seen. But the Truckers, they will reign supreme. And now they're going to have their full buy. And they're actually sending 2 members up short to boost up on to that short box. But it's going to be towards the B site. It's going to be Panic, actually, holding the A anchor. He's usually that window player. So maybe, just maybe, PZ will be picking that one off him.
Yeah, maybe they want to change it up when they've got the rifles in their hands as opposed to when they've got the AWP. Time will tell in that regard because Bantz, they're exploding out into A right now. This is where the issues that should be held. A HE grenade to be thrown, and it will find Addict in the end, though Bantz have done very well to get the bomb plant down yet again. It will afford them a lot more money. Also some extra money coming into the next round where they will have their snazzy little purchase. For now, Ruffleco with the deagle. Swede just jumping across. Falcon position known in the end as well. So once again, a successful retake for the Truckers. The bomb to go down for Bantz. But this is where we get down to the nitty gritty. This is where we will see the T-side get their first purchase round up.
Well, they found a plan. And that's actually going to be pretty good money in the end, looking forward for Bantz here. They've got the AWP straight away into the hands of Motion, and all the rest of the members, they're going to have full utility. Kits, Kevlar, helmet, everything. Not kits, rather, wrong side, but I meant Kevlar helmet. That's what I was going for. But everything that they could possibly need to get the round one. So very nicely done. Motion just narrowly misses the shoulder peak on the PZ. But yeah, as it stands, Truckers leading the charge 2-0. Very, very cool and calm, collected start for them, which is exactly what they're going to need on a map like Mirage, which can be a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, look at this overplay once again to the ace site. Man, straight into it. Falcon allowed to get very forward on the other side of Panic right now. Bantz really liking this A site, and I guess if it works and they know that they can get into it to get the plant down, they may as well keep doing so. Attic good for 3, escaping with absolute murder. It's going to be on for the retake yet again for the Truckers, but do they have 3 in a row in them? Panic good for Brace, 2 versus 2.
Holding firm. Are they going to be able to lock this one down? Motion from Heaven does find the shot, but Ruffleco moving in. Panic on his playground here. Motion has to swing, and Panic, he's going to be able to find it. A 4K for the big fella with the 1v2 clutch to boot. I don't know how they've left both members towards a ramp there. I mean, they must have had a player on site, surely, that's gone down, but when it's planet default, you can't be letting that happen.
Yeah, especially when Addict's opening up that round as well with 3. You gotta at least make sure you're doing your part as well. Gotta give it to Truckers though. They did play the retake well. Yes, again, really established in that scenario and start off the new round. Addict's gonna get legged to 3 HP. Lucky enough to still be playing in this round right now. Bantz, they have favored this A site time and time again. Maybe they choose to split it up right now. JD and Swede, I haven't seen too much in this game so far, but now they start to.
Just had 2D message me saying, easiest 1v3 of my life, by the way.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Yeah. Yep. Stroke his ego. He needs it. Classic. Absolute classic. But, back to the game at hand, of course. Smooth Crim, more than aware of it. Definitely can hear the sound cues when you do try the leap of faith inside the window. Obviously, a lot of versatility, as we spoke about earlier on in the day, with the changes to mid on Mirage. But it, whilst it does give a lot of extra room to move for the T side, you know, there still is the exact same avenues for the CT side to work with. You know, you can see people on that head glitch, you can hear the sound cues jumping into self boost. So it does still add up across the board. Now Falcon trying to make waves up towards this site. Ruffleco, unfortunately, Swede is the one that actually finds the kills here. Smooth Crimp being the man of defense. Swede still sitting at the van, but it is going to be Liam to find the final kill. 3 found for Smooth Crimp. And that will be a 4th round for the Truckers. Maybe an eco for Bantz. Probably they want to just pick up maybe the half armor and pistols. Probably the wise choice.
Yeah, you'll probably see in this position as well, like that sort of slow play towards B. You wait a little bit, you contact it out, and then you just blow out straight in towards the B bomb side. It's sort of that reserve play that every team knows to play. Or when in doubt, you just do your kind of stable rush B, smoke the Molotov, and go straight out. So we'll see what's going to happen here. It's one of 2 things. I got it wrong, but the pistols, they're starting to get a little bit demolished. They're aiming for a bomb plant here. They have smoked out the pillars, which is quite nice in the end, but damage is starting to be dealt. The CT's Smooth Crim's pistol is stronger than any of the Bantz ones right now, and that'll be the round quickly done and dusted. A 5th one to the Truckers, but Bantz wanted that done so they could get their rifles back in their hands.
Very much so. And they did well. Always cool to see. The fact that they've managed to secure that one is very, very nice to play with. So there we go. Truckers 5-0. Holding firmly, because sometimes you can always get, or sometimes rather, you get overwhelmed by a B rush, and it can actually throw you pretty hard. So I'm really happy that Truckers have found another solid round, and they're keeping their money quite well as well. You know, they haven't really allowed too many players to go down, aside from the one that Panic clutched out. So let's see how they can play out the rest of it.
Yeah, well, at least for now, they haven't lost a single member from the get-go. Addict might make me eat my own words here if he loses his life to Smooth Crim, which will be the case. So, once again, things starting to fall in line for the Truckers. PZ to find Falcon, an extension into the B bomb site yet to be known for Bantz because they can't even get out of apartments. PZ laying down the law, and Ruffleco in a 1 versus 5 circumstance, 1 minute still to play with on the clock. It'll be very difficult for him to hold this AK-47 into the next round. The Truckers are going to be a hunting.
They are indeed. Honking the horns. moving from gas station to gas station, smacking bellies with each other, and just being American. Despite the fact that we are in Australia and New Zealand, but it is a 5-on-1. And Ruffleco may as well be in America right now, given it's going to be a long way from home, trying to find the bomb site. And it will be just pure aggression to try and lock down control as well. There's the kill from JD, and the round is done.
I was going to say, Conky, we're not seeing Dirty till next week.
Oh, yeah. My mate Coulter.
There we go.
What a guy.
Well, money for Bantz.
He's
We've
a
seen this
good-looking
before.
dude. Man.
Yeah, I've met him before. Yeah, the pistols are here for Bantz yet again. We've seen it before. We've seen the rush B attempt. We've seen, you know, the A site work for them a couple of times when they've been on a circumstance like this. They just quite couldn't hold it in time for the bomb to explode or to eliminate all of the Truckers players. So we'll see what deployment they're going to be able to do right now. They got this assistive utility, no Molotovs, no HE grenades as well. Speaking of Smooth Crim, he's got some fire under him. He could throw it towards Connector, or he could throw it to the top of it to keep their presence at bay from his body. His crosshair is going to be loaded for it, but he can't even find a single pick. That'll definitely be happy for Bantz, but they need to find some more. Also, I just noticed there's a double AWP setup for the Truckers.
Yep, always good. Mirage, definitely a place to have it. You know, put one over towards that A site, maybe anchoring CT and the other up short or in mid window, always good to see. But JD is not usually your secondary AWPer, so it's been nice to see him actually get a few kills. I'd either see typically a Smooth Crim or a Panic, but regardless, he's going to try to lock this one down. It reminds me, Gold Zero. Oh, he's found one. Will he go for it? Nah, not quite. But he will indeed move back towards the opposing side of the site. Does have PZ there to support him. Oh, my word, JD. A great little flick out wide as PZ now having to try hold it down. They did get the bomb, and I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot they're going to be able to do here. Dropping down onto the site will be Ruffleco. We're going to see.
Motion now on that recovered AWP. Misses a crucial shot to put him in the stance to win this round as well. He had to run it in a flick over, but PZ to hop through. It's not a no-scope. We would have seen it in the kill feed, so at least it did scope in, but it would have been a very quick scope. But I got to say, you know, Bantz did play that nicely. They know the weakness of an AWP. That's when they miss a shot, you can capitalize on that. And when you've got a pistol out as well, your movement speed is quite fast. So they look to tap away with the pistols. They just couldn't quite get that deal solidified onto PZ. No hands shaken here. Bomb down yet again, though, for the Bantz. And that is the telltale story. They get the plant. They can't hold it off.
So still maintaining that double AWP setup, but the craziest thing here is just, you know, these scorelines that we've seen on both Mirage and obviously Inferno as well is just like how Vertigo went to overtime, given the scorelines that we're seeing at the start of these maps. It's, you know, quite mind-boggling, but that's okay because now, as I say that, Bantz may very well afford themselves a round, which is exactly what you want to see from these boys. Now JD on that full rotate, trying to get around to CT. Whether or not they even want to go for this, they've got plenty of money to retake and rebuy, but it might be worthy of going for it as well. You know, doing as much damage as possible to the economy. They know there's one firebox and living to its name. There's JD finding another kill. He's taken low, but unfortunately Ruffleco, just the alpha male in that situation. And Bantz, they will find their first.
And those two rounds, Ruffleco got some good picks. It seems like the loading bar has finally hit 100%, and Ruffleco's loaded in to the superior Windows 10. I don't know where I was going with that, to be honest with you. But anyway, it's Counter-Strike and breaks to open up with a beautiful shot on to Swede. AWP, though, locked and loaded of a PZ. He does unscope and retreat at a time that could have found it, but it will be Smooth Crim yielding that on to Brace.
So 4v4, locking it down. Smooth Crim obviously a little bit low, but now the fact that they are going to be heading over towards that B site. JD gives up his position, but now he can at least get out of there. Still a minute left on the clock. You know, they can expend some utility. They can pull a rotate. But that doesn't mean they have to actually go towards that site anytime soon. So they'll wait, they'll relax, and they'll see what the options are in the rest of the round. So holding firm, Smooth Crim. This time he does spot out a member, but now he's going to have them flood out. He's caught off guard, and Addicts, he's brought this round back for the team. Still obviously at the man advantage. JD, though, good for the player trade. Now they will split up towards this A site. That's where they need to go. They have to find it soon. Addict, here's the scope, but he swings anyway. The bomb has crossed onto the site. But blocking it down from jungle. They do manage to get the plan on the reverse side of Triple, and now jumping up. Falcon, he's so exposed, but he does have motion, locking him down, spotting the other side of the site. Now has to move in with the P250. This is going to be a challenge. Panic finding one. The motion's out of the smoke, but he won't quite be able to find it. PZ locking it down. 8 rounds found by the Truckers, and Panic's music hit just for good measure.
It gets me every time, man. It's like unexpected if we're gonna hear Panic's kit or someone else's too, because it's you just don't know. It's not in the forefront of your minds. They're the MVP of each round, but rounds. Truckers, 8 on the board means they'll be winning out this half no matter what. Panic a good flash to assist PZ in finding the pick. The mid window smoke a little bit delayed, or a lot delayed in this circumstance. A well-placed HE grenade onto Brace and Addict yields damage as well that the Truckers won't know until they face the fights. Addict to find an eventual return on to his Swede does keep things interesting in this round. But it is a minute 20 on the clock still to play with, and very split offenses right now. There's no real trade potential if one of these boys do fall.
That's right. Does leave a little bit of an awkward situation. Very, very widely spread across the map, but that's absolutely fine because they will be able to regroup over towards that A side. It does appear in a short while. The bomb will be joining Ruffleco inside the Palace position as they slowly start to creep their way up connector as well. Addict trying to find that control to have Smooth Crim just inside the window position, but Falcon, as hard as he yeets out of the ramp, he's still going to find his demise as PZ. Good for the flick, but look at his positioning. Panic under the balcony, but Ruffleco will be able to find him. And now it's all on the JD in the 1v3. This is the time where you actually call for the potential save, but I think JD's pretty hungry for it here. He's got a little bit of utility to work with. Smoke grenade, flashbang, and he knows where the bomb is planted. He's going to clear out the connector. Nothing spotted, nothing found. But given his positioning, looks like he might just go for the save.
Yeah, see, to me, with our knowledge right now that everyone's over towards A main, you know, JD smoke and a kit, you wait out the full time, you go for the little ninja at the end, you wait for, you know, that real crucial 5.5 second mark, and then you go for it. It's not going to happen. It's rare that you'd see that happen, but it would have been really, really cool.
Always. Always cool.
But here we go. It is the time for Bantz to start to get some more rounds on this board, to keep this map alive, to keep this map interesting. It's 2 now. Over the Truckers 8, of course. And the Truckers are going to be, yet again, on the awkward buy. We talked about this in the previous map where we had the CTs find so many rounds in a row. And when the Ts get 1 or 2, it almost resets the economy of their counterpart CTs. So that's the way the meta of the money rolls. Truckers, though, you would expect that having 8-2, they want to get to double digits as quick as possible.
Yeah, no, for sure. If they're able to bring it back, you know, imagine. Oh my goodness. All right, Pat, on you, buddy. Just give a bit of a slap around towards PZ inside the apartment's position. And unfortunately for Geordie, that is the orb out of the server. Looks like JD doesn't want to try and recover that, but he does have to hunt into the apartments. There we go. He's now sent the rifle over towards Swede. He's got the AWP in hand. Of course, he is the only member without any Kevlar. So we now got Falcon, rotating towards underpass, but Smooth Crim, the late underpass push, will find him. Addicts, though. Oh, they're spotted out. Swede! Smooth Crim, How's he done this? Another quick kill. And all of a sudden, they running over the balcony. No.
Oh,
I'm losing my words. There's too much going on. There's too much going on right now, Dion. I can't even keep up with it.
He thought it was an opponent running through connector, I would say. That's why he moved his crosshair over that position. Maybe he thought someone's coming up from jungle. You can't know in this circumstance. You don't know how Brace didn't find the frag onto Smooth Crim. But he does recover it in finding an eventual frag. Rocco, though, to find 3 to close it out. He saves his teammate there. He saves the round for Bantz, because if you look at it a perfect world, Brace finds that frag. He loses the duel in the second battle from how low he was taken down as well. Different circumstances would have been the different outcome there. But Bantz, they find their third round. We move into a bit of a pause right now as well, just to fix out some issues from the boys. But from what we saw, the Truckers, that does reset their economy. They're going to be on for an eco in this next round.
Yeah, pretty much. And obviously it was attack pause on the side of Bantz. So I guess off the back of that, it's a good way of them to sort of, all right, recoup, recover, put your minds back to it and make sure that we're able to actually bring these rounds back. Because obviously, they're on the T side. It is the more challenging side, typically on Mirage. So if they've got a little bit of momentum, a bit more room to move here, now that they've caused that economic reset, they can at least gun for that 7-round position, as Truckers have already won out the half, at least with 8.
Yeah, in the mid stack with all of these USPs, Addict is going to get overwhelmed. He's going to be good for 1, as Motion also attributing in this round. That'll be his second one. He'll be quite vulnerable to these USPs. So the flames to go down, it funnels JD into the TV room. And while we're watching a little bit of TV ourselves, a little bit of moving pictures, grab your popcorn, and Ruffleco will close it out in the end. A quick one done and dusted for Bantz. But that does throw us into a new one where we'll most likely see a purchase for the Truckers, unless they wanted to half buy this to get, the full phenomenal outstanding buy in the next round with the AWPs, the utilities, the kits. Because speaking of, I'm not seeing any kits here.
Oh boy. Yeah, no, we're not. They've gone for the utility instead, which, look, I guess, it's fine. It will be. It's okay. They're allowed to run with that one for the time being. But yeah, look, Truckers, they're certainly leaving it down to the wire with not a whole lot of utility work with either. But again, that is the menace that is the CT-sided economy. So, fingers crossed. Smooth Crim, he's actually allowed his teammate being Panic to get inside that ramp. So that's going to be a lot of initial control already established by the Truckers.
And they have used a bit of this utility early on as well to keep Bantz at bay, though the forward position from Panic is massive. It yields so much information right now, and it can, funnel or force rather Smooth Crim off of that A site to watch a different angle if he wanted to. He's got PZ looking safely in mid windows. So, Smooth Crim would just be tossing to and fro, making sure no one comes out of Palace, which, generally Panic would hear if anyone stepped outside. He was also watching over the connector, which is awesome. But PZ, he'll see the crossover to B. Swede alerted, but he gets his head ripped off. And now that JD's fallen as well, it is only going to be down to Pineapple Zip to hold it off and wait for his teammates to assist in the battle. 30 seconds to go. This bomb needs to go down for Bantz, but it's in PZ's crosshairs.
Very nicely done. So, trying to establish that control early. One member on the flank being Panic. That was the A ramp control already established. Pretty much just has to wait for him right now. The flashbang up short. Still holding firmly. A bit of an off angle held by Motion, and there's just so many angles that PC needs to check here. They will spot the man in the apartments, and that is going to be the runaway for Panic. So look, Bantz, man, I tell you, they might actually find the 7 rounds here, and that could really make it crazy into the next half.
Yeah, the devil's in the details right now, and for Bantz, they are really signing those contracts. 5 rounds on the board now, back to an eco for the Truckers, and you said that 7 of 8 is a possibility for Bantz. I, of course, knew it'd be a possibility, but I didn't think Bantz would make it look, this quote easy with air quote marks.
Good way of putting it.
You know what I mean.
Good way. Very good. So, pistols. Basically, just giving themselves a little bit of room to breathe for the final round of the half. Truckers pretty much happy to afford Bantz with 6, but then they want to try and take away that 9th nicely. So they'll wait patiently for the Bantz players to come to them. Do have PZ up very close, and you love to see it.
The Zeus, man. Couple $100. You get yourself a free weapon if you find a frag, but you get no cash. Does actually make things interesting though right now. Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, does Tyson have it? Oh, 1. Okay. This is where the round all of a sudden somewhat becomes winnable. Panic is swinging around a little bit too wildly. Ruffleco does find 2, but now JD recovering that AWP. What are they going to do here on the creep around? The flashbang will go up, and a second as well. They know the AWP is over towards stairs. Addict doesn't have to peek, doesn't have to do anything. And JD, you know what? He's going to say, I'm going to take this AWP away. I'm going to bring it into the very next round. And that would be a wise choice for him to do so, as they do start to head away now. AWP recovered. Bantz finds 6 though. And Truckers, man, I don't know. They're letting their early lead slip away. Was it 7-0?
It is a wise... Yes, it was. It is a wise choice as well to take this AWP into this round, because it is the last round as well for this half. So in PZ getting gifted it, he can bring up the full utility behind it, the full armor, the kits, everything. The CTs will have a full tank behind them, but are they gonna, you know, be stopped over by the cops? Are they gonna have their 9th round cut short? Because Bantz, as you said, you know, it was 7 rounds in a row for the Truckers at one point in this match, and then Bantz get 1. The Truckers get the 8th. It was in 3 in a row for Bantz, and that's what's led us into here. Bantz have woken up toward the later stages of this first half here, and at least the good thing for them is they've got a whole CT side waiting on the flip side of this round. You know, we associate the CT side of this map being the side you get more rounds on usually.
Yep, pretty much. Or not always, but sometimes, you know, enough to make it still somewhat feel CT-sided, despite that, you know, quite often we'll see one-sided just steamrolls coming out from the T side. And, you know, obviously the famed Greyhounds come back against Liquid at DreamHack, always. Do remember those kind of positions. But typically CT-sided. We're going to go with that. And now, as they do creep out to face the CTs, Addict does have control of the jungle position, but PZ does find the opener. Motion now looking to scope back on. He is flashed away. Panic finding 1 more. This is a good start here. Motion, though, and Ruffleco can find a couple of kills back. Motion still holding firmly. And now we do need to see the lockdown on that CT position.
Time.
20 seconds. Yep, 20 seconds. Are they going to be able to lock this down, or will they even be able to get the plant down? Where does Motion want to go? What does he want to do? Smooth Crim another kill, and they can pretty much just move on up. But now the bomb does get planted. They know that these members are CT. Motion finding 1 more. JD is out, and he is looking for more. Ooh. Motion finding another kill, and that could be JD. There it is. He's typing.
Is he lagging or
JD's typing? He's typing.
Oh,
He's typing. He's saying easy. There we have it. Okay. Well done. Very well found. Okay.
Man,
remember,
see the Truckers versus Rooster though. Hey, there's just going to be BM left, right, and center.
Oh yeah, for sure. But there it is. The half will be led out very, very nicely. 9-6 in favor of the Truckers. But look at the scores really across the board. I mean, you know, we do see Falcons struggling just a little bit as well as Brace, but Swede in a similar boat. Besides from that, Ruffleco, hard on the lead here, 17-9. The man is an absolute animal. And cute too. Damn.
Yeah, can't disagree with that one there. But we move over into the new pistol round. The last pistol round of tonight as well, which we can say quite comfortably. The actually standard pistol, not an eco pistol, for those wondering if you've seen pistols. Your pistol statement is your first round of the half in your regulation match or time frame. So we go in towards A. The split A is the call yet again on this T side. But JD, look at this. He's already gotten himself over towards jungle. He'll also find Falcon Patty not having a good one as we did say earlier on as well. But they want to try and get this bomb plant down. They can go over towards B if they wanted to. They've put a little bit of a swirly in the mix for Bantz right now. They'll have to potentially second guess themselves. They don't know what's happening.
Nice shots. James continuing to stack up his stats, which, you know, don't blame him. He's got a very, very healthy, I think that was a ramp player. I was going to say, if that was the jumping player from stairs, nope. Fair. Promotion. Last member standing, 1v3. Certainly not going to put him out of it. There surely is a kit somewhere. Yes, there it is right in front of him. JD has snuck his way inside connector. Plenty of angles to try clear. He will be able to do some damage. There's the kill. Still a somewhat winnable round. It is planted CT, but checking over towards both Palace and CT will be a challenge. So there we have it. Smooth Criminal. He will take the T-side round for the Truckers home. And this is the problem. Bantz, if they force, they then afford themselves another position where they may have to eco. So Truckers, they win this, it's 11. And then they pretty much by default get a 12th round to go along with that as well. So it's big amounts of pressure here for Bantz to try and win this force.
Oh, is JD going to be aware of the closeness that they are in A main right now? He makes good work of the first one. The trades are coming out, though, a couple times over, I might add. Again, Panic, though, is the one to find more in the round than anyone else so far. Motion and Brace, the last two, alive, relatively close to each other in the positioning. But remember, this is that force round by Bantz. They lose this, they'll be on an eco. And then their hopes and dreams of trying to win this round or this game, rather, will be delayed a little bit.
Utility
that timing,
over.
Man.
Yeah. He's trying to find it for Motion, but he's actually almost going to be able to find this kill. Brace and Motion, though, now taken extremely low. And luckily, Swede will be able to find it through the smoke. So Panic with 3. The site will be found, but they don't get time for the bomb plant, but it doesn't matter. Bantz now on that hard. I mean, they might be able to pick up a couple of pistols here and there, but it's probably wise to just fully save, spend the money on the full utility into the round proceeding. But very nicely done. Truckers, 11. 12th, as we mentioned. And that's when Bantz either need to get on it, or Truckers going to be treating it like life is a highway, and they want it my way all night long.
Bantz need a little bit of Defence Force training from the NZ Defence Force, it would seem. But, as you just say...
What's the website down?
Oh, I'm glad that you asked. defensecareers.mil.nz.
You're damn right it is.
Easy round, though, for the Truckers.
Yep,
That's
not
why
really
they
a
call it
whole
game
lot.
Stack, though.
Yeah, that's it. Always not really much that can be done in a round like this. It's just kind of, all right, cool. We'll see what we can do with these pistols. If they walk into us, maybe it's worth talking about, but otherwise it is certainly not. So Truckers, they do secure that 12th as all things should, you know. Typically, from time to time, we have seen some forces lost, counter forces lost, you know, other nutty things back and forth. There's a little bit of a brace rubbing Swede's face in the dirt, and a cheeky pause will come through at the exact same light. So we'll have to see what that one is about, but it may very well be a tactical decision. Have a bit of a chat, see what's coming through. Because, yeah, look, at the moment, Race and Falcon, they're struggling a little bit. They might need a bit of a push, a bit of support. Swede's already got an excuse. He's allowed to say that he's not got a whole lot going. But here's the IGL. You know, that's what it is, right? So, but
yeah,
I guess so far, thinking about what we've seen ahead, you know, Truckers have been putting up really, really good results. But I guess now the fact that, at least because we're on the CT side, maybe it does give the boys at Bantz a little bit of a chance to bring it back, especially that we see Brace and Motion on that double AWP setup. But look at this. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, look at this. They're already out ramped, but they're already dead.
Not much you can do if you can't get past the get-go, unfortunately. Yeah, JD also taking a bit of the extra damage there, down to 44 HP. Bantz, finally. Can they start to make a comeback though here? You know, it's that CT side where we have talked upon it being the side that you generally find more rounds on, but anything can happen. This is AU CS. I wouldn't even put it past the Truckers to still recover this round though, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, definitely wouldn't. You know, obviously plenty of opportunity to do so. One member does creep over towards that apartment's position. So I believe that's PZ, it is. And still 50 seconds left on the clock, you know. Plenty of time to track it out. And Bantz, they've gone the full passive route here. They're actually, you know, I guess, stacking up somewhat towards that B bomb site, just leaving motion. With the AWP sitting in the back waiting to see... Oh, it's actually Addicts. No, sorry, I'm wrong there. But there's motion to find the kill onto JD. A little bit of movement, but now Addicts sitting patiently waiting on CT. Will his teammate hold him? Yes, he will. Okay, so they do get the bomb plant after all that. Oh, okay, no, they do get the bomb plant. Never mind.
I thought that we'd see a little bit of an early peak to come out there from the CTs as well. Maybe not expecting the second one, vulnerability when the plant is going down. But Bantz to afford the Truckers the bomb plant down. And with how low we can see the HP of the Truckers, it is going to be a mighty difficult hold of theirs. Right? They're making it work. Smooth grip for two, but Ruffleco, the star player for Bantz in this game, high and mighty in the frag department, will find those frags. Falcon to, I guess, steal away the defuse, but it will afford them a 7th round on the board. 5 behind, and the money situation for Truckers, though, they're going to have a pretty purchase in the next one.
Now, look, very well done by Bantz, but, you know, Truckers, also a credit to them to be able to at least find that site, find the 3 kills, because as we know, stretching the economy of the CT side is just as important as winning out the rounds pretty much when you're on the T side, you know. As long as you're doing damage round after round after rounds, usually you are able to sort of put them in their place and, you know, make them feel uncomfortable in regards to what they're able to buy. And Brace, he actually does find the opening there on a Swede in motion. This double up setup's paying off.
And PZ's Shadows will give away his position early on, punished as well for having an AWP. The CT's on fire in this round. It is just going to be down to JD, who did sneak his way into the site, but he's only going to be good at 4-1. Another round goes over to Bantz, starting to get things happening. Enough money to repurchase what was lost as well. And we're only going to see the upgraded pistols before the Truckers here. This is the sort of situation that they might look to project into the future, you know. They really have to focus on their monetary executions and making sure they've got enough money in the bank to roll on the rounds, because it's only going to be 4 the separator. But if you add on 4 to what Truckers have, you know, that's 16. That's the game. So playing the long game now is very crucial.
For sure, 100%. And now they are rotating up quickly through that apartment's position. Already out. The flashbang, though, it is good. Ruffleco, Brace finding these kills with PZ. He's out. Motion. He's in. What is going on? There is just so much happening on this site. But now Smooth Trim, he's picked up an M4. He might find a kill, but no, he will not. That was a lot of things happening. And the B-bomb site, it will be planted, but defused at the same... Wait, was there a defuse? Did I even see that? No, bomb didn't even get planted. All right.
It's like those clown cars, man. It's just like one after another. People popping up left, right, and center. Well, out of each door, I guess you would say in that analogy. It's number 9, 1 away from double digits now. It's 12:30. I have to get up in maybe like 6.5 hours. But motion.
Hey, that's fine, dude.
His eyes are going to be closed, and he's going to find an opener. We give it to him.
Fire up. Let's go. Woo! I love gaming. So, speaking of gaming, we've got some on our hands. 4 versus 5. We'll see where it will go. So, JD being the opening man to go down motion. He's been pretty consistent on this AWP. I got to admit, you know, we know he's a great AWPer, and obviously the IGL of this team as well. Unless Brace has taken it back over, yet to confirm that.
Ooh, maybe.
But we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, you know, it gives a lot of freedom to motion.
But... different deployments. Yeah, we'll see.
Addicts,
Position
great
started
kill, but
down.
ooh, well done.
The bomb to go down from the truckers. They are at a man deficit, however. The kits are here for Bantz utility as well. It's all in the positioning. It's all in the trades right now. I'm liking the position, however, of a Panic. He is quite forward in jungle as well as PZ in mid. So they've got those positions held off. Flashbang's in, supporting Smooth.
Oh, Liam! Oh my word!
Makes 4 in the round as well. And the truckers, it took them a little bit to get things happening yet again, but they do win the round. And I gotta say, man, that looked pretty professional.
That was insane.
Pistols though for Bantz now. And I want to take this time to talk about what we just mentioned. Brace and Motion, right? Both the projected IGLs you could say for this team. Either of them could handle the reins nicely, but they'd probably have different styles, right? Coming through. Falcon, Ruffleco will know how, you know, Brace and Motion both will be that the IGL. But would Addict have ever been around for Brace to be the IGL of this roster? He wouldn't. Hey.
No.
Hmm.
Oh!
I don't only know how Motion is. Yeah, I think he'd only know how Motion would be the IGL. I don't think he's experienced Brace, right? I don't think so.
Wait, who else? Who stepped down for Brace?
Dan.
No, because who played
Well,
for?
Dan played for the
Bantz?
other league.
No, that yeah, but who? I'm only just having a thought now. Who was playing
Klebs before.
for Bantz whilst
Klebs.
Brace was gone? Klebs, that's right. Thank you. I needed that. I just had a complete disconnection. Oh, jeez.
He's gone into the coaching role now.
Yes, that is correct. Yes. Nah, poor Klebs, man. He was super hungry. Like, so I've played with Klebs for a long time, and he was super hungry to get back into the game. Like, so excited, ready for it, and then remembered how stressful prac times can be, and was like, nope,
Yeah.
I'm done.
I just remember the old, the Husky 5 when it was back
Oh, dude. They were nuts.
running into that.
They were nuts.
Oh, monsters.
Husky, best player to never make it because he didn't have the commitment. To be fair, though, his house did burn down,
His RSI.
and his wrist.
And that too, yes.
Yeah. Some things do put you back, but speaking of back, back starts with B, and the B side is what we'll be aggressing towards, and somehow they've actually ended up well here. JD is out, and he might actually find Falcon. The bomb is in a bit of a precarious position, but the Molotov is going to force Falcon out. Now what does JD look to do? Finds the kill. Now he has to try and pick up Falcon, who's hiding behind the bench. This is very well played by Pat. Normally a man likes to peek. Oh, and he's moved. Okay, never mind. Now just waiting for Smooth Crim to make his way up short. But what happens here? This is... there you go! Pat, you should have waited, idiot! Love ya.
Well, it's going to be down to Motion, Mr. Jeremy, to see what he can do. I'm not sure if JD has attempted to jump up from the bottom to pick up the bomb. It was over the lip, so maybe he was able to, but jumping up, that'll reveal himself. In the smoke is Motion. Does he just peek? There is the wrong time. The Smooth Crim gets the denial in the trade. Man, that was a quick scope again.
Very good. Very well done.
We've seen a lot of things tonight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stuff and a lot of things.
Here we go. This
Anyway,
could potentially be the last round of tonight.
It could be, and what a banger of an opener. You know, it's nights like this that really give me that fire back in the belly for games like Counter-Strike to be a part of the broadcasting team. And Sweet and JD, they've had enough as well. Oh my, there's another one. JD finding the kill through the smoke onto Motion. No Motion in this ocean, unfortunately, as Brace and Falcon, the last two. Falcon will find one at least to take down Smooth Crim. The game is not over yet. Of course, it could still go to that fateful overtime, but now Falcon, recovering the AK, does go down to Swede. JD will find the kill, and there we have it. That is the map, 16-7 in favor. Wait, it was 16-7, right? Anyway,
9.
in favor.
16-9.
9. That's the one I was going for. Sorry, I'm
There we
losing
go.
my mind, but that doesn't matter because 16-9 in favor of the Truckers to take down Bantz in a 2-1 series. And of course, we did get to see the hectic style that was thrown out on Vertigo overtime, where the winner was Bantz 19-16. And then ultimately the second map being a favor of Truckers, which was actually Bantz's map pick, 16-6. And now we have seen the victory on the leftover, which is 16-9 on Mirage. And why don't we take a look at that tasty little bracket as we can chat about what the results are and what we'll be seeing next week, week number 2. I'm already looking forward to it, Dion. Why don't you run us through what we're seeing in front of us?
Certainly. Well, to start us off, it's going to be Mako and Skyfire. Of course, LPL does focus on the best of 3 circumstances, the double elim bracket, which is why down the bottom you'll see the downfall in Bantz, boys, but we'll get to that in a moment. The second match for next week will be Paradox and Control. Winners will advance into that week 3 slot. The losers will move down underneath the downfall and Bantz, of course, losing out today against Roosters and against the Truckers, as we just have seen. So some hot matches that we're expecting for next week, but as we did allude to earlier on in the broadcast as well, it might shape up to be, I would say a more one-sided next week.
Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe, but then again, you never know with some of these games, some of the ways that this ANZ CS does go. But look, before we do close it out, Dion, thank you so much, obviously, to the broadcast team. The guys are absolutely amazing, obviously, over at Let's Play Live. To our amazing sponsors, of course, we've got Konka, the Monitors, Vodafone, Western Digital Black, and obviously the New Zealand Defence Force as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and the broadcast and the organisation and the players involved for, especially in these tough times. You know, it's been a crazy world that we've just lived through, and hopefully we are making our way out of it. But guys, that will be all from us. My name is Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me, it's my pleasure to always be along with Dion Komodo Perrotta. Thank you again, guys. We will see you all straight back next week. Have a fantastic night.